Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the DC Council Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, March 5th, 2026. The time is 9:32 a.m. and we're meeting in room 123 of the John A. Wilson Building as well as on Zoom. I'm calling to order this public performance oversight hearing of the committee. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to explain what a performance oversight hearing is and why it matters to our communities. Each year, the council holds performance oversight hearings to look closely at how DC agencies are doing their jobs, whether the money residents put into the city is coming back to them through real services, whether programs are reaching the people they're meant to serve, and whether government is showing up in ways that make a difference in people's everyday lives. This is one of the most important ways that the council helps the DC government stay accountable to residents. Performance oversight is not just about reports or compliance, it's about listening. It's about hearing directly from our neighbors who rely on government services, from families navigating complex systems, and from agency leaders responsible for delivering results. We look at what is working, what is not, and where people are falling through the cracks, not to assign blame, but to make the system work better for our communities. What we hear today helps shape our oversight throughout the year, informs budget decisions, and guides future legislation. Today's hearing is also the final performance oversight hearing of the season for the Committee on Housing. Over the past several weeks, we've heard from residents, tenant advocates, housing providers, legal services organizations, and community leaders who took the time to share their experiences with us. I want to thank everyone who has come to testify during this oversight season, and I want to thank those who will testify today. Your voices are essential to this process. Oversight is strongest when residents participate, and your testimony helps ensure that government remains grounded in the realities that people face every day. Based on who signed up to testify and what they indicated they want to discuss, we'll hear from a wide range of voices who engage with the district's housing system in different ways. We'll hear from community organizations focused on preserving affordable housing, particularly in neighborhoods where longtime residents want to remain in place. We'll hear from legal service providers discussing evictions, foreclosure prevention, and pathways to home ownership. Housing providers and development partners will speak about the housing development process, the Housing Production Trust Fund, and tax credit financing. And we'll hear from policy organizations and community leaders raising issues related to housing data, transparency, and access to programs like HPAP and inclusionary zoning. Taken together, these perspectives reflect the many ways residents experience the district's housing systems, from trying to build housing to preserving it to helping families stay in the homes they already have. The agencies before us today, the Department of Housing and Community Development, also known as DHCD, and the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA, sit at the center of that system. DHCD manages many of the district's primary housing investments, including the Housing Production Trust Fund, preservation initiatives, inclusionary zoning, HPAP, and other programs designed to expand access to affordable housing. DCHFA provides financing tools that help make many of those developments possible and administers programs that expand access to home ownership. For residents, these agencies are not abstract institutions. Their work determines whether a housing project moves forward or stalls, whether an aging building gets preserved or lost, whether a family can access down payment assistance to buy a home, or whether a senior gets help before falling into foreclosure. For many people, these programs can mean the difference between stability, opportunity, and wealth, or poverty and hardship. Over the past several years, the district has made real, meaningful investments in housing to better serve residents. The HCD launched the rent registry and the IZ lottery portal, made improvements to HPAP, and invested in preservation to keep more people in their homes and neighborhoods. DCHFA has expanded financing tools that support affordable housing production and has helped move critical projects toward closing. But we have a long way to go and more work to hold these agencies accountable. In recent years, DHCD's performance has raised concerns about reliability and transparency. The agency has missed statutory deadlines for reports, shifted funding timelines in ways that make planning difficult, and implemented process changes that have muddled or slowed down delivery of housing resources. Several examples illustrate these concerns. The Office of the Inspector General found two major errors in DHCD's financial records that overstated fund balances or errors that should never have made it into the final numbers. DHCD returned $1 million in unused HPAP funds back to the general fund. and the district forfeited $3.1 million in 9% low-income housing tax credits, a federal resource that could have helped finance sorely needed affordable housing. When these kinds of breakdowns happen, they're more than bureaucratic failures. They delay housing projects, waste taxpayer money, and leave residents waiting. Preserving affordable housing is a challenge. Over the next 5 years, nearly 6,000 DCHFA units and 4,000 DHCD subsidized units are at risk of no longer being affordable, leaving many residents with potentially large increases in rent. And 87% of our apartment buildings were built before 1978. Last year, I secured $30 million in investments for preservation through the HPTF to help meet this need, but we have a lot more work to do. The people we serve cannot wait for piecemeal responses across agencies. We need clear plans, ones that identify at-risk properties, what resources are required to preserve them, when the agencies will intervene, and how we'll keep people housed in the meantime. The question before us today is not whether these agencies recognize the challenges ahead. The question is whether they are addressing them with urgency, consistency, and accountability. Because at the end of the day, the success of our housing policy is not measured by the number of programs on paper or even the amount that we fund. It's measured by how many residents we help find a home, keep in a home, and stay rooted in their communities. I don't believe any of my colleagues have joined us yet. I believe they will throughout the day. Just a quick logistical note before we start hearing testimony. I want to lay out the ground rules for our public witnesses. Everyone should have received a copy of the witness list yesterday. I'll call folks on the list in panels. People who have testified before my committee know that we use the witness list as a guide, but we also do our best to get everybody's statement. And that means we need to give my team some flexibility to move folks up or down, as well as to assemble reasonable sized panels for the witness table here in the hearing room. So please listen closely when I'm calling up witnesses, and I thank you in advance for your patience and flexibility. When I call your name as part of a witness panel, if you're here in the room, please come take a seat at the witness table in front of me. If you are on Zoom, my staff will promote you from Zoom attendee to panelist so that you can testify. You may need to click accept promotion. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in as a panelist, after which time you'll be able to unmute. Today, we tried to organize the panels based on registration, where witnesses indicated the agency and topic they wanted to cover in their testimony. So we'll have DCHFA public witnesses testify, followed by Director Donald of DCHFA. Then DHCD public witnesses present testimony, followed by Director Green of DHCD. Public witnesses have 4 minutes to testify. Advisory neighborhood commissioners have 5 minutes, and government witnesses will have 10 minutes to testify. Last note, you will see me and my team looking down frequently during your testimony. I promise you, I'm not drawing or surfing the web. I take notes about testimony so I can make sure I am digesting what you're saying. My team is often doing the same or doing other work to administer the hearing, but it is important for folks to know that when you come testify, we do listen. I will now move to our first panel of witnesses. Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A, who is virtual. Let's just are these all in person?
Good morning, Councilmember White. How are you today?
I'm doing well. Give me one quick second.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Patel, you can begin your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Of course. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in the performance of the Department of Community and Housing Development. My name is Trupti J. Patel, and I'm a fourth-term Advisory Neighborhood Commissioner, and I'm here to speak about my lived experience in dealing with DCHD. My remarks today focus on 3 interconnected areas where DCHD's performance failures are directly harming district residents such as myself and undermining council intent: the Home Purchase Assistance Program, the Rental Accommodations Division, and Basic Business License Enforcement. I'll start with HPAP. The Home Purchase Assistance Program is designed to expand home ownership for first-time and moderate income buyers in practice. It is often doing the opposite. Applicants experience long and unpredictable processing times, repeated documentation requests, inconsistent communication, and approval delays that routinely cause buyers to miss contract deadlines or lose homes entirely. These are residents who have already been income qualified and vetted, yet HPAP does not operate on timelines that reflect the realities of the real estate market. In a competitive housing environment, unpredictability is a failure. A home ownership program that cannot provide timely approvals become a liability rather than an asset. HPAP delays disproportionately harm buyers without access to alternative capital and undermine trust in the district housing programs. The council should direct DCHD to treat HPAP as a time-sensitive financial assistance program, not a discretionary administrative process. That means enforceable service level timelines for application review and underwriting, public reporting of average and median processing times, and a lender-facing escalation process for transaction at risk of collapse. My elderly mother and I did the hard parts, but now I don't even know if we have to start all over again, which is really demoralizing and frustrating. Next, the rental accommodations division. The rental accommodation divisions continue to suffer from chronic backlogs, inconsistent enforcement, and the lack of transparency that weakens rent stabilization across the district. Petitions, exemptions, and registrations routinely remain unsolved for months or even years. Tenants are left without timely protections. Housing providers operate in legal limbo. And enforcement becomes reactive and complaint-driven rather than proactive and preventive. Without predictable timelines, rent stabilization is theoretical rather than real. RAD's current operating model effectively shifts the burden of enforcement onto tenants and advisory neighborhood commissions, entities with neither the authority nor the resources to fill that role. The council should require RAD to operate under formal service level standards, publicly report backlogs and case aging, and establish escalation procedures when cases exceed defined thresholds. Timely adjudication is not optional, it's core to enforcement. As I stated last year, my landlord raised my rent by nearly 30%, but did not make any improvements. In fact, my unit flooded a month ago when the hot water pipe burst. I only got traction when I had to involve the Department of Buildings. Third, basic business license enforcement. DCHD's lack of effective coordination with the Department of License and Consumer Protection, which administers the basic business license, has created a serious regulatory gap. Rental properties are able to operate for extended periods without valid BBLs. RAD registration and BBL enforcement systems do not meaningfully communicate with one another. Even when violations are documented, enforcement is often delayed or absent. Tenants are frequently unaware that their housing provider is operating illegally. Meanwhile, compliant landlords face regulatory burdens that non-compliant actors evade. This siloed approach rewards bad behavior, undermines confidence in the district's housing oversight framework. The council should direct DCHD to implement a unified RAD-BBL compliance tracking system, proactively audit rental properties for registration and licensing compliance, and automatically flag non-compliant properties for enforcement action and public disclosure. The minute my landlord got his BBL, he became a slumlord. As I stated earlier, my entire unit flooded, and he didn't bother to communicate with me about next steps. In fact, I have broken furniture and a ruined carpet that had to stay until the insurance adjuster came. His attitude has been that the unit is inhabitable. The rent is too damn high for all of us to have slumlords abuse us this way. Taken together, these failures are not isolated. HPAP delays deny residents the opportunity to buy homes. RAD backlog delayed tenant protections. BBL gap allows illegal operations to persist. Each failure compounds the other, and each shifts risk and responsibility onto tenants rather than the agencies charged with the enforcement. As the district faces a more challenging economic outlook, the cost of inaction will only grow. Oversight must be tied to the enforceable timelines, measurable outcomes, and public accountability, not aspirational reporting. Chairperson White, these are not minor administrative issues. These are systemic performance failures that require clear council directives and sustained oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me clarify for folks. Commissioner Patel usually has the distinct honor of being last to testify, and we have her first today to accommodate a work schedule. So she's testifying mostly about DHCD. A couple quick questions, Commissioner Patel. As somebody you've gone through the HPAP process?
I have, council member.
As somebody who's gone through it, what do you think it should look like? compared to what it is now?
Um, that's a really wonderful question. I think one of the biggest challenges is that the paperwork aspect is really overwhelming for a lot of people. One big challenge was the work verification part. If I had to prove that I had a 2-year work history. So I was having to go back to places that I hadn't worked at in a year and a half, and begging someone on their team. I'm a service industry worker. So I'm having to get to a workplace manager who's got to get in touch with HR, and their HR director's got to get in touch with me. And it just seemed really cumbersome. I think the system is designed for people with traditional income revenue streams. And I'm a hospitality professional. And to be treated that, well, just because I'm not a 9 to 5 white collar worker, that there's this feeling of like economic separation. Like if you don't work as in a certain industry, or your bank account doesn't look a certain way, you're not entitled to home ownership. So I kind of felt that was a systemic built-in bias. So I do want to point that out. As someone that has always reported their income taxes, how come you just don't ask for my income taxes for the last 2 years? It shows that I have worked, I've produced income, and that's a lot easier to produce than going and finding prior employers. I'll use myself as an example. If I
No,
left
no, I take your point there. I would like to know from the agency why we can't use tax returns. It seems like it would make sense. I mean, I get we want to confirm that folks that we're vetting will have the ability to maintain the housing, and so we're not just throwing money out there. But there, to your point, there might be less burdensome ways to do it. Anything else, like any thing in particular about the process that you said, this just doesn't make sense, or there's an easier way to do it?
Um, so I understand that the process of going through the classes, the financial management aspect, I think those are all great things. I think where my frustration and my mother's frustration came in, we did all of the trainings and we were left waiting for the next step. And it was like, okay, haven't we done this step? So there was a lot of confusion. And now that the way HPAP works is, if your application lapses, they don't tell you that your application lapses. And so I think that's the case with me and my mom. The application is lapsed, but I've never gotten word like, hey, your application is about to lapse. Why don't you renew? And what it does is like it starts like the entire process all over again. So it's kind of like I already gave you 99.9% of the information. So if my application lapsed through no fault of my own or through no communication so that I could maintain the application, you've just now started the clock all over again. And so, like I said, I don't even know what's going on with the application. I probably have to email the provider and be like, hey, what's going on? But it's frustrating that I have to kind of do a lot of that legwork. And I understand these nonprofits are severely understaffed and very overwhelmed, but there's got to be some kind of mechanism where I, the everyday person, can track my application, can make sure I'm giving them the things that they need, or like just making sure like there's an assigned caseworker to that application. I think those would be improvements. And I'm sure these are all things that are there. I just think that the volume is so incredibly high, and the way that the system is designed, it wasn't designed to deal with the volume that's coming in.
I appreciate it. Well, Commissioner, I want to thank you for being with us today, and yeah, we will see you soon, I'm sure.
Absolutely, Chairperson White. And thank you again for the accommodation. Normally, I would not ask for it, but I do have to work later on, and I would be on the service floor all day, so I would not have been able to testify. So some traditions need to be broken. It's the first time that I've ever gotten to be the first one to testify for you.
There we go. Well, thanks so much. Right. Next panel will be Tyrell Holcomb, Vice President of External Affairs with Jubilee Housing, Damiana Dendy, Deborah Cuevas Hill, Managing Attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Simon Wenzel with Legal Aid DC. Amelia Calmer, Director of the Wilkes Initiative for Housing Policy with the DC Policy Center. And Gabby Majewski, Executive Director of the DC Affordable Law Firm. And Tyrell Holcomb, you can begin your testimony when you're ready. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and staff. My name is Tyrell Holcomb, a fourth-generation Washingtonian, born and raised and still residing in Ward 7, and I have the honor of serving as Vice President of External Affairs at Jubilee Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the performance of DHCD, the Housing Reduction Trust Fund, and the Housing Finance Agency. Before I speak to performance, I want to acknowledge what success looks like when the system works. Next week, we are cutting the ribbon on a beautiful building with 52 units of deeply affordable housing to Adams Morgan, while half of those units are going to our justice-involved citizens and their families. Also, it is where Jubilee Farms will be housed. This project did not happen by accident. It required coordination, it required alignment, it required commitments to move when they were supposed to move. That is what performance should produce. DHCD is operating in a difficult environment. The entire housing industry is operating in a difficult environment. Construction costs remain high, financing layers are more complex, underwriting is tighter. That reality is understood. At the same time, performance oversight is about execution. The Housing Reduction Trust Fund remains the backbone of deeply affordable housing production in our city. The tool itself is strong. The issue is predictability and deployment. From our perspective, timeline certainty continues to be one of the greatest pressure points. When projects receive preliminary commitments, but experience prolonged underwriting adjustments, shifting assumptions, or delayed closings, carrying cost increases, and financing gaps widen. Projects that were viable at submission become strained through no fault of the development team. Performance cannot be measured solely by allocations. It must be measured by dollars deployed and units delivered on schedule. We also have to acknowledge the strain across the broader housing ecosystem. Rising insurance costs, utilities, and operating expenses are impacting providers citywide. When underwriting does not reflect these realities, long-term sustainability is at risk. Preservation performance matters just as much as new production metrics. With respect to DCHFA, coordinating time between HPTF commitments and bond financing is critical. When those timelines are misaligned, projects slow down and deeply affordable housing becomes harder to deliver. Finally, clarity around prioritization matters. In tighter cycles, how are projects prioritized and sequenced? How are deeply affordable units at 30% AMI protected? How are preservation and expansion balanced? Transparency strengthens confidence in the system. We see the dedication of the agency staffs. We recognize the complexity of the work. Our ask is straightforward: predictable timelines, realistic underwriting, coordinated financing, and measurable delivery. When those alignments align, we cut ribbons. Residents move in. Returning citizens secure housing and employment. And the system performs the way it was designed to. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much. Deborah Cuevas Hill, Managing Attorney with Legal Counsel for the Elderly, who is with us virtually.
Good morning. This is Deborah Cuevas Hill. I am trying to turn on my camera, but it is not letting me.
Okay, I apologize. We'll work on it on this end, but you can begin your testimony. I think that happened to someone at the last hearing, so we'll have to find out what's going on.
I'm so sorry. Again, my name is Deborah Cuevas Hill, and I'm the manager of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. The Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD, is an important partner to LCE. DHCD provides funding for LCE's work on behalf of the district's low-income seniors. LCE will more fully describe our work in our written testimony. For now, I will share that LCE's consumer advocacy and homeownership preservation practice provides extensive foreclosure prevention services to assist older homeowners. Our attorneys represented 107 clients in fiscal year 2025. The majority were facing foreclosure. We returned more than $12 million in benefits to our clients. The impact this funding has on our clients' lives and their families is life-changing and often impacts generations. Today, I'd like to focus my testimony on the need for home ownership preservation programs in the district post the Homeownership Assistance Fund, also known as HAF, that ended last year. I've testified in previous years about the remarkable impact we saw from the program for our clients and also the need for improvements throughout the life of the program. Between 2022 and 2025, district residents who fell behind on their mortgage, property taxes, or condominium payments were able to seek foreclosure prevention assistance from HAF following the pandemic. Last year, my testimony before you focused on the closure of the HAF program. Today, I would like to focus on the need for a lifeline for district homeowners. For the first time in nearly a decade, district homeowners do not have access to foreclosure prevention program when financial crisis hits. Scammers prey on the inability of struggling homeowners to access help when they need it most. Recently, several of our clients received a letter from a purported DC tax assistance fund claiming to be a fund set up for struggling homeowners facing property tax foreclosure. Unfortunately, a program like this does not exist for homeowners facing property tax foreclosure. Our clients did not proceed with the application, rightfully fearing that it was a foreclosure rescue scam. But without real options, our clients will turn to scams and risk losing their homes. The district enacted the DC Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Payment Program, also known as REMIT, to help vulnerable seniors facing foreclosure on their reverse mortgages. The program is administered by the DC Housing Finance Agency and offers up to $40,000 in zero interest, deferred loans to pay delinquent property taxes, homeowners insurance, and condo fees. While REMIT has the potential of being a lifeline for seniors at risk of foreclosure, it has not come through on its promise to save the homes of many because it's not currently funded. I urge the committee to begin planning on funding the program immediately so that our clients on the foreclosure docket are not displaced at an advanced stage. We've learned that funding for the REMIT program goes a long way in keeping seniors housed. REMIT only helps seniors facing foreclosure of their reverse mortgage. It does not help seniors or other homeowners facing foreclosure based on their forward mortgage or other property charges such as delinquent taxes or condo fees. The district also needs to start planning for a locally funded program to provide foreclosure prevention support as interest rates continue to be higher than pre-pandemic levels. We know that historically and today, Black and Brown district residents encounter multiple ongoing inequities and continue to face an unconscionable wealth gap and resource gap. We hope to work with the committee and with DHCD to make this goal a reality. Thank you for the opportunity to test the goal of a local funded program for foreclosure prevention, to be clear. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I also welcome any questions from the committees. Apologies about my camera. I did test it before signing in today.
Thank you very much. I'm willing to think. I think it's on our end because it's happened to one or two people at the last hearing. So we'll troubleshoot this and hopefully it won't.
There I am. I don't know why suddenly.
Excellent. Well, good to see you. And actually, I do have questions for you. So we'll be able to see you when we come back.
Okay.
Simon Wenzel with Legal Aid DC. Welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White and staff. My name is Simon Wenzel. I live in Ward 1 and I'm a staff attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid provides free legal services to low-income district residents, and our housing unit works to preserve stable, affordable housing for DC tenants. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in today's hearing. My testimony will focus on the importance of transparency and accessibility at DHCD. First off, we share many of the committee's concerns about DHCD's lack of transparency when it comes to public engagement. However, the issue is not just that DHCD does not notify the public about hearings. DHCD consistently struggles to release drafts of key planning documents that they're seeking comment on in advance of those hearings. This means that the public and advocates do not have a chance to provide meaningful feedback to DHCD. When they do upload these documents to their website, they're often impossible to find. Just for an example, the annual action plan, which lays out how tens of millions of dollars in HUD grant funding is spent, their page on the AAP hosts the 2016 to 2023 version, but not the 2024 or 2025 version. They're somewhere else on the website. There's also a lack of transparency in how local funding is spent at the Housing Production Trust Fund. The Housing Production Omnibus Amendment Act is a needed step forward towards that transparency, and we look forward to speaking with the committee later this month about that bill. Next, let me address the rent registry database developed by the Rental Accommodations Division. When I testified last year, I was genuinely excited that this long-awaited resource was finally set to go public in June 2025. After a decade, we would finally have this tool that would allow tenants and tenant advocates access to all sorts of useful data about rental properties in the district. In theory, by late November, once every housing provider was registered, anyone would be able to look up a variety of information about a property, such as if it is subject to rent control, contact information to the landlord, or whether there are outstanding housing code violations, amongst many other items. This information will allow tenants to find safe, affordable housing, but also make it easier for them to hold irresponsible landlords to account. However, this tool has not lived up to its promise. The public portal only went online a few weeks ago, and even then it is not exactly a finished product. Currently, only about 24 multifamily properties are actually visible on that portal, other than nearly 5,000 that have submitted their registrations. We also have concerns about the access to the tenant portal. Tenants that are elderly or have a disability have lower limits on how their rent could increase in rent-controlled units. To qualify for this limit, the tenant must first register with RAD by using the tenant portal. However, in order to use the tenant portal, you need an email address, which not all tenants have, especially elderly tenants and tenants with disabilities. To RAD's credit, they host a housing resource center, and they have committed to helping tenants get registered. I generally believe that RAD is doing their best, but with the limited resources that they have. So we ask the council to help RAD finish the job and ensure that the rent registry actually lives up to expectations. I do want to end on a positive though. We are encouraged by DHCD's written responses, seeing that it will certify their existing partner community-based organizations as the TOPA tenant support providers. Those organizations such as Housing Counseling Service and Keresen had the knowledge and credibility to truly assist tenants in the TOPA process. Only trusted organizations such as these should receive this additional stamp of approval from the district. DHCD's work is so important to ensuring everyone in the district has safe, affordable housing. But for that to happen, we need DHCD to improve its transparency and finish the rent registry. We look forward to working with you and DHCD on this shared goal.
Thank you very much. Amelia Kalma with the DC Policy Center. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Amelia Kalma, and I am the Director of the Wilkes Initiative on Housing Policy at the DC Policy Center. I'm here to testify on DC's inclusionary zoning program, drawing from our forthcoming report, Breaking the Scarcity Subsidy Cycle, a new housing vision for the District of Columbia. This report examines structural barriers to housing development, evaluates the performance of current affordable housing policies, and proposes 24 recommendations for a new housing framework aimed at increasing housing supply, reducing costs, and improving government function. As a part of this work, we studied DC's inclusionary zoning program and interviewed housing stakeholders who do participate and could participate in it. In theory, the IZ program was designed to leverage private development to deliver affordable units at no cost to the government. But in practice, it's produced too few units over time, has raised market rents, and has slowed overall housing production. The IZ units don't cover their share of operating costs, and that gap gets absorbed through higher rents to market rate tenants and thinner developer margins, making projects harder to finance, narrowing unit diversity, and in weaker submarkets like this one, rendering projects infeasible altogether. DHCD's administrative process makes matters worse. We currently centralize all tenant screening and certification at DHCD, and the DC auditor found it takes an average of 13 months to fill an IZ unit, meaning that these affordable units are sitting vacant for over a year while providers absorb the cost and prospective tenants wait for a unit to open up. Providers report excessive paperwork and unclear timelines with no authority to speed things up. Additionally, rent levels and utility allowances differ substantially between IZ and other programs at the same affordability levels, meaning for the same 60% of median family income unit, an IZ unit brings in $460 less in operating income per month than other affordable housing programs. We're recommending a two-prong approach for this issue. In the short term, we can help with some oversight. We can allow owner-driven income verification modeled on other affordable housing programs we operate in the city, and that would cut lease-up times from 13 months to 30 to 60 days. We can also align maximum allowable rents and utility allowances with other federal programs at the same affordability levels. And because IZ only works if there is housing supply, we can build in an automatic suspension when quarterly permits fall below a certain threshold so that the program doesn't choke off all housing production altogether. In the long term, the district should consider switching out mandatory IZ and replacing it with tools that can produce affordability at lower cost. We can fund preservation, converting existing market rate buildings into long-term affordable housing, delivering units in months at a fraction of the cost of new construction. We can expand operational subsidies and inclusionary conversions, paying owners to cap rents under long-term covenants, pairing that with density bonuses or reduced regulatory requirements as an incentive. The district has already piloted some versions of these rent buydowns, and it's time to scale them up. Ultimately, DC's affordability crisis stems from having too little housing supply. And IZ is not currently fixing that, it's making it worse. The city's real leverage lies in land use reform, preservation funding, and direct operational subsidies that can deliver more affordable homes in more neighborhoods at a lower cost per unit with less collateral damage to the market. My written statement will expand upon these ideas, as will our forthcoming report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gabby Majewski, Executive Director of the DC Affordable Law Firm. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I am Gabby Molnick-Majewski, a proud Ward 5 resident and serve as the Executive Director of DC Affordable Law Firm, better known as DCHCFA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify about the Heirs Property Assistance Program and our ongoing partnership with DHCD. DCHCFA is a nonprofit legal services organization removing barriers in the district's civil justice system that prevent individuals and families from achieving safety, stability, and financial security. For the past decade, we've bridged gaps in legal services to make access to justice more accessible and build a more accessible future for DC residents. Our probate and estate planning practice has been a cornerstone of our efforts to preserve intergenerational homeownership and prevent displacement across the district, directly preserving affordable housing for DC residents. Through this work, we're helping families navigate estate administration, stabilize property title, and implement proactive estate planning tools that protect homes and other assets for future generations. Through our partnership with DHCD in the Heirs Property Program, we are tackling a persistent barrier to housing stability known as heirs property or tangled title, which occurs when a homeowner dies and the title to the home remains in the decedent's estate because the probate process has not been completed. Without clear title, the impacts are profound. Families living in these homes cannot refinance a mortgage, access home repair programs, obtain homeowners insurance, or fully benefit from the district and federal housing assistance programs. Even worse, these homes remain vulnerable and at risk of loss due to a multitude of factors. The Heirs Property Assistance Program has been transformative in the district. Even over the past year, 160 heirs have benefited from the work that we have taken on, fueled by partnership with DHCD. This impact is particularly profound in wards 4, 5, 7, and 8, where heirs property challenges and displacement pressures remain most acute, with our city's Black and Brown residents and women overwhelmingly represented among the clients we are serving. The impact of this work is substantial. In 2025, fiscal year 25 alone, the tax assessed value of properties supported through extended representation cases, where we are representing folks through all phases of probate, exceeded 9 million. When you layer on all of the work being done in consultations and shorter term engagements, the value of homes supported through this work exceeds $40 million. This is more than just legal outcomes. These are families maintaining stability in neighborhoods where pressures and relating to displacement continue to grow. I will skip ahead. I have much fuller testimony, but suffice to say, DHCD has really been a holistic partner in helping us fuel awareness of the Heirs Property Program through a multitude of workshops, direct referrals, engagements, advertising. Notably, I'll touch on just one, the Securing Your Legacy series that for us has been a byproduct of the partnership with DHCD. That series alone engaged 185 attendees and resulted in 128 qualifying intakes for folks to receive access to legal services, free legal services. And none of this would be possible without DHCD moving this work forward. They have been partners too in helping identify opportunities to reform the systems to make probate work better for DC residents. And I will just note that folks are paying close attention to the work being undertaken by DC in this realm. We have become a real national leader in the elimination of heirs property issues in an urban setting. And I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you. In no words, we will read your full testimony. It's a good panel. So a few things, and you all are touching on a number of different programs, which is great. Let me start with Tyrell Holcomb. So construction timelines and delays. What are the delays? You know, a lot of moving parts in especially multifamily development. What are the delays that the district could speed up or streamline? Where are we causing delays that we could fix?
Mm-hmm. So where the district could streamline and speed up, I think when you examine, so obviously it's the burden is not on one agency to take things all the way to completion, right? And so from a financing perspective, that's in that wheelhouse. But when it comes to permits, when it comes to that process and some of the challenges that we've experienced, right now we've been in this place where we have a conditional certificate of occupancy that doesn't allow it to the permanent occupancy to be able to move residents in. And so that process was drawn out and delayed, and it just really created a dynamic where you're on the hook in a longer time sense as it relates to being able to move things along as it relates to the ultimate goal of being able to get residents in.
And the timelines have frequently changed for the Housing Production Trust Fund applications, and then the what's the unified application called? Thank you, the consolidated RFP. Does that impact the projects, or does it matter much when those timelines change?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly impacts projects, right? And so while we're excited about the ribbon cutting next week, we've got 4 projects that are in pipeline, right, that produce real preservation and even greater opportunity for returning citizens with the 1800 Columbia Road location. And so, you know, it's when we think about the overall outcome, obviously, if we could put $1 billion toward it to be able to get over the finish line. Quite frankly, that still might not be enough, right? But I think the reality of the challenge of having to navigate the waters and identify what's feasible within timelines, et cetera. Certainly, we understand the challenges that are there, but the reality is that we do have 4 projects that are in pipeline and ready to produce real affordable housing for residents.
Excellent. Well, I'm excited about the project that's that you all are cutting the ribbon on next week. Obviously, returning citizens are near and dear to my heart. I hear a lot from that community about the need for housing. I have a couple of folks in that space that are have asked us for advice on. They have some ideas around housing. Could I put them in touch with folks at Jubilee to help them understand how they could maybe make those real?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something that in my role that I'm really championing and identifying even greater ways that we can ensure that we're serving reentry residents who are just as impacted as they return to home. The first indicator for someone who's returned home from incarceration, if they will be successful, is them having access to housing.
That's right. Excellent. Which is why we created housing vouchers for them. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Simon Wenzel, rent registry. What could DHCD be doing differently? Like if it's not populated to nearly the extent that it should be, DHCD might say, well, we can ask, but if they don't do it, what are we going to do? From your view, is there something that they could be doing differently or more effectively?
I think as they acknowledge in their responses, there's going to be a rent registry 2.0 that's coming out. And I hope that is what the council that fulfills what the council laid out as required to be accessible. The statute is very clear that once this tool is done, any individual will be able to search on certain parameters. It lists a number of them. I listed a few as I said earlier, and in my written testimony. But simply, truly, this 2.0 version, it's I find a little farcical that the 2.0 is not the 1.0. I do understand that these tools take time to develop. This is a decade in the making, and so I don't think there's anything that they don't already know that they need to do to get it done. It's just about actually getting it done and making sure they have the resources that they need, if that's the issue, or whatever. I can speak for them, and I won't try to speak for them of what they need, but I do think they know. I think the rent administrator and the RAD team knows what needs to happen, what it needs to look like. It's about getting it to that point, and hopefully sooner rather than later.
Okay, good flag. Anybody who's been here around for more than a year knows often agencies will say, when this new program comes, everything's going to be a fix, and it never, ever happens that way. So we will need specificity around what exactly 2.0 is supposed to look like, the exact timeline, and we'll collectively have to stay on top of it. It's a big undertaking, as you said, a decade in the making, but it can't be the case that 2.0 is going to be a decade from now and it still won't be what it was supposed to be in the beginning. So we'll have to stay on that and work with the agency on clear specifics, and I'll do my part on that. Amelia Calma, you said something that I missed about what we could do different in the application process that would cut the lease up time from 13 months to 30 to 60 days. What was that?
Right now, we're centralizing all tenant application and certification through DHCD, which I don't think we actually need to do at all. Other programs such as LIHTC and other projects and like federally administrative programs have owner-driven certification, where the owner finds applications, does the income eligibility, and then is just subjected to a yearly audit. And so I think we could implement that for IZ as well. And the owner-driven certification programs have been shown to lease up a unit in 30 to 60 days. So I think I saw in the performance oversight documents, we have reduced the lease up time a little bit, but still we're talking about, like 6 months, a year instead of what could be a month.
Yeah. When the need is real, and more than enough people need those units. What would the agency say is the reason that we can't do the owner-driven application process?
I mean, I think right now they have, some control over this, but I just think that the system is not working as planned. And so it would just be a pivot between, directing
Mhm.
these tenants and like the current timelines they have enforced to pivoting to like a yearly audit and
Yeah.
more oversight measures instead of like the
Yeah.
income screening.
Right. That sounds like a good idea to me. I mean, one of my concerns without the auditing and oversight is, my niece moves into town. I'm like, hey, I got this IZ unit. It's
Yeah.
it's yours, right? But we can handle that without putting too much into the government's queue. Like you said, annual audit or something like that.
For sure. And yeah, it's been proven to work under LIHTC and other programs. So I think we can model our oversight off of them.
Okay. The I very much agree with you on, we need to focus a lot more on funding preservation, not at the expense of production, but we have got to do a lot more preservation. But and I appreciate the recommendations for alternatives to IZ, but could those alternatives like funding preservation or some of the other recommendations you made, could those hit the same income bands that we are targeting with IZ?
I think so. I just heard about a program or a project in downtown Silver Spring where they took a pretty new building, they bought it for $265,000 a unit, and they made it affordable at 60% area median income, which is exactly what IZ is trying to hit. And so I think preservation could definitely do that, and also in a lot more areas that right now IZ is pretty concentrated to where all this new development is happening. There's only a few geographic areas in DC, and preservation could reach like a much bigger section of the city and a lot of high opportunity neighborhoods.
Okay. You all have a pretty robust report on some of these things, which I appreciate. Gabby, did you say Monek Majeski?
I say it's my husband's fault, but Monik Majewski.
Majeski. Okay, I
No
apologize.
worries.
Heirs Property Program. Who qualifies for that program?
So that program serves specifically folks up to 80% AMI, and it's both DC residents, but also uniquely, which is a real benefit, it does serve folks where the person who needs to serve as the personal representative may live outside of the district, but the property at issue, it's DC real property, and there are DC heirs who would benefit from the administration of that estate.
Okay. Okay. What's working about this program, and what should we be focused on improving?
Oh, I think there is so much working about this program. The demand is, quite frankly, through the roof for assistance. I think it is not so much that the program itself needs to be improved upon. I think we can always bring more visibility to the services. The reality, though, is that the amount of time it takes to move some of these extended representation cases just by virtue of some real nuanced challenges in probate and moving through probate means that unfortunately we just don't have as much capacity to serve every person who walks through the door, which is why we have leaned into many more brief service consultations where we might connect with someone for 15 hours worth of work. I would say it's more of a structural issue than anything else. And I guess the other piece that I would just say is that there is a challenge certainly that folks face in having the liquidity that's needed to move the heirs property, the probate process forward. So for instance, if there is a huge tax arrearage on the property that might cost $30,000 and the person who is the personal representative doesn't themselves have that liquidity to move it forward, it takes much longer to kind of move some of these cases towards resolution in a way that we've gotten very creative, and certainly have been pleased to work with partners at OTR and through other
Yeah.
agencies, but it's complicated.
Okay. Well, as you or others who do a lot of work in the Heirs property program have policy recommendations, please let us know. This is going to be a season of few or no new programs. And so that gives us the opportunity to say, how do we sharpen the existing ones?
Got them ready and I'm raring to go.
There
So
we go.
we'll be in touch.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And Deborah Cuevas Hill, I'm glad I did not forget because I actually do have a couple questions. The HAF program. I bumped into a woman at a community event. You can't get your camera on again, huh?
And it's very frustrating. I
There we go. There we
apologize.
go. All right. Well, all right. In and out. When you're done, it'll come on, I'm sure. But I was at a community event, and a woman, recognized me, and she, thanked my team through me for trying to help her through the HAF process. She's one of these folks who got a letter saying she's approved, and then was notified that the money ran out. And she said it was her only lifeline. Her mortgage company, not known for being, flexible, but they're being flexible, and but there's no more money in the HAF program. So this was, somebody might say, HAF was a COVID program. COVID is over. We've got to move on. How would foreclosure existed before? Don't smile too much. It's going to go back off. Foreclosure existed before COVID. It's going to exist after COVID. What's the argument for keeping this program or funding it?
That's a great question. There have always been, well, not always, but for a long time now, relief programs that were federally funded for district residents. So we had the Home Saver program, for example, back in 2017. And we've had these programs in place, whether mostly federally funded. And now that the HAF program is gone, which is also federally funded, we district residents just don't have any place to turn to, and I don't expect that there will be a federal program like this right now, and so that's why it's time for the district to step in and provide a locally federal program for homeowners facing foreclosure.
How much do we need in the HAF program?
It's also very good. That's also a very good question. I think it's harder for me to say for the HAF program how much would be needed. I think it would be a great question for the agency to look at the data. I know the district had $50 million over the course of from 2022 to 2025. I'm not asking for that. I don't think we would need that much. I think it would be a lot of policy considerations regarding who could apply, right? What would be the limit of applying for HAF? The limit was $100,000. We could consider smaller limits. We could also have different requirements as to perhaps sustainability, and have it be for one-time use as well, things like that, to limit the amount needed. I would say this wasn't part of your question, but I suspect that might be coming regarding the remit program. A much smaller amount is needed to save homes in DC. Also a great question for the Housing Finance Agency as to how much has been expended yearly on remit. It's existed either in pilot form or, and now it's a permanent program since about 2017. And so there are solid numbers on that. But that program funds up to $40,000 for each homeowner that applies, a one-time application fee. But oftentimes the clients that are asking for remit perhaps might just be behind $10,000. So a much smaller amount of money would be needed to be able to ensure that homeowners facing reverse mortgage foreclosure specifically could be protected and have sort of the safety net.
And is there any way that we should be regulating reverse mortgages differently that could help here?
I think there's strong, solid regulation at the federal level for reverse mortgages. Those are a lot of the foreclosures we're seeing. There are certain types of products that claim to be similar to reverse mortgages that aren't regulated, and different jurisdictions are looking at policies that would regulate those types of products. Some are known as home equity investment loans, and I probably will be reaching out to your staff before too long, raising these concerns. But I don't have a concrete policy recommendation for you today.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, I want to thank you all for being with us today and for these very substantive testimonies. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Right. At this time, we are going to invite Director Donald and DCHFA team up. Yes, and we will swear you all in before we get started. I ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony.
Morning, Chairman White, members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Christopher E. Donald, and I am the Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. With me this morning, I have to my immediate left, Julian Joseph, our new SVP for Single Family. To my immediate right, Mr. Marcus Irving, SVP for Multifamily Lending and Neighborhood Investment. And to my far right, I have Mr. Jeffrey Cooper, who's the SVP for Portfolio and Asset Management. On behalf of the Board of Directors and DCHFA staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you and members of the committee for the agency's FY 2025 through FY 2026 performance oversight hearing. My testimony will include an overview of the agency, the performance of key lines of business, an update on the condition of our portfolio. As background, DCHFA was chartered as an instrumentality of the government in 1979 by the Council of the District of Columbia. The agency is entirely self-supporting, and by statute, the agency's budget is independent of the DC government executive's branch. None of its funds are derived from district government revenues. DCHFA's credit rating from Standard & Poor's is a AA- and an A1 by Moody's. DCHFA is charged with performing the following three primary areas of business. First, the agency issues tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing, more commonly known as apartment buildings. The agency also provides bridge loans to pay for the pre-development of projects using the McKinney Act loan program. Through its multifamily lending and neighborhood investments and capital markets division, DCHFA invests in new construction and preservation of existing affordable rental housing throughout the district. In FY 2025, DCHFA issued $240 million in bond financing for the redevelopment of 718 affordable housing units in wards 1, 2, 5, and 8. In addition to this tax-exempt financing, DCHFA underwrote $32.7 million in DC LIHTC and $156 million in federal LIHTC equity to finance these projects. In FY 2026 to date, the agency has closed 2 affordable housing investments. On December 18, 2025, DCHFA issued $43.7 million of tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $34.4 million in LIHTC equity for the construction of 109 affordable homes at the Benning Road Metro Apartments in Ward 7. For the construction of the Hillsdale Flats, on December 19, 2025, DCHFA issued $47 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $36 million in federal LIHTC equity. The Hillsdale Flats will produce 90 units into the southeast neighborhood of Berry Farm, one of the 4 targeted neighborhoods of the New Communities Initiative program. The second core business area the agency is monitoring the multifamily rental units once they are built and occupied. DCHFA's 4% bond portfolio exceeds $2.5 billion and it's comprised of 187 multifamily properties totaling over 25,000 units. The Office of Portfolio and Asset Management tracked these projects for physical and financial performance. During the last 2 performance cycles, I alerted the committee that some of the properties financed with DCHFA bonds were displaying signs of distress due to rental payment delinquency trending higher than historical norms. In the first quarter of FY 2025, the agency launched a portfolio stabilization, a one-time recoverable grant to supply capital to affordable housing providers to relieve the burden caused by rental payment arrearages. Further in my testimony, I will provide an update on the agency's portfolio and impact of PSG. I want to, however, use this opportunity at the outset to thank the DC Council for passing the Rental Act. While the intended outcomes of the legislation may take time to implement, and realize it's a step in the right direction to stabilize the affordable housing market. The third and final area of focus for the agency is homeownership. DCHFA's single-family lending program creates homeownership opportunities in the district through the implementation of several agency-sponsored programs that provide low-cost single-family mortgages and down payment assistance, made possible through the issuance of mortgage-backed securities. The agency offers a variety of programs for current and potential homeowners with the goal of expanding and retaining homeownership opportunities in the district. DC Open Doors is DCHFA's flagship homeownership resource. DC Open Doors makes homeownership in Washington, D.C. affordable by offering qualified home buyers purchase loans, down payment, and closing cost assistance. The program offers deferred repayable loans for a homeowner's minimum down payment requirement, in addition to first trust mortgages for the purchase of a home. Qualified first-time and repeat home buyers are eligible for the program. You can access DC Open Doors by working with one of our participating approved lenders who offer DCHFA's mortgage loan products. In FY 25, the agency closed 40 DC Open Doors loans totaling $14.6 million and funded mortgages with an additional $522,000 in down payment assistance. Homes were purchased by Open Doors borrowers in all wards, with the largest number in Ward 7. DCHFA is also a co-administrator of DHCD's DC Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP. The agency works in tandem with the Greater Washington Urban League and community-based organizations to help prospective home buyers navigate the HPAP process and into the DC home of their dreams. In FY 2025, DCHFA closed 141 HPAP loans for first-time home buyers for a total of $18.2 million. The agency's HPAP borrowers purchased homes across the district, with the majority of the homes purchased in Wards 7 and 8. 7 years ago, the agency launched DC for Me to provide mortgage assistance in the form of a 0% deferred subordinate loan. Qualified district government employees can receive a reduced interest rate first trust mortgage with optional down payment assistance. DC for Me is offered to full-time employees of the district government and all district government-based instrumentalities and independent agencies, DC public charter schools, and organizations that fall under the oversight of the Council of the District of Columbia. In FY 2025, as a component of DC for Me, the agency announced its first Veterans Affairs loan product for veterans and active service members. The program offers traditional VA benefits such as no down payment assistance and no monthly mortgage insurance. In FY 25, the agency administered the remaining balance of funds for the REMIT program, the Reverse Mortgage Insurance and Tax Payment Prevention Program. The REMIT program served district homeowners 62 years of age or older and provided financial assistance for the payment of overdue property taxes and property insurance bills for those homeowners who are at risk of foreclosure. Assistance was made in the form of zero-interest, non-recourse loans with a maximum assistance amount of $40,000 for each homeowner. It is through the implementation of these designated products that we serve residents of the district to ensure that they have and maintain homeownership opportunities and live in communities which are beautiful, healthy, and affordable. During FY 25, DCHFA transitioned the Housing Investment Platform into the Theodore R. Hagen's Impact Investment Fund as a vehicle for innovative investments. The Single Family Investment Fund expands the agency's support for the district's housing market beyond the traditional bond and tax credit financing while providing joint venture capital to emerging developers for the creation of for-sale workforce housing in the district. In addition, Hagen's fosters neighborhood stabilization through homeownership opportunities while supporting developers with capacity building opportunities. An investment from HIP significantly reduces the amount of capital the developer needs to contribute to the project, but in return, the developer agrees to market and sell new single-family homes to households earning workforce incomes, also known as the missing middle. To date, HIP investment has supported 6 different urban infill projects, creating a pipeline of 79 single-family homes. Toward the end of FY 25, the agency, the developer, and the district leaders, including Mayor Bowser, celebrated the ribbon cutting of the Anatown homes in Ward 8, directly across from the Anacostia Metro. As I referenced earlier, I would like to end my testimony with an update on the state of affordable housing rental properties in the district, and specifically the agency's portfolio. Over the last 6 years, there have been signs of financial distress due to increased rental payment delinquency and weakened operating income, which impair projects' abilities to support permanent debt execution. As a part of its ongoing business process, the agency's portfolio division assembles a watch list of properties that do not meet their financial performance covenants, which include the debt service coverage ratio, property condition standards, and are operating in a perpetual state of financial distress. Maintaining a debt service coverage ratio of a 1.15 demonstrates a property's ability to pay its mortgage after it pays its expenses. A healthy property has a 15% buffer in its net operating income after expenses are paid to cover its mortgage. The agency currently has a watch list of properties that are operating well below the buffer needed to be considered healthy. As of the third quarter of FY 25, DCHFA active watch list consists of 46 projects operating below a 1.15. This is a significant increase as there were 10 projects on the watch list in 2019. Portfolio risk has escalated materially, and currently 38% of the active portfolio is on the watch list. Additionally, upon further analysis, the portfolio performance reflects significant structural financial stress that is currently being masked by extraordinary non-recurring subsidy support. While reported financial metrics indicate stabilization, underlying operating fundamentals remain materially weakened. To date, approximately $27 million in emergency funding from partner agencies, including DHCD and PSG, has temporarily supported project-level performance. Absent these funding infusions, 58 projects receiving non-recurring subsidies will report an average debt service coverage ratio of 0.25, reflecting severe cash flow shortfalls. Even with subsidy support, portfolio-wide debt service coverage ratio only improves to 0.99 ratio, remaining below sustainable underwriting standards of a 1.15. These financial pressures not only threaten the stability of existing assets, but they also constrain the affordable housing development pipeline. If operating fundamentals remain weakened, combined with broader market factors and capital market conditions, developers and capital partners may face greater difficulty underwriting new transactions, which could delay the ribbon cuttings that you just spoke with earlier panelists about. DCHFA will continue to monitor these trends closely and work with public and private partners to preserve momentum in the district's affordable housing pipeline. It is too early to determine the full impact of the recently passed Rental Act will have on the portfolio performance, but hopefully it will generate improvement in rent collections and expedite the eviction process. Absent meaningful improvement in rent collections and expense normalization, the agency faces elevated risk of covenant breaches, restructurings, and potential foreclosures, posing a significant threat to the long-term affordable housing preservation in the district. At DCHFA, I am grateful to lead a team of professionals that are dedicated to the agency's mission and serving the residents of the district. In FY 25, the district faced unprecedented challenges to include the impact of rental delinquency, escalating construction costs, and interest rate increases. The challenge of providing affordable housing is real, but surmountable. DCHFA remains an anchor and a resource in the housing ecosystem. It is our obligation to persist in the face of this need. We will continue to be a partner in the fight for beautiful, affordable, and healthy housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the committee today. I conclude my testimony at this point and welcome your questions.
Thank you very much, Director. One clarification, in your testimony, you said in talking about the state of the multifamily housing market, absent meaningful improvement in rent collections and expense normalization. Can you explain expense normalization?
Yes. So you heard us talk about a couple of challenges for the portfolio, right? Delinquency is one. On the other side, we've got expenses which are running rampant. So that's increased water bills, that's increased insurance, property insurance,
Okay.
that are escalating rapidly. And so those are exceeding the pace of inflation, right?
Yeah.
Those expenses have increased astronomically.
Okay. Thank you. So I do take the warning seriously. In terms of rent collections, one of the big outstanding issues at this point is the vacancy, a significant vacancy in our courts. My discussions with the chief judge and others, they don't see how they can move more quickly than they do without more judges. Are there other things that you're seeing that you think the district should be doing to address the high non-payment of rent in DC?
So we've talked a lot about this, council member, and the real issue is that the social compact between the housing provider and the residents has been broken, and it hasn't returned back to normal. There has to be a sense of obligation between the folks who live in these properties and the building owners, and we haven't cracked the nut on what that looks and feels like, but it has to go beyond simply relying on the law and the courts. We have to make a shift in the ecosystem. And I don't have the answer to that, unfortunately, right? It's something that we're thinking about. It's something that we're asking questions about, that I talk to my staff about all the time, but we have not cracked that nut.
Okay. Want to touch quickly on the agencies, entities, SMART goals. First one is to close $200 million of bond capital, which you all did. That translates into more affordable housing, more for residents, more projects are getting done. You all have consistently been successful in this. What's the next goal or the current goal for you, or do you believe it should stay at $200 million of bond capital?
So it's an interesting question that you're asking. There are a couple of things that are changing fundamentally in the system. So number one, you've got the shadow of delinquency that slowed us down, because before we got into the current period that we're in, we were doing roughly about $300 million a year consistently, right? In the face of delinquency, the overall market slowing down, things drying up, we are now looking at production levels closer to $200 million. We also very recently had the change to the 25% test from the 50% test, right? And that meant that at least 50% of your aggregate basis had to be financed with taxes and bonds. Well, that's been cut in half. So now going forward, when we look at FY26 or FY27 rather forward, we're going to be looking at lower levels of production because the federal framework has changed, right? So part of what we're literally in the midst of talking through with our board right now is, hey, here's what we believe the implications are going to be for the business, right? And so we've got to start thinking about what are the other ways that we can grow the business so that we can continue to serve. But we will not produce revenues at the same level on the origination of bond cap that we did in the past, because less will be needed on a per deal basis.
Okay. You mentioned, I think, toward the beginning of your testimony, the your credit rating, which is, do you remember it offhand? I don't know why.
A AA minus
There we
from
go.
S&P and an A1 from Moody's.
Has it decreased? The credit rating for the District of Columbia has, because of things that we don't control. Has yours decreased?
Ours has not.
Okay.
If you talk to my CFO, she's telling us to be mindful, right? Because people are asking questions, and we don't exist by ourselves. We're part of a larger ecosystem, right? And so if you look at some of the strains that we've talked about, those are certainly going to come into question. If you look at our net income, which had consistently been about $10 million, and so, the conversation that folks like to have about the agency, its balance sheet, and its accompanying fees, right? All of those things, that's diminished. One of the reasons that it diminished in the past year is because of the capital infusion that we made into the market that was necessary to support the market, right? But as we look at our projections for FY 26 and forward, that $10 to $15 million net income is now closer to $3 to $5 million. So we're moving towards a break-even point. So the strength of the agency in the face of the current market has weakened, right? And so the question becomes, will that ultimately be reflected in our bond rating?
And how is that reality different for you than for, let's say, Industrial Bank or Bank of America? Is there something different? Like, they're in the same market theoretically, they different tools and programs, but are there ways in which your credit rating or income are constrained differently than other banks, whether they're regional or national banks?
So we are different in that we've got one gear, right? Like I do one thing, I produce affordable housing. If you're looking at a multinational bank, they've got housing, they've got commercial banking, they've got investment banking. There are a whole myriad of other things that they do that we don't do, right? We kill what we eat, right? So we are responsible for producing everything that comes into the agency. We don't get any kind of subsidy or capital infusion from anyone else, right? So the vast majority of our revenue is based on multifamily production, right? So that's everything from the origination fees we get when a deal comes through the door to the portfolio spread that we get from those deals. So if those deals are not doing well and they're not paying those mortgages, that has a deleterious impact on our cash flow over time, right? So when you hear me talk about this portfolio, part of what I'm saying is, look, I am absolutely aligned with the marketplace. We've got to get this to work because the survival of the agency depends on a healthy ecosystem.
Okay, that makes sense. Second SMART goal is completing the single family strategic plan, which I believe you've done, but it's at least at this point internal. Is that right?
That's correct. And we are preparing and reviewing that to share that in short order.
Okay, perfect. And then something that I think changed, it was the establishing a mentorship program for emerging developers and launching the pre-development fund. I think you've been working on the mentorship program for a while. Is that that's up and running, right?
So we have been convening and working with emerging developers, talking to them about some of the challenges that they're facing in the marketplace and continuing those conversations. The fund became a bit of a challenge because of all the things that we talked about around delinquency, right? So I can't on one hand be delivering the message about the challenge in the market and on the other hand going into capital markets and say, hey, give me money, come invest, right? Like those two kind of diverge. So we've slowed down a bit. We are still deploying capital from our balance sheet out into the marketplace through our HIP program. And so we will continue to invest in the district's future, but expanding that to a larger fund is not in the cards at the moment.
Sure. But can there be a mentorship program, or should there be a mentorship program without a fund?
Absolutely, because those practitioners are still out in the marketplace looking for projects. They still need debt financing, which we can provide where appropriate, right? They still need guidance on how to navigate the system. And so we're routinely talking to people who are in the marketplace, listening to where they're having challenges. So, earlier, Mr. Holcomb was talking about just the discongruence between timelines, right? So getting on the phone with these emerging developers and saying, hey, turn left, turn right, go talk to this person, put these two things together, because some of it is a lack of experience, a lack of perspective. We can still provide meaningful insight to them to help them have successful businesses.
Okay. And so that is something that you continue to do.
Absolutely, 100%.
So on this, topic of pipelines and making sure we have a healthy pipeline. If one of the questions, I think it was question one in your pre-hearing responses, you report that there are 6 projects in the FY25 pipeline that experienced delays of 6 months or more, and that these delays, as you were just mentioning, cause financing challenges and development challenges. What changes to the Housing Production Trust Fund could help move projects more quickly, or were those delays not related to the HPTF?
So a lot of what we're facing again comes down to the market fundamentals around delinquency that we're talking about and rental payments. At the end of the day, we've got large players who have either moved away from the market or priced away from the market. So you've got less activity, less capital coming into the market. You've got a general malaise or aversion to being here by investors, right? We've heard that consistently. And so what we've seen is everything from, hey, I've got my deal approved to, oh, we took it to credit committee for the final approval and it didn't come together. We need you to do these 5 things in order for your deal to move forward. So in one instance, we had a very strong, long tenured nonprofit who had to go out and find another partner. That isn't from this year, but in previous years, just as an example of what's happened. Somebody might come in and say, hey, instead of having a reserve at X millions, we need you to have it at X million plus 20 or 30%. Now I've got to go out and reconstitute that and bring that back together again. The way that you have these plans laid out doesn't make sense because of these concerns. Go back and reconstitute it. So there are any number of different things that can happen to transactions, and we see them happening all the time. Bring somebody new into the deal, get a different contractor. This contractor doesn't have the depth. People have to go back out, recalibrate, come back in, and then push the deal through.
Right. And the portfolio risk is more concentrated in wards 7 and 8, and especially in older properties with deeper affordability. Is that right?
So half of our portfolio is in Ward 7 and 8.
Okay.
Right. And then when we start talking about distress, that distress is concentrated in 7 and 8. And what we found is if we look at a profile of a property, those older garden apartments that have the more antiquated systems, more antiquated physical plants are actually suffering at a higher rate.
I mean, I understand why they're suffering at a higher rate based on their age, but is there anything else that explains why they're suffering at a higher rate?
Jeff, you want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, there's one other component to that is the tenant. Christopher touched on it. There has to be a shift in attitudes because the contract has been broken between the sponsor, the borrower, and the resident. They're antiquated systems and older projects in those wards. And there's a concentration of affordability that are in both of those wards that isn't necessarily the same demographic throughout the city. Did that answer?
Yes, it does. I don't know why, there's a higher percentage of people in garden style apartments in Ward 7 and 8, but I take your point though.
It's affordability.
Okay, I see.
So those families are facing a higher level of distress. Those units happen to be more affordable.
Yeah.
Right. And so they're in those units. And when they face that distress, if there's a disproportionate number of high distress households in those units, then that's where you're going to get the concentration.
Okay. Thank you. And one of the things I mentioned in my opening statement is there, and this is in your pre-hearing questions, 43 properties with totaling 5,800 units will reach the end of their affordability period in the next 5 years. and 19 of those are already in the watch list. Are these are covenants that are expiring, affordability covenants? Okay.
Correct.
Okay. Do these covenants have different timelines or life cycles, or are they all like 30-year covenants?
That's correct.
What normally happens when, I mean, when we reach the end of an affordability covenant, my guess would be those units would be relatively affordable because of the age of the building. Is that right?
And would probably need to be repositioned as well.
Okay. Yeah.
You think about it, council member, a lot of those units that are reaching the end of life cycle have probably already been renovated at least once,
Mhm.
not twice.
Yeah.
So you have things that are, 50, 60, 70, 80, 100 years old. So they're functionally obsolete, right? And then if you think about all of the different kind of environmental standards that we have, sustainability standards
Mhm.
that we have right now, those aren't necessarily present in those units.
Right.
So in order to be preserved, they need to be reinvested in,
Mhm.
right? Repositioned and then put back into the marketplace.
And is there I want to ask what normally happens when a building reaches the end of that 30-year covenant terms, but I also recognizing every project is different. But is there a normal? Is there a thing that normally happens? Like, are the buildings emptied out and rehab, repositioned? Do they limp along? Is there?
Depends on the ownership structure,
Mhm.
right? So if you have somebody who is in the affordable housing business, regardless of whether they're for-profit or nonprofit, they're probably going to put those uh, projects back up to be recapitalized,
Mhm.
right? So they'll get back in the pipeline to apply for HBTF for bonds and credits in order to be repositioned and to be sustained. It's not as though, and a lot, again, if we're looking at half of our portfolio in 7 and 8, those units are not going market rate tomorrow. Right. So if they reach the end of that compliance period, they're going to want to recapitalize them so that they can continue to function well. Because at the end of the day, if they don't function well, they won't be occupied. They can't collect rents, and it just doesn't work.
Mhm. Okay. Now, we heard from DHCD that they also have 4,000 units with expiring covenants over the next 4 years. Do you happen to know whether those numbers overlap or those separate universes of units?
I couldn't tell you guys. I sit here. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to look
Okay.
because they handle 9% as well. So
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
And what can we or should we be looking at to maintain affordability and preserving those units? Is that just like a bigger pot of money for preservation aimed at those properties?
So I think the district has historically been focused on both preservation and new production, right? And I think that we always have to keep preservation in mind
Mhm.
because not only do we want to preserve what we have, we don't want what's expiring or reaching the end of that period to roll off. Again, depending on where it's located, there's not a threat of it rolling off, but there is a threat of it being functionally obsolete
Right.
and not serving people, right? And I don't
Mhm.
think we want to have assets in our portfolio which aren't operating at a certain standard.
Right. Okay. And I will say, I don't think we were doing much on preservation prior to Director Green. Director Green has, I think, shifted more focus on preservation, and now want us to do even more. But this is a place that we absolutely have to focus as a city. And is this on preservation? And I know this bears more thought, but to the extent you have any immediate thoughts, this is more of a funding issue than a policy issue, right? Like, we don't need to make a hard policy change in order to do a better job of preserving these units as they're coming to the end of the covenant period. We need to make sure the funding is there. Is that
It's a
right?
resource issue. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Recently, want to talk about development fees and cost competitiveness. Um, And recently, the coalition and Amazon convened a technical assistance panel that reviewed barriers to housing production in DC and made recommendations to address DC's housing crisis. One of the things that they point to, we'll put the slide up so that we can look at it together, is DCHFA's fee structure compared to other jurisdictions, including Orange County, Colorado, and Texas. When I look at the comparisons, to me, it looks like DC has a much higher development related fees than other housing finance agencies, and the report cites these fees as a deterrent to affordable developers to work in the district. How do you explain it? Are these fees too high? Are they right? If they're right, why?
So I think that you don't have all of the fees, and there's a key component missing to your analysis, right? For framing. So because we've done this exercise on a number of different occasions, the first part of the conversation is, as you compare us to other agencies, are they primarily conduit issuers? Are they direct lenders? Right? The vast majority of our business is conduit business, meaning that we're not ultimately holding that paper on our books. So when I said we have a $2.5 billion conduit portfolio, that means that Wells, Citi, and all these other banks are the ultimate lenders in those transactions. And so the way that we earn fees, or the way that we generate revenue, is by charging fees on those transactions. If you look at an agency that does more direct lending, like a Colorado, they're actually lending off of their books. And so a major part of how they're capturing fees is in the spread. So what you don't see here is what the spread is between their cost of funds and what they're charging for the loan, right? So that's where they're making up the difference. And so if you simply look at the application fee, the origination fee, right, that's only going to tell you a portion of the entire story and the cost of funds. You don't have the complete cost of funds to the transaction for each of the different entities here without that spread. So that's a critical piece that's missing. That's number one. Number two, we've looked at this comprehensively. I'm happy to have further conversations about it. And when we've looked at it comprehensively across the country, across probably 10 to 15 agencies, we didn't find that we were out of the money with those fees. And then finally, what I will say to you is what I said just a moment ago, is as folks think about where our fees are, right? One of the reasons why we were able to come and put money into the market, right, is because of the agency's success at building a business that's able to sustain itself and not require a perpetual subsidy, right? As we're looking at moving forward, because of some of these structural changes in the market, the revenues that we had yesterday are not going to be the same revenues that we have tomorrow, right? And from FY25, where we did $3 million in net income, we got a projection about doing approximately the same in FY26, right? We are not in a place where we're throwing off a lot of capital from having excess or unreasonable fees.
Okay.
So part of what you're going to hear from me, beyond what I've said in the past is, hey, look, we're an independent agency responsible for taking care of ourselves, is that our business model is changing. And there are certain structural factors around our business that have changed, which are changing the amount of revenue that we're generating. So we're going to be very thoughtful and very strategic about where our fees are. But we feel like, number one, we've surveyed the market, our fees are fair and within reason. And number two, we're going to be very protective of those fees, just given the fact that our ability to generate revenue has been curtailed by the overall structure of the market.
Okay. Does so I'm hearing you say you reviewed the fees. They make sense for the reasons you articulated. Do you have any concern about a perception in the market that our fees are too high?
So I hear that, and I appreciate that feedback, council member. Generally speaking, that feedback is coming from my clients who would appreciate having lower fees, right? So I don't know anybody, right? Like if we're talking about Verizon and our cell phone bills, we're going to talk about how those fees are exceptionally high, right? We
Mhm.
like for those to be lower.
Yeah.
And so I appreciate what my clients are telling me.
Mm-hmm.
But when we've done the work to look at whether or not our fees are within market and whether they're fair,
Yeah.
I'm not going to say I've got the lowest fees.
Yeah.
This is not a race to the bottom for me,
Yeah.
right? We're not, we're an independent agency. So there's a number of things that we need to balance.
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, we believe that the value that we bring
Mm-hmm.
for the transaction, what people are getting out of it, what we're extracting from the transaction is fair
Okay.
and market.
Okay. I want to turn to home ownership. In the programs that DC residents rely on to buy homes. HPAP funded loans dropped from 59 in January 25 to 9 in January 26. Why are we seeing this drop? Is it demand, administrative burdens, something else?
So I think you've seen overall in the market has slowed down, right? What we saw last year when rates first ticked up and we had HPAP available was a lot of our buyers were actually now strategically positioned because they had the resources. There wasn't a ton of competition. The market would slow down and you could kind of meet the moment,
Mhm.
right? I think as we've been in this extended period of time, we've seen the overall market kind of slow down. So it's not as though our segment of the market is unique in
Mhm.
that respect, right? We're not moving as much or as quickly as we were 2 or 3 years ago when interest rates were closer to 3-4%,
Mhm.
quite frankly, right? What can we do to move forward? I think we continue to educate our clients, right? We continue to try to provide them with the support that they need to make their way through the transactions. We're doing things like at the ANA, the project that I mentioned, the HIP project that I mentioned.
Mhm.
Our pipeline has popped more recently, due in large part to the availability of HPAP. So we're seeing where you've got product priced the right way and opportunity for buyers to come together, that will help consummate transactions.
Okay. And I'm trying to remember the numbers in your testimony for the DC for Me program. Was it 40 or 4? I'm sorry.
Probably 4. Let me check though.
So this was the bonus.
4.
It's just the first 10.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. FY25 it was 40. Okay. And I think for so far this fiscal year, so let me start with FY25, right? 40 40 is a whole lot better than none, but a lot of people want to purchase homes in DC. Why are there not more than 40? Which not I don't mean as a criticism, just curiosity.
That's fair. So I think if we zoom out for a moment and kind of look at the market writ large. So if you look historically at the production of HPAP, you're probably looking on an annual basis at a couple hundred loans for us at DCHFA, producing a couple hundred loans, right? And then if you look at DC for Me, in the best of years, we may have been closer to 100 loans. So part of what we've been talking about internally is how can we grow the share of the market that we service, right? In the best of times, there were about 10,000 transactions that happen in the district on an annual basis. Of that 10,000 transactions, about half of them are less than $500,000, right? So what we've said to ourselves is, in that marketplace, what can HFA do to serve more of those buyers, right? At the same time, there has to be the demand or the desire for the marketplace to transact, right? In the current interest rate environment, that's been dampened fairly significantly.
Right.
So we're going to continue to calibrate. We're working right now on an MRB program, a mortgage revenue bond program, to be able to give a more compelling offering to our borrowers.
Mhm.
So that's one way we think we're going to be able to expand the number of people that we're serving. But the question becomes, how can we move off of, a couple hundred in HPAP in the best of times, 100 and DC open doors. How do we grow that? Is I think by having, quite frankly, a more compelling cost of capital at this point in time, right? In this environment, the more competitive we can make capital, the better it's going to be for the people that we serve.
Okay. And then the further reduction in the DC for Me program is from last fiscal year to this fiscal year to date, similar to what we're seeing in HPAP, just, you know, the slowing market, do you expect a change of interest rates to change any of this substantially?
Councilmember, if I could answer that question, I would not be sitting here.
We hope.
Oh, sir.
Let's jump to foreclosure prevention. The Hagen's Impact Investment Fund, single family program has invested in 6 different developments. I think 5 are with the same development company, H2. Does that reflect a lack of opportunity for emerging and minority developers, or is that like why are the majority of programs and or majority of these projects with one developer?
So we talked to and vet a number of developers, right? But a number of different things have to come together. Number one, you've got to have a developer who's at the point that they can wrangle the project, right? And bring the project ready for it to be invested in. And then number two, the project has to be feasible, right? And so, you know, I think you're familiar with H2. H2 is a great success story. They had a lot of success away and apart from the affordable market. They were market rate developers developing on the Gold Coast off 16th Street, doing beautiful homes. And we were able to get them to bring that model down market to the people that we serve, right? And we've had another emerging developer that we work with. Part of that cultivation that we talked about earlier is us having the ability to build relationships with other developers to see where they are and kind of their development cycle. And then if we can infuse capital with them to successfully bring more to market. By the way, there are a ton of home builders, right, doing micro projects in the district. Right. That's an incredibly challenging space to be in successfully. Yeah. And so we've got to balance risk and experience against certainty of execution, right? Yeah. So while philosophically you and I can have a great conversation, it is not career enhancing for us to take lots of shots where things don't successfully convert from kind of the vision into the reality. Right?
And that was H2 did the townhomes across from the Anacostia Metro. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, that came through our previous committee I chaired some years ago. So I was excited to see it get done. Beautiful homes. The remit program, which helps seniors with reverse mortgages avoid foreclosure, that was fully used by April of 2025. Is there a way, do you see a way that the remit program could become self-funding?
No,
No, it does, they don't pay that back. That doesn't get paid back at all. That's no. Okay. I don't imagine it has a lot of peer programs in the nation. I guess I'm wondering, is there a way that this program or some version of this program could become self-funding? I'm just clear about where we are economically in DC. I'm seeing programs like half get cut and just, you know, looking to see if there are things that we can do differently where we still meet the need, but we can meet the need for a longer period of time. But are you aware of any similar programs in the nation that similar to remit where the money is repaid?
I am not. No.
No, typically because reverse mortgages are negatively or compounded interest, we see that the balances tend to rise on seniors on reverse mortgages. So to anticipate putting an additional deferred amount on the back of already capitalized interest on a reverse mortgage, when we already have, very sensitive population that's vulnerable, might be a difficult ask to ask them to repay for assistance.
That's fair. Okay. And I think I read that you believe that to create a full foreclosure prevention program, the remit program would need expanded authority in addition to recurring funding in coordination with counseling and legal services. Is that right? What expanded authority could you use?
There are actually two. The first is to have some type of mechanism for imminent default. A lot of the folks who come to us for assistance through remit are already, low income individuals who are already struggling, who are on fixed income, right? So to be able to have the opportunity to anticipate the default would be helpful as opposed to them already being in delinquency. So of course we could create some boundaries in that and some benchmarks in order to determine what that, bar would be, but to wait for seniors to already be delinquent in order to provide them with assistance is sometimes, going out too far, staying too long and coming back too late, right? So to be able to create some type of policy that would give us some anticipatory intervention would be helpful. That's the first thing. And I think the second thing would be to create a minimum threshold of how much that assistance needs to be, right? And I think that it's fair to say that, real estate taxes or condos or association fees are relatively higher, of course, in the district. So to create a threshold for this particular cohort, I think would be helpful so we can make sure that the dollars go further and help as many people as possible.
Okay, I appreciate that. That is, the benefit would be great. The change seems relatively technical. If you are able to send or work with us on language, we might be able to get that done. We'd be happy to work with you on it. So, those are all the questions I have. I again want to thank you all for the work you're doing, and continuing to push and think outside the box. I think we're all clear on where things are in the district, some things we need to do in terms of getting more investment in multifamily housing here in DC, and what the economic climate is going to be in DC for at least the next couple of years. So we'll have to continue to think creatively and really, push as much as we can. But I appreciate the work you're doing.
We appreciate your partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go back to public witnesses. Most public witnesses are here to testify about DHCD. So our next panel will be Michael Cohen, Senior Policy Analyst with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, Liz DeBarros, CEO of DC Building Industry Association, Pastor Michael Campbell, Damiana Dendi. Pastor Campbell, are you here? All right, William Jordan. And Michael Cohen, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Sure. Good morning, Chairperson White. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Cohen. I'm a Senior Policy Analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. The first thing I'll say is to implore the city to take a comprehensive approach to solving the affordability crisis. I'll say, council member, I was really heartened by your budget letter where you pushed for more funding for emergency rental assistance, more vouchers for permanent supportive housing. I think all of those are really important. I would, as always, I have a number of, statistics here that point to the dire conditions that renters are facing. 70% of renters at extremely low incomes are housing burdened. Completed evictions are up to where they were pre-pandemic. I think the city needs to push past or start really examining the narrative of renters just sort of deciding not to pay their rent or a broken contract and start getting to some of those underlying issues and conditions that renters are facing. I would also say that DC is facing significant data and knowledge gaps within the housing system. We're lacking crucial information such as the total number of rental units, number of rent-controlled units, the scope of rental arrears, and the agency's responses and performance oversight. They indicated, for instance, that they do not have a methodology or not thinking about a methodology for calculating the number of rent-controlled units in the city because we don't know the total number of housing accommodations in the city. And so while I would really commend the agency's work to get the rent registry functional, I would push us to start really developing methodologies for answering some of those critical information gaps. Things like the agency also indicated that they don't have formal metrics for tracking delays in the projects they finance. And don't have aggregate data on the causes for those delays. We'll never have perfect information, but some of these responses indicate a need for a clear plan to improve data collection and analysis capacity. These data, whether they're collected internally or through external partnerships, should be collected regularly and communicated publicly. The district should also be proactive about studying the rental housing market in the city. The Rental Act passed, made large-scale changes to TOPA, to tenants' rights, to eviction timelines. These changes often were based on fairly incomplete evidence. Now that the bill's passed, the district has the opportunity to study and test and verify some of those assumptions, to do things like study the impact that it has on TOPA, impact on evictions, to start examining where rental arrears are connected with things like housing burden or where rental arrears are connected to things like poor housing conditions. The district should also examine tools they might use to proactively identify tenants at risk of housing instability. This kind of data information would support not just tenants, but also landlords and developers. I will also say that the council took positive steps in the FY26 budget to set aside trust fund dollars for preservation. The district should continue to set aside those preservation funds or create a preservation subaccount as is outlined in the Housing Production Omnibus Amendment Act. DHCD should prioritize projects that received bridge financing from the Housing Preservation Fund in the selections for the trust fund. Doing so will ensure that those projects can receive takeout financing, ensure that the Housing Preservation Fund remains a viable pipeline for preservation projects. And that'll keep those projects out of sort of untenable financial situations and help improve living conditions throughout the district. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Liz DeBarros, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing and staff. I am Liz DeBarros, a Ward 7 resident and the CEO of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association. DCBIA is a leading voice of real estate development in DC, and we work daily to address the economic and physical challenges of building sustainable projects and communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify at the performance hearing for DHCD. I want to start by thanking you and DHCD for the collaboration to get the Rental Act to the finish line. The new law was a necessary first step to rebalance the housing ecosystem. As housing policy continues to evolve, we hope to continue the collaboration on housing initiatives, regulatory changes, and guidance updates, provide feedback on introduced measures impacting housing production, and address implementation challenges arising from introduced or enacted legislation. As we all know, the housing market isn't just slowing down, it's rewiring. We believe regular stakeholder roundtables, working groups are critical to improve policy execution. DHCD held a briefing for DCBI members and other multifamily providers on the implementation of TOPA under the Rental Act, and we greatly appreciate DHCD's willingness to provide guidance on how one can claim the new exemptions under the law and exchange thoughtfully with all the industry questions. That dialogue was productive, and we value the opportunity to help inform future forums and administrative guidance through practical feedback for those implementing the law on the ground. We hope to continue working collaboratively with DHCD and as appropriate with the council to resolve outstanding issues and ensure smooth implementation. One area where we need clarity is the applicability of the 15-year new construction exemption to conversion projects. While many stakeholders, including the DC Council and the committee, agree that conversions qualify, there remains some uncertainty. We recommend that DHCD make this explicit in regulation to help prevent inconsistent interpretation. Similarly, we have identified instances where key terms such as tenant and owner are defined differently in the Rental Housing Conversion and Sales Act, creating confusion in application. There are two areas we've raised previously with the committee. These are two areas, and the Office of the General Counsel continue to see issues with it. We also can welcome deeper collaboration on the inclusionary zoning administration to fix the disconnect between the IZ rent calculations of the HUD published income rent limits. This misalignment creates feasibility challenges and market distortions that complicate both underwriting and leasing. We encourage DHCD to closer align IZ and HUD rates and ensure that updates are timely and increase transparency in the methodology to improve project sustainability. Further, we recommend that DHCD establish a predictable issuance schedule for rent and income limits that tracks HUD's annual release dates. Providing advance notices reduces risk, prevents leasing delays, and ensures units can be delivered and occupied efficiently. We also encourage DHCD to examine the IZ certification and recertification process. Delays in recertifications create significant operational challenges and in some cases place both residents and property owners in difficult positions. When a household qualifies but administrative backlogs prevent timely recertification, property owners may technically be required to pursue enforcement actions despite a resident's continued eligibility. No one benefits from administrative delays that put compliant residents at risk of displacement or prevent new eligible households from accessing available units. We urge DHCD to explore whether greater decentralization and of the recertification process could improve efficiency and whether allowing landlord-facilitated certification could improve efficiency, or whether allowing an oversight and safeguards could resolve some of the bottlenecks. If properly structured, a streamlined model could eliminate much of the administrative issues without sacrificing compliance integrity. DHCD has shown that they are open to feedback, and we appreciate that collaboration. I look forward to working with DHCD and others and with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Damiana Dindi. Welcome.
Hello. Is that working? Hi, my name is Damiana Dundee. I'm a housing organizer with DC Jobs with Justice, and DC Jobs with Justice is a local nonprofit. And in my work, I do anti-eviction canvassing, tell tenants about their rights, and just generally trying to fight for a district that works for working families and make sure that we can live here sustainably and securely in DC. And I've been organizing for over 10 years here, and I've been a tenant for 10 years in DC. And when I first moved here, I didn't understand how to check my tenant rights or to check the legality of rent increases, for example. And as a result, my landlord was able to get away with an increase that was beyond the allowable amount. And that is part of the reason why I'm here in this job. I want to make sure that tenants are not unaware of their rights, and that they understand what and how to advocate for themselves. But unfortunately, that's half the battle. A lot of the landlords and managing companies in this district that receive DHCD funding, they don't feel the need to respond to tenants who have issues. And so as of February 20th, 2025, DHCD gave millions of money the DCD announced 69 properties that would receive bridge, gap, or support funding as a result of their application to the 2024 Consolidated Request for Proposals. And among those recipients, I identified just myself 6 properties that have suffered real neglect and mismanagement. And those properties include Boundary Stone Flats, the Grays on Pennsylvania, Mapleview Flats, the Overlook on Oxen Run, Randall Hill Apartments, and St. Elizabeth's East. And in front of me, I also have from 2023, sorry, and 2024 letters from the residents of these buildings to the property managers. It, as you can see, it's also in my attached testimony. There are lots of issues here. There's broken elevators, tenants getting stuck in elevators many times, people suffering with mice, getting into their beds and jumping out of their beds. Really rampant issues with bookkeeping. There were specifically for Mapleview Flats and the Grays in Pennsylvania, which was managed by Kettler. There were huge discrepancies in ledgers, ranging from $2,000 to $8,000 in discrepancies that tenants couldn't understand, which they had to then fight in court. And this is concerning to me because Kettler is now installed as the manager of St. Elizabeth's East, which unfortunately since the opening of that building in 2020 or late 2019 has seen 3 different management companies go through, and tenants are still dealing with major issues. So my ask is quite simple. I really just want to know, are there terms and conditions that DHCD has that the landlords who are awarded this money must, comply with? And can we share those terms and conditions with tenants or with me so we can determine how can we ensure that the money that we are giving from our public funds to these business owners are being used properly, and to make sure that they are proper stewards of our public funds. So that's my my main concern. Thank you for being here for my argument.
Thank you very much. William Jordan, welcome.
Good morning. My name is William Jordan. I'm a resident of Columbia Heights in Ward 1. My first comment is on Park Norton and Phase 2 development, which is to include home ownership. I've reached out to your office. I've reached out to DHCD, you name it. This is a prime opportunity to show Housing Authority how to do affordable home ownership. And nothing has moved to the point that Ms. High from the Resident Council has kind of given up and we can see that the agencies just refuse to work together with tenants, even though we have this opportunity that should be a win-win. And not only that, we can do more units than the plan calls for. The other thing related to that, of course, is the developer who's going to implement it, Dante's Partners. We just did a hearing that your office did on Urban Village and Benning Park, where they are not performing well yet. They are responsible for this phase of this project. I always get positive feedback. Yes, we want to do home ownership, but when it comes down to it, nothing has happened. And I'm asking DHCD, your office, DNPED to let's make this happen. There's no reason why it should not. I also wanted to address something I heard earlier, and that, well, let me go second to DHCD is also in their community development. It's not just housing, it's housing and community development, which implies the housing is to ensure that communities and individuals prosper, not just pigeonhole and say we did so many pieces of housing and we have so many people here and there. The housing, the economic development should all flow together. And that's across many agencies and many silos. But that has been abandoned for the last 20 years. We don't do that. We just want to build houses, rack and stack, put people in them, pat ourselves on the back, and then wonder why people can't pay or don't pay rent while housing deteriorates because you have destroyed community in order to build housing. And I think it's time to get away from that. And then I want to go to this social compact concept and moral hazard that people are running around saying, blaming particularly Black families for the neglect that the city has implemented. Let's start with Chris Donatelli and Donatelli Development in Highland Park. That was a public-private partnership between the city, DNPED, DHCD, you name it. They were all involved. And they basically defaulted with mortgage fraud, pulled, in my estimate, $100 million out of public-private partnership and disappeared. They did basically the same thing at Hill East with Park Kennedy, where they played a game and then took out money. So we allow developers to scam and finance and play financial game. We don't do anything about it, but then want to know when these projects default or wherever, it's the tenant's fault. So, that's really what I wanted to say. The thing is broken because we put people in affordable housing. When we do that, any new income is taxed at 30%. So they're stuck. And then they cannot move economically. And we just have this mess and we just need to fix. We got to reset this matrix.
I want to understand something you were saying, Mr. Jordan. You say we put people in housing and then we tax them at 30%. I didn't.
So what happens when you go to an affordable housing, you pay 30% of your income for the housing, right? So if you come in and you make, say, 30,000, and then your income goes to 40,000, any new income, your rent goes up 30%. So 30% of your new money is basically a tax.
Yeah.
So you can never advance until you make about 200,000 a year and can buy out of that system. So we're killing the ability for people to progress, and then they can't pay rent while everything is going up because they have a 30% tax.
I wouldn't call it a tax, right? But there is a reality that the buildings have to be maintained, right? Like, so it's not like every dollar we pay in rent is going in somebody's bank account. It's we've got to maintain the properties. And so to reduce the amount that people have to pay for subsidized housing, it means that we will subsidize fewer people, or we need more money into the program.
Or people, so part of the reason, what you're leaving out is rents and the cost is speculative, right? So when we do this supply side thing, we're basing housing on what we want and what investors will pay, not what people are able to pay. So you have this distorted market. So in reality, and I saw it happen in Ward 1. So people who wanted to buy homes, say you had a family wanted to buy a home, but they're competing against investors for that same home. And so they would bid up the value of that home and then set the market, right? So it's really more broken and distorted than we're letting on. So yes, it used to be if I could get a job, if I could make 50, 60,000 for my family, I can participate in the market. I can't participate
But
in the
you
market.
pivoted to purchasing a home, but we were originally talking about
It
rent.
applies to both, right?
Okay. Let's stay with the rent because I want to make sure I understand.
So with the rent, it's the same thing. So if I go to rent, and I'll give an example. Back when we were working on Park Morton, we wanted to have people go to one of the other projects the city was financing that has the Whole Foods in it now, right? So we were looking for 3-bedroom units. The 3-bedroom units in that building were going for like $55,000 per month, right? So it was priced out of what people could do. So you couldn't even pay 30%. If you follow, so I guess it's a trap. I'm trying to explain this trap.
No, I hear
And
what you're saying, and the
And
fact is right, but I want to make sure we don't ignore the other side, because then we just end up in these like circular arguments, right?
Right.
The other side of it is it costs money to maintain a building, and Director Donald, in his testimony was talking about the significant increase of buildings that don't generate enough revenue to have like a reserve account, or to be financially stable. And so the challenge I'm posing is, what you're saying is right. People are stuck if every time their income goes up, if they're in subsidized housing, then the amount that they pay toward the housing goes up. But the other side of that is, if they make more money and don't pay more toward housing, then we're either funding fewer people in housing, or we're going to have to create more money somewhere, which is, easier said than done. And I think we're in a time where we've got to be like really specific about, what we're doing. We're in a difficult financial time. So I don't know what to do with the trade-off. I take what you're saying, it is true, but I don't know what to do with the other side of that trade-off.
well, I mean, we can talk about it because I usually use examples,
Mhm.
right? So we can go into that, have that opportunity to discuss it. But again, that is when we build large buildings that are more expensive and rely on new construction. New construction is always more expensive. We incentivize everybody through zoning and other things to go to new construction, right? So what you create is an environment where you only go to create units that are more expensive. So the example with LIHTC, right? You saw the articles that after everybody takes their cut off the top, the producer unit they were showing LIHTC units at 800,000, $1 million to produce, whereas they could produce a market unit at 300,000 per unit, right? So the $1 million unit that we're putting people in is the trap unit, where we could have made cheaper units and people could afford those without going into without going into the housing programs, right? That subsidy program. So we're forcing particularly Black families to be in the district. What you're going to create is a second-class citizenship of people who are in subsidized housing. And when you go into subsidized housing, you also have fewer rights. You're under more observations and all of those kind of things. So we're creating it's really dangerous what we're doing. We're creating second-class citizenship
Right, but
in the name of affordability.
but
And
all
we're
this stuff,
trapping people
you're saying
there.
we shouldn't be pushing new construction because it's more expensive, it's slower. That's right. We should be doing what instead, though?
It is through large investment community. It's through your large developers and large projects that distort it. If you did lots of smaller projects, then you would create more of a true market and the problem would not be as severe. But
I disagree. I think you'd have less density and
good.
Yeah.
And that's what you need because it's cheaper to build lots of smaller buildings.
Right, but if you got the same number of people who want to live in there,
It's
but you're
plenty.
building fewer units, then
Actually, the hearing that they had on DNPAD actually admitted to Councilmember Fruman that we were actually in balance for what was going on in the city. So it's a false narrative, is that we have decided because we want 1 million people here, that we've created a dynamic that is trapping people, and therefore we're building buildings even though there is no demand for those buildings. The demand is for 3 bedrooms, for family size, for what people can use to build a future. But they're building 1.1 bedrooms that are designed for 1.5. In fact, during the what's that?
hold on, I gotta get to some other.
Okay, let me say this
witnesses.
real quick. So the Rental Act when you were doing the rental act and you heard the developers coming in here talking, they said, we have to strip everybody's rights away so we can get people to invest in the city, so we can build buildings for families that are designed for 1.5 people per family. And we need to allow new developers come, flip them out of it quickly so they can produce more. Those units are just numbers. They don't help with the core problems because they're not building the right kind of housing to have the impact that you're talking about. But if you built smaller, you would have housing that attacks where we need it.
Damiana Dendi, the issues you raise are issues that have bothered me with projects that we fund, and I've raised this over the years with DHCD, and their response, which I can't argue too much with, we got to expect something when we fund projects. Like there has to be an expectation that we're not funding bad actors. But listening to your testimony, I might say we have agencies that are supposed to be responsive to these issues, DOB, for instance. Isn't it better to handle these things through DOB, which is supposed to be an enforcement agency, rather than DHCD? I mean, the point is that they need to get handled. Like these types of things shouldn't happen, whether we fund them or not, but certainly we shouldn't be using taxpayer funded money and then, dealing with subpar conditions in the early life cycle of these buildings. But I guess my question is, shouldn't we address the things that you mentioned in your testimony through Department of Buildings?
Yeah, I think DOB is responsible for providing the inspections and doing the citations for violations, but they don't fix issues, of course. That's not in their, they have a limited nuisance abatement fund. But my point about trying to ask for the terms and conditions that landlords are subject to is really, we need assistance as tenants, I think, understanding where the money is going to with these landlords. And just one example is that one property owner, Timothy Chapman, he owns various properties. One of them in Northwest, and the entire lobby was renovated for no reason. It's a very nice lobby. And meanwhile, the properties in Ward 7 and 8 had major issues. So with that kind of project, can the tenants don't understand why one building has an entire lobby redone and then their building has a lobby that's falling apart. And so really it's more about communication for me. I think that there's like an epidemic of communication between management companies, landlords, and tenants. There's just no answers on timelines on where money is going to, and what priorities, are given to these major issues. And so yes, absolutely, DOB has done its job inspecting these properties, and there are violations on these properties that are on the public dashboard. But again, I'm specifically thinking maybe if we had the terms and conditions that the landlords are subjected to, then the tenants could better understand and advocate for themselves about where money should be going, and maybe just have a better conversation with the property managers.
Liz DeBarros, so Michael Campbell, who testified before you, made a recommendation that we study the impact of the Rental Act to see if it is working and helping. Is that do you see a benefit in doing that?
I think, the Rental Act just took effect at the end of the year. I think there's a good opportunity now to see how investors are going to respond to it. It was a major piece of legislation. So I think some time to see how this is going to affect the market would be helpful, and maybe a study later. But I think it's too soon to, it's soon. So we like to see more opportunity for investors to take advantage of it.
Oh, Cohen, I'm sorry. I wrote down Campbell, not Cohen. Sorry. I'm sorry. Michael. I'm operating on limited brain cells. The You also mentioned that we don't have a scope of rental arrears in the city. Why would that information be helpful?
Right. So that information would be helpful in the context of this sort of ongoing conversation about non-payment of rent. So I am definitely not arguing that non-payment of rent isn't an issue, but understanding like how many units are suffering, are sort of having this rent arrears issue. What is the depth? What are some of the reasons, and understanding the sort of underlying causes of non-payment of rent might better help us, say, anticipate to support tenants who are potentially at risk of housing instability. In the sort of previous conversation with the director of the Housing Finance Agency, you had that conversation about distressed properties in 7 and 8. And there's a sort of conversation of, okay, they're like garden units. Those garden units are, have maybe worse conditions than other properties in the city. And then there was a conversation about the tenants in those properties. But I think understanding the underlying data would let us get to a better understanding of like, okay, for those tenants who are predominantly Black and Brown, we know the conditions that are facing Black and Brown tenants in the city, to understanding like what are the actual supports that can get folks to where they can afford to consistently pay their rent. I think there's just like a step past that we need to better understand conditions facing tenants.
Okay. One of the changes in the Rental Act was to the LRSP program, which allowed the program to also apply to 50% AMI or area median income rather than just 30%. Do you have any thoughts or insights on what you think the impacts have been or will be on that? Is that something on your radar?
It's not something that we've looked into as of yet. I think when I originally read that, my expectation is that you might see a shift in affordability levels for who's accessing the LRSP program, but I don't currently have the data to sort of back that up.
Sure. Well, I want to thank you all for being with us today, for your testimonies and recommendations. Thank you. All right. Our next panel will be Christian Oliver Smith, Economic Development Associate with the Coalition, Bria Hodge, Director of Small Business Development with the Latino Economic Development Center, Kevin Vargas, Tenant and Outreach Specialist with Kerosene, McKenna Osborne, Senior Policy Attorney with the Children's Law Center. Christian Oliver Smith, you can begin your testimony.
All right, thank you. So is it afternoon? Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for this opportunity to testify today. My name is Christian Oliver Smith, and I serve as an Economic Development Associate at the Coalition. As an association of over 160 member organization, the Coalition is committed to fostering just and equitable community development solutions that address the needs and aspirations of low and moderate income district residents. This testimony provides the Committee on Housing with information on the programmatic activities of the Small Business Technical Assistance Program, a program funded and administered by the Department of Housing and Community Development. In fiscal years 2025 to up to 2026, 12 nonprofit organizations funded by DHCD deliver technical assistance services to new and existing small and retail businesses across the district. The assistance available to small businesses through SBTA-funded organizations includes business planning, entrepreneurial training, financial literacy, and budgeting support, marketing assistance, operational readiness, guidance, and other services designed to strengthen long-term business stability and growth. As part of our convening role, the coalition helps increase visibility and accessibility of small business technical assistance services across the district by promoting workshops, trainings, and webinars offered by SBTA providers and other ecosystem partners. Each week, the coalition distributes a standalone small biz help weekly calendar, which highlights upcoming trainings and technical assistance opportunities available to entrepreneurs. The training resources highlighted in the weekly calendar are also featured on our events page on our DC Small Biz Hub website, which serves as a one-stop hub for Washington, D.C. small businesses and entrepreneurs seeking to access resources and support organizations, lenders, events, and trainings. Through our convenings with the SBTA-funded providers, we also gather feedback regarding program implementation and areas for improvement. One recurring theme raised by providers relates to the new federal collection and reporting requirements. SBTA providers have expressed interest in additional guidance or training to help ensure that they are accurately collecting and reporting data in compliance with these requirements. So providing clear guidance at the front end of the grant cycle would help ensure that providers are fully prepared to meet these requirements and support more consistent and streamlined reporting. The coalition looks forward to continued collaboration with DHCD to ensure that SBTA-funded organizations are supported not only in delivering high-quality technical assistance, but also in navigating administrative and compliance requirements with clarity and consistency. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Bria Hodge with the Latino Economic Development Center.
Good morning. I'm sorry for messing up the order here. My name is Bria Hodge, and I serve as the Director of Small Business Development at the Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC. We are a community-based nonprofit and CDFI Community Development Financial Institution with nearly 35 years of experience serving the greater Washington area. We catalyze economic advancement of Latinos and local communities by bridging the gap to capital and resources to achieve financial prosperity. I'm here today to ask the district to fully fund and continue to strengthen the small business technical assistance through DHCD so that organizations like LEDC can continue stabilizing neighborhood businesses during this period of economic instability. At LEDC, we serve over 2,650 entrepreneurs annually across the region by providing free one-on-one coaching, workshops, and cohort-based training, accompanying business owners along their journey from startup through expansion and even through exit planning. Last fiscal year, we served 360 DC entrepreneurs through 1,213 hours of coaching, 85 clients through workshops, and 65 through cohorts. For many of these clients, we're not just advisors. We're their first call when something goes wrong. And right now, a lot is going wrong. As a CDFI, we also serve as a critical pathway to capital when traditional lenders are not able to meet entrepreneurs where they are. We believe in supporting business owners at the start of their journey as well as during periods of growth and expansion. In fiscal year 25, LEDC deployed 11 business loans to DC small businesses. These loans supported working capital, equipment purchases, leasehold improvements, and debt refinancing, allowing businesses not just to survive, but to adapt and grow. We combine hands-on business coaching with responsible, flexible lending because we know that capital without guidance can put businesses at risk, and guidance without capital can leave them stuck. Since we provide both services, we can assess risk holistically, lend responsibly, and continue coaching borrowers after closing to strengthen long-term outcomes. Many business owners are operating in a climate of fear and instability. We're seeing heightened anxiety in our communities due to heightened enforcement activity and visible security presence. Even for entrepreneurs who are fully authorized and operating legally, the perception of risk alone reduces customer traffic. When families are afraid to move freely, restaurants are empty, retail slows, service appointments are canceled. At the same time, federal layoffs and hiring freezes are hitting DC hard, as you know. Fewer workers downtown means fewer customers in corridors that were already fighting to recover from the pandemic. We have business owners who built their revenue models around lunch traffic, government contracts, and professional services tied to federal agencies. Those revenue streams are shrinking overnight. This is the reality of survivorpreneurs, or folks who started their businesses out of need. Many of our clients don't have deep reserves. They invested personal savings. They leveraged credit. They built businesses to create stability for their families. So when instability hits, they can't simply absorb it. In this moment, access to flexible capital paired with intensive technical assistance can mean the difference between closure and community. We're helping businesses restructure debt, renegotiate leases, diversify revenue streams, adjust pricing, improve cash flow management, and access working capital loans that stabilize operations during downturns. Our ability to combine coaching with lending allows us to intervene early, reduce defaults, and keep neighborhood businesses open. We deeply value our partnership with DHCD, and I respectfully urge the committee to fully fund SBTA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Kevin Vargas with Kerosene.
Thank you so much for the time. Good morning, members of the Committee of Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Kevin Vargas, and my colleague here, Rafael Faros, with me. We're both tenant outreach specialists at Caresen. Caresen was founded in 1981 and fosters the comprehensive development of the Latino community by providing direct services while promoting grassroots empowerment, civic engagement, and human rights advocacy. Our organization works to help integrate our clients and increase their success in their community. Caresen serves low to moderate income tenant associations, co-ops in the community throughout the District of Columbia. Though our audience is predominantly Latino, we also serve and work with everyone else in the community. We focus on organizing and empowering tenant associations, and cooperatives through education on their rights in DC as tenants or cooperative members. In the tenants' rights workshop, we cover many topics such as the responsibility to pay rent on time, the eviction process, and the right to live in a habitable and dignified home. Tenants often face complex legal processes, aggressive displacement pressure, and unfamiliar financial systems without guidance. Many residents are unable to fully exercise their rights and opportunities available to them. This is why it's crucial for the city to invest in and fund technical assistance as it transforms legal rights on paper into real protection in practice. Technical assistance plays another key role in eviction prevention as tenants face struggles navigating court procedures, rental assistance applications, and negotiations with landlords. Guidance in all the above mentioned procedures help prevent homelessness, stabilizes families and neighborhoods in the district. Equity is another reason tenant-focused technical assistance is very important. Washington, D.C. has long-standing racial and economic disparities in housing stability and ownership. Many tenants, particularly low-income residents, seniors, and Black and Latino communities, may face language barriers, limited access to capital, or unfamiliarity with the legal system. Culturally competent technical assistance ensures that these residents can fully participate in decisions that can affect their housing. Technical assistance also helps tenants associations understand their rights under DC Tenants Opportunity to Purchase Act, TOPA, organize collectively and pursue acquisition of their buildings. In a rapidly changing market, this support empowers residents to prevent displacement and preserve affordability. Legal, financial, and organizational guidance can mean the difference between losing housing and securing long-term stability. When tenants receive support to purchase and convert their buildings into limited equity cooperatives or partner with nonprofit developers, they can maintain long-term affordability and community control. This is especially important in neighborhoods experiencing rapid development and rising property values. Technical assistance has played a pivotal role in preserving housing in the district, as we know the district is one of the most expensive housing markets in the country. The work we do empowers tenants and shifts the balance from vulnerability to agency, which helps the tenants preserve their long-term home, build collective power, and create a pathway to long-term stability. Thank you for giving us time to share with you all the importance and technical assistance and the difference it can make if we keep technical assistance an important program to fund.
Thank you very much. McKenna Osborne, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a senior policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a tenant in the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the performance of the Department of Housing and Community Development. Housing security, having a safe and stable place to call home, is fundamental to children's ability to grow, learn, and thrive. Through our work representing children in foster care and families navigating barriers to their children's health and education, Children's Law Center sees every day how difficult it is for low-income families in the district to access quality housing that is affordable to them. And we see how destabilizing it is when they can't. DHCD's work to produce and preserve opportunities for affordable housing is critical for ensuring that more of Children's Law Center's clients and other low-income families can access and maintain stable housing in the district. To that end, we appreciate that the district has invested hundreds of millions of dollars in DHCD programs that finance the creation of new affordable housing and stabilize and preserve existing affordable units in the district. However, the realities experienced by low-income renters here call into question the efficacy of how DHCD has used those dollars and executed its mission. In 2016, the district had a deficit of 23,214 rental units that were affordable and available to households with incomes at or below 50% of area median income. In 2024, nearly a decade later, that deficit had increased to 28,608. Our affordable housing gap is growing. It is imperative that the district reverse this trend. We recognize that there are aspects of the housing market and production and preservation processes that DHCD cannot control. But DHCD should be able to ensure that it acts as a responsible, accountable steward of the federal and local resources it is entrusted with administering, and that its staff implement programs with the timeliness and predictability that housing developers and operators need, and the urgency the district's affordable housing crisis demands. Children's Law Center is deeply concerned that we regularly hear from partners in the affordable housing space that a lack of transparency and significant delays in the distribution of funding from DHCD are adding costs to projects, preventing housing providers from completing much-needed rehabilitations, and preventing new affordable housing units from coming online. In its pre-hearing responses, DHCD repeatedly stated that the agency is adequately staffed. The experiences of housing developers and operators suggest otherwise. We encourage the committee to request a clear report of the number of vacant positions in each DHCD division and the standards staff are expected to adhere to for responsiveness, so the committee can fully examine capacity challenges and assess whether the agency indeed has the staff required to operate efficiently. Additionally, we continue to hear from partners who finance and operate existing affordable housing properties that it is especially challenging to access the kind and amount of financing they need to preserve the habitability and affordability of their buildings through DHCD's current programs. As you've noted, preserving existing affordable housing is faster and more cost-effective than producing new units. It's an essential tool for closing the district's affordable housing gap. We believe the dedicated funds for the affordable housing subsidy, preservation, and tenant purchase support accounts included in the recently introduced Housing Production Omnibus Amendment Act could provide the resources, the predictability of resources and flexibility of how they can be used needed to more effectively preserve affordable housing. Thank you for the opportunity. I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much to this panel. I don't have a ton of questions, but Christian Oliver Smith, I'm sorry I missed this in your testimony. Have you received technical assistance through the SPTA fund?
Have I? No. So I work at the coalition, and we work with some of the technical assistance providers.
Okay.
Through like convening.
Okay, excellent, excellent. And you talked about a good bit about more support that's needed around technical assistance and compliance requirements. What support is there now? What does the support look like now?
This is a good question, and I can't speak to what the support looks like now, specifically between DHCD and the SBT providers, because the coalition doesn't act as a technical assistance provider. But I do know that, as I said in my testimony, one of the things that they'd like is more training, or some of the SBTA providers would like more training around the reporting and data and compliance with the funding that they receive due to the new federal requirements, demographic reporting requirements that the federal government has issued.
Okay. Bria Hodge, the LEDC did 11 business loans. Why are those loans not coming from like DSLBD? Why do we have nonprofits doing the loans as opposed to like the Department of Small Local Business Development? You hit. Yeah.
We are recipients of the SBTA money that comes through. And quite frankly, we know our communities really well, and they trust us. We have 35 years in the community. So someone might not feel very comfortable walking into a government office, but they do know that Jose Vargas has been a community member for years, and he's going to make sure that their business loan looks right for them and is not predatory and is okay for them.
Makes sense. Kevin Vargas, can you help us with a real life example of technical assistance for tenants that give us some indication of like how it works and benefits the city?
Sure. Like I mentioned too in my testimony, we work with cooperatives, limited equity cooperatives. And for example, we have one called the Claiborne. They were in dire financial need of help, and they were struggling. There was lots of delinquency going on. And as soon as we were brought in to work with them, we pretty much helped establish their house rules and let them know how their contracts were structured and what needed to be done, and how they can go about to get cooperative members to be able to pay their fees, and educate also not just the board of the cooperative, but also educate every single member as to their duties and how they are collectively owners, and any income that goes into the co-op comes from their monthly fees to pay their mortgages, or in this sense also to pay for any fixtures or to maintain the building so it could function properly.
Yeah. Okay. And what's the state of that building now?
The building's actually doing pretty good right now. I know that they are going to extend their time for their loan with the bank, and the bank is pretty satisfied with how they've actually gone from, they had an operating balance of, at the end, they only had like about 1,000 to operate with. Now there are about $400,000, and they're about to actually renovate their elevator, because it's the history of it is that it used to be a hotel. And so I think the elevator is from like the 1930 something. And so now they're about to renovate it. The bank is in full help with half of the price of it, and they're going to be ready to modernize the elevator.
Great. McKenna Osborne, appreciate your testimony. Some overlap with Tyrell Holcomb and some of the issues that he raised. This question of whether DHCD has the necessary staff is sort of, one of these debates that the chairman is engaged in around budget transparency. And, but we can at least see where the vacancies are. I think the agency heads are always going to say they have sufficient staff. But for lack of transparency and delays adding to the cost of projects, are you talking primarily about changing timelines for the RFP?
Yes, and also, for example, when someone is going to get or has applied for funding from DHCD, a project, and they maybe have like a short-term financing in the interim, when they don't know when they're going to get the financing they're relying on from DHCD, or when it keeps getting delayed, then they have to continue taking out more shorter term, often more expensive gap financing that they had not originally planned on. And we've talked to folks involved in the housing preservation fund that they have to extend their short-term financing because Housing Production Trust Fund funds are taking a long time to go through. So that kind of aspect. And then I think everyone appreciated the pivot to the focus on stabilization in the in last year's RFP, but also as it was going forward, there was a lot of confusion around whether folks were actually going to be awarded funding, when it was coming, and it made it really hard to actually stabilize or understand if you were going to be able to stabilize moving forward.
Okay, I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much to this panel. I appreciate your testimonies and you being with us. We'll call up the next panel. We're going to take a 15-minute recess after the next panel, as a heads up. But on this panel will be Maya Brennan, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition, Walda Yan, Housing Programs Director with LEDC, Hillary Nash, Secretary and Executive Committee member of the DC Association of Realtors, and Vic Goncalves, Project Manager and Advocacy Specialist at Mikasa Inc. Welcome, everybody. Maya Brennan, you can begin your testimony.
Thank you very much, Chairperson White. Good afternoon. My name is Maya Brennan. I'm the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition. Last year, we testified before you about the triple whammy affecting DC's housing programs. There's a shortage of housing for our lowest income households, the destabilization of our existing subsidized stock, and public funding risks. This crisis, although we have seen some modest glimmers of hope, is far from over, even as some buildings are going strong. Far too many multifamily properties are staring down the risk of foreclosure. The crisis in these buildings is harming DC's renters. There is no simple solution here, and we recognize that DHCD is trying to stabilize these buildings responsibly. We would ask for more urgency as well. Without stabilization assistance and with the courts still working through their backlog, the problems in troubled properties are getting worse. We also, however, need to keep tabs on the breadth of DC's housing programs so that we do not lose our hard-won progress on adding affordable supply, preserving properties through predictable reinvestment periods, opening the door to homeownership, and helping homeowners sustain quality housing. We're grateful to DHCD for their attention and their communication with us across DC's housing ecosystem and all of the programs there. In the coming year, however, we hope to continue working together to make progress and help DC regain its status as a great place for making affordable housing investments. We would like to request oversight in the following 5 areas. First, communication. Although the Coalition has been striving to be a communication intermediary during this particularly stressful time, our members do report frequent questions and confusion about program changes, underwriting timelines, and other matters. We would like to inquire about how DHCD assesses the effectiveness of its communication methods and what avenues it offers for regular questions and updates for the organizations it works with. On stabilization, while some of our members have received stabilization resources, we regularly hear concerns that stabilization applications are not getting through underwriting and distribution quickly enough to save properties. We'd like to inquire about the status of the properties that were approved for underwriting and whether any technical assistance or other supports may be available if deal quality is the ultimate stumbling block. Third, timely payments. Our members are experiencing payment delays in DC contracts, including but not solely with DHCD. We would like your assistance in understanding more about the payment process and timelines that we should expect and any improvements we can expect in the future. Additionally, the development pipeline. So the pipeline of affordable housing developments ready for development or acquisition and rehab is really backed up. There's been a combination of a shift in HPTF resources for stabilization, as well as other financing delays. So while this stabilization attention has been very needed, DC may be losing opportunities for new and preserved affordable housing if we do not focus on the pipeline. The recent RFP's decision to split the Housing Production Trust Fund from other DHCD development resources has further added confusion and concern. Many deals apply for a combination of financing sources to be viable, and by accepting applications at separate times for resources that end up often needing to be combined in a deal, we're concerned that both DHCD will be less able to assess those deals' ultimate viability, and that both the development and housing providers, the department and housing providers will end up with some duplicative work related to applications. So we would love to hear more about what DHCD's plans are for serving the new construction and preservation deals, as well as their thoughts on how the HPTF application timeline may affect layering of HPTF with either LRSP or LIHTC or other competitive sources. Finally, but not least by any means, homeownership. The Home Purchase Assistance Program and Senior Home Repair Help are both crucial resources for getting into homeownership and ending it safely or continuing it stably, but they are more challenging for individual households than a typical household can often bear. So we would like any information about how DHCD assesses and plans improvements in these programs. And further, just a reminder that we do extend our gratitude to DHCD for their engagement with us and our members this year. We stand ready to work with them and all parties to ensure growth and success. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Walter Yan with LEDC.
Good afternoon, Chairmember Robert White and members of the Committee on Housing of the Council of the District of Columbia. My name is Walda John, and I serve as the Director of Housing Programs at the Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today at the Department of Housing and Community Development DHCD oversight hearing. LEDC's mission is to catalyze the economic advancement of Latinos and local communities by bridging the gap to capital and resources to achieve financial prosperity. With nearly 35 years of experience serving the greater Washington area. Last fiscal year, LEDC's housing department achieved the following outcomes in the district. Close to 200 residents received one-on-one housing counseling services. Over 2,000 residents attended at least one of our workshops, and 35 families successfully purchased homes. $2.3 million in down payment assistance were leveraged, nearly 70,000 in closing cost assistance, and 140,000 in EHAB down payment assistance. Behind each of these members is a family who now has greater stability, the opportunity to build generational wealth, and the ability to remain in the district they call home. These outcomes are possible because of the district sustained investment through DHCD and the strong partnership between the agency and trusted community-based providers like LEDC. One example is Mr. Gomez, who has called DC home since he was a child and was determined to remain in the community where he grew up. When he first came to LEDC, he wasn't sure if homeownership in the district was possible. But when HPAP transitioned from the lottery system to first come, first serve, he was ready. With that support, he was approved and successfully purchased a home in January 2006. Today, he remains rooted in the city he has always called home. This outcome demonstrates both the effectiveness of DHCD's investment and the critical role community-based organizations play in connecting residents to these opportunities. Despite these successes, significant barriers to housing stability and homeownership remain. The median home price in the district now exceeds $650,000, making it increasingly difficult for first-time homebuyers to enter to the market. Homeownership disparities also persist. While homeownership remains one of the most effective ways to build generational wealth, only about 41% of Black households in the district own their own homes, and 75% of white households are homeowners. This gap underscores the importance of sustained investment in programs that expand equity access to homeownership. The Home Purchase Assistance Program remains one of the district's most effective tools for addressing these barriers that many first-time homebuyers face in accessing homeownership. By providing critical down payment and closing cost assistance, HPAP often makes the difference between whether a family can successfully purchase a home or remain priced out of the market. Additionally, the inclusionary zoning program plays an essential role in expanding access for both affordable rental and homeownership opportunities, ensuring that as the district grows, housing remains accessible to residents across income levels. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Hillary Nash with the DC Association of Realtors.
Good afternoon. Chair White, my name is Hillary Nash, and I currently serve as the Secretary of the DC Association of Realtors, or DCAR. I am also a broker, resident of Ward 5, where I lead core property group at Arla at Properties Real Estate, where we have brokered over $500 million in transactions in 2025. DCAR is the district's state association of realtors, and we serve as the premier voice for real estate in DC. Our mission is to advocate, protect, and promote the interests of our approximately 3,000 members and their clients who live and work in every ward and every street of our city. Through our advocacy, we represent real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. Councilmember White, since last year's performance oversight hearing on DCHCD, DCAR has been proud to partner with you in this committee to make incredible progress for our members. We have worked together to increase funding for homeownership and small housing providers. We've reformed the Home Purchase Assistance Program. We have modernized the Tenant to Opportunity Purchase Act. We have protected our smallest housing providers from regulatory burdens. We have expanded the Employer Assisted Housing Program to support transit workers, and we have exempted our low-income housing tax credit properties from rent control. However, as we sit here today, the housing market in DC faces new threats, and we need your continued leadership and support to finish this job. The CFO's office recently gave us a revenue estimate, and it showed that our revenue from property taxes are declining due to reduced property assessments. And at the same time, the CFO reported a significant reduction in both the volume and the value of property sales in DC, resulting in reduced deed and recordation taxes. Despite that stark reality, we are also facing a potentially catastrophic omnibus ballot initiative that would simultaneously cripple property maintenance and housing production through both a blanket rent freeze and an unachievable regulatory mandate. Federal policies have also been damaging enough for the district's housing market, and we are ready to navigate enough with these challenges, and we don't need to make this path harder than it needs to be. I want to be clear, now is not the time to reduce our investment in home ownership or to raise new barriers for housing investment. Our residents deserve a city where new housing can be built to meet our needs, existing housing can be maintained and in good condition, and tenants can have a realistic chance to build wealth through the purchasing of a home. There are a few things that HCD can do to help the housing market today. While we anticipated their responsiveness to us and willingness to recently update the HPAP portal to show how much funding remained available, our industry needs more consistent real-time information on both HPAP and EHAP. A good start would be for HCD to fully comply with the transparency requirements that you established for HPAP in last year's Budget Support Act, and to quickly implement the new expansion in the eligibility for EHAP so that we can make this benefit available to our transit workers. And while greater transparency would be helpful, DCAR also stands ready to work with you and HCD over the coming months to further reform HPAP, to reduce the unnecessary red tape and the cutback bureaucracy, and speed up the delivery of funding. In our market, as you know so very well, excessive delays literally keep people from being able to own these homes. And finally, for our housing providers, we need expanded funding for small housing providers with grants to preserve our existing naturally affordable housing. Thank you again, Chair White, for your ongoing partnership with DCAR and this opportunity to testify. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And Vic Goncalves with Mikasa Inc. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. And my name is Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager and advocacy specialist at Mikasa. Mikasa is a longstanding nonprofit dedicated to sustaining diverse neighborhoods and providing affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at very and extremely low income levels. Today, my testimony will focus on the Housing Preservation Fund and the Housing Production Trust Fund, and the need for dedicated, permanent acquisition and rehab financing for the preservation of small, deeply affordable housing. During last year's budget testimony, we talked about the dire need for dedicated, permanent financing for those projects. In FY26, the council did ensure that at least 20 to 30 million of HPTF would be used for preservation. DHCD has stated in their responses to this hearing that 26 million from the HPTF budget has already been allocated, meaning that there's no clear future for funding availability for the remaining preservation projects that need HPF takeout. HPF is a revolving loan fund that blends public and private sources to provide short-term bridge acquisition, pre-development, and critical repair financing as borrowers apply for and secure long-term permanent financing from other private and public agencies. These HPF loans are structured to be bridge loans and need permanent takeout financing within 2 to 4 years of their origination. Because HPTF loans are exclusively used for affordable housing projects, and many of them have negative equity, traditional market rate private financing is rarely enough. The vast majority of these projects require HPTF, LIHTC, or other deep subsidies for permanent financing. Most naturally occurring affordable housing properties do not have the income needed to support debt and require at least 2/3 of subsidies to be able to complete the project. We're grateful that one of our cooperatives, 3218 Wisconsin Avenue Northwest, is included in DHCD's allocation of preservation dollars for FY26 and will therefore have permanent financing to take out their HPF loan and complete a renovation. However, we are advising 3 other limited equity cooperatives that have HPF loans that were approved with a plan that included HPF takeout, which is now uncertain. Their loans have matured and have been extended, but the interest carry over multiple years is difficult for these projects to sustain and adding significant development costs. The cooperatives are potentially facing foreclosure or having to sell their buildings, which would jeopardize the affordability and waste the city's existing investment. We have worked with the agency to propose creative solutions to minimize the need for subsidy. However, they still need significant subsidy. We appreciate the council including this issue in questions for the agency for this hearing. We want to emphasize the real level of need at this moment. We understand that 2 of the 3 CDFIs that administer the Housing Preservation Fund have an existing 100 million need of acquisition loans that need to be taken out in the next 3 years. These projects still need construction financing in addition to acquisition to remain stable and affordable for 50 years. We've been advocating for years for the reinstatement of the First Right to Purchase program, a program that would provide permanent, low or no interest acquisition loans instead of temporary bridge loans. These loans are paid back with a portion of available cash flow for the building after operating expenses are paid and can subordinate hard debt during a renovation. FRPP has a proven track record to sustain debt and sustain affordable housing long-term due to its low-interest cash flow loans. We appreciate DHCD's responsiveness to the needs of affordable housing providers by providing separate preservation and new construction pools in the most recent RFP. However, we respectfully request that the council and the agency provide clear and predictable notice on the availability of funding and timing, types of funds to ensure that projects are able to plan for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So first, right purchase program, you said restart this, this was in effect until when roughly?
Yes, this was in effect. I think the last time it was funded was 2018 or 2019. So when that project was in effect, if tenants were exercising their TOPA rights, either to purchase as a limited equity cooperative or to assign their rights, they could apply for this pool of funds.
Okay.
And it was replaced by the preservation fund. So it used to provide permanent financing, and now projects get temporary financing.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we I guess restart this in the bill that we introduced with Councilmember Nadeau last week. And for the co-ops that you have worked with on HPF loans, have you successfully worked with some buildings that have converted to co-ops?
Yes.
How are they doing these days?
It really varies, depending on how they got their acquisition. So there are some co-ops that are more stable because they got FRPP when it was available. The projects with Housing Preservation Fund dollars, like I said, are in a state of limbo because they don't know when their loan will be taken out or if HPTF will be available or other subsidies. And they don't, even if when these funds are available, they don't know if they'll have the most competitive application compared to other projects. So
I'm mostly just wondering, like, I hear a lot of horror stories from co-ops. I'm like, I've not heard from one that's working well. I'm sure there are plenty, but
Yeah.
I don't hear from them. So I just,
it really varies.
okay. Hillary Nash, what does the agency need to do for Metro workers to be able to access EHAP as, provided in the law we passed?
They just need to make it available.
Okay.
Yeah,
And they haven't
it's a
done
law.
that?
They just need to implement it.
Okay. Okay. And toward the end of your testimony, you mentioned a need for funding for, I think you said small housing providers. Is that right?
Yes, you graciously advocated for an increase in our the small housing provider rehabilitation budget last year. I think it was an additional 1.7 something million. So now that you can hear the community, over and over again talking about preservation, and that's a definite space that we could, use some additional funds.
Okay.
And streamline process, obviously.
Yes. And we'll all have to work together to make sure outside of this hearing, this committee, the council and the mayor are hearing about the importance of preservation dollars.
Yeah.
Walter Young, thank you for your testimony and the work that you are doing to help folks buy homes, get more information. Is there a common type of assistance that you hear people asking for that we're not able to provide at this point?
In addition of HPAP, you have first responders. I would say to echo one of the asks from a previous panelist is support to homeowners. We know that now we are done with federal or local assistance to help them if they are behind in the mortgage. So that is the type of assistance that we are missing at this moment as a community-based organization supporting DC residents.
Okay. Maya Brennan, you mentioned on the first of your 5 points, communication, questions and confusion around timelines. This is primarily the RFP, consolidated RFP, or repayment as well, or payment as well. Yeah.
It's been really across
Okay.
almost all of
Yeah.
it. I mean, if I would have millions of dollars to donate to all of my favorite charities for if I had a nickel every time someone said, I have a letter that I think I got awarded stabilization funds. And we're like, you got awarded the ability to go through underwriting for them. There's like so many different programs. At practically every program, there's something that is, and it's never fully clear to me how much this is the, reading something quickly when, because so many of our members are in crisis and they're kind of like, okay, I think I got through that. And then you look at it more closely and you're like, wait, I didn't get through that. Or if it's other aspects of the process. So it's like, let's try to figure out what are the things we need to do to be able to get the messages more clearly out, have it be, have fewer questions. I mean, things about, folks were excited to see that the RFP had a schedule listed of, how things go through the process. It was like, okay, great. Like this sort of, a visual of how things get through the process, a calendar of financing opportunities, all of that sort of stuff are the like upfront communication things.
Yeah.
And then there's the stuff where it's just like finding out who all of your partners are for care and hand holding through communications when there is something that is going to be kind of earth shattering for someone where you just really need to make sure you fully understand this, because getting the details of it is much more important than the skim that a lot of us end up doing for documents. Or if it's the language in the document itself that would not have been clear even with a close read. It's never fully clear to me.
And for underwriting, what's that timeline look like compared to other underwriting timelines?
That one's a tough one. I would have to try to see if I could find from doing a little scanning with other folks who either go through underwriting in different programs at different times here or different programs at different places. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say with the stabilization underwriting, some portion of it is hoping that assistants will be able to get a property to be able to get through underwriting and not communicating in between as well about what it's going to take to get there. But I'm not really fully sure. That is, as I say, just a guess about what could hold up the process there, because everyone's trying to get the properties to come out well at the other end. And obviously DHCD doesn't want to put limited money into a project and then have the project still go to foreclosure or the provider still go through bankruptcy. So there's just kind of many aspects going on here about the whole.
Sure. I thought there was one other question I was going to ask you. I think I want to thank this panel very much for being with us today. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and recommendations. We're going to take a 15-minute recess, and we will resume at about 1:05. So we are in a brief recess.
Oh, so where do you work from? Or what company do you work for? Or who are you? No, there's a 15-minute break. Well, there's a.
So, you know, where lots of patients. But that's what this.
That's good. I heard that you were. And you also told it down. That's what you're looking at. Because I'm like at the very. And I thought you were. Like, yeah, for probably.
Barrels is here.
Oh, yeah. How are you?
I'm gonna.
Oh,
Yeah.
I directed us.
I don't sound crazy.
I don't know, of course, I said no. Yeah.
You all just fine.
Thank you. You look so handsome today. I see you. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Yeah. We're back. Yeah, but this is back. We don't have. It's all we got. Somebody else. Right. But the part I mean, I live about one thing that I. Oh, okay, well.
Everybody's met it. But DC is a pass. I want to should not have everyone as a tenant. All of their surveys like that. And then some of the culture that. You'd like to know, that's it, I couldn't say that. I'm like 1,000. I'm doing that, let's hold it. Oh, you're sharing this. Okay, and I do that. But. Roll it. And I don't like research. Yeah. As far as. No, I just. You work for the big. I mean, I know that. And we are. Actually, you were wrong. And have program $5,000 for that bedroom. She can help. And I'm not going to go by the other day, so take your.
Good to see you. You haven't talked about it yet.
Ay, ahora se puso roja. Bandido.
Ya.
A ver, saludas a todos por la. I'm jealous that you got here.
Well, thank you for that. Okay, ready? Yes. Yeah, there we go. Two. There we go. This is very, and remember, fakes it to marriage. Yes. I'm scared. It's just a lot. I'm very nervous, very, very nervous, and Rachel is voting. Blacker than me. One is she voted for one. And it's gonna
All right, we are resumed. I want to thank folks for their patience. So we're going to move to our next panel, which is entirely virtual. Samuel Wilkins, probate and estate planning managing attorney with the DC Affordable Law Firm. Andrea Rosen, Sammy Wines, Sierra Club of the District of Columbia chapter. Nancy McWood, Committee of 100 on the Federal City. Kimberly Klontz and Jamie Hagelstein with HABA. Samuel Wilkins, sorry, welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairperson White, and good afternoon. My name is Samuel Wilkins, and I serve as DC Affordable Law Firm's probate and estate planning managing attorney. I am honored today to discuss the impact of the Heirs Property Assistance Program. With the help of Heirs Property Funding, DCALF has been able to guide families through the complex and time-intensive probate process, helping heirs secure rightful ownership of their loved one's property or access proceeds from a property sale. Without this legal assistance, we too often see the following. Heirs unable to open estates because their petitions for probate are repeatedly rejected without them knowing how to resolve the issue that led to the rejection. Heirs successfully open the estate, but because they don't understand the process, they make a critical misstep and they become liable for that misstep. Heirs never open probate, which enhances the risk of foreclosure and tax sale and prevents heirs from availing themselves to the benefits of being a homeowner. Heirs Property Funds have helped DCALF provide extended representation where we help clients navigate the entirety of the probate process, brief services where we dedicate substantial time to helping a client overcome a critical hurdle, or probate legal assistance network consultations, where we serve individuals inside the probate court who need legal advice that the probate court self-help center is not authorized to provide. Throughout our work in all of these representation types, it is clear how critical the work funded by Heirs Property Funds are to the community. Often clients share with us after a brief service engagement that they finally understand what's going on, or had no idea that they had to take action on a particular matter. Demand for services through the Probate Legal Assistance Network is so significant that at times tensions among individuals awaiting our assistance have escalated to heated disputes, reflecting both the depth of the need and the urgency clients feel in attempting to navigate what for many is an incomprehensible legal process. We have updated the process for managing flow. However, this underscores how extraordinarily high the stakes are. At the conclusion of the probate process, heirs may inherit a home, protecting against homelessness, enabling children to remain in schools and communities, and preserving the place where family, traditions, and memories were built. Approximately 67% of the heirs we represent in all stages of representation occupy the home at issue. Heirs inherit structure, stability, equity, and opportunity. If the heirs choose to sell, the proceeds can be transformative, funding a child's education, resolving debt required to repair credit, or meeting other pressing family needs. In each of these instances, access to probate assistance determines whether legacy is preserved or lost. With these funds, heirs get to benefit from the entirety of their loved ones' legacies without having to pay $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 to private attorneys to navigate the probate process. As many of the estates that we work with have a house and minimal liquid funds, the absence of free legal services may necessitate the sale of the house. Further, Heirs Property Funds also support the payment of other required court costs, like bond premium fees, court costs, and tax professional fees, expenses for which some of our personal representatives would have to pay out of pocket, as the estate may not have the liquid funds to cover these expenses. For some of this might result in credit card debt or forgoing payment of necessities. For others, it may result in an estate remaining unopened. These funds are critical to our clients. Take Joan, who came to DCALF when her mother's home, valued at $400,000, was facing foreclosure. She opened the estate several years prior, but didn't transfer the property out of the estate before it closed. We worked with Joan to reopen the estate, comply with her duties as personal representative, and now are preparing to distribute the property to her. It has been a privilege to collaborate with DHCD in lockstep as we have implemented this program, and thank you so much for your support of this program and for your consideration of our testimony.
Thank you so much. Andrea Rosen, welcome.
Sorry.
No
Okay.
problem.
My name is Andrea Rosen. I'm a member of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, which endorses this testimony. The Committee of 100 has long advocated for retention and reform of the city's rent-stabilized housing program, but has been frustrated by a lack of even basic data about rent-stabilized properties. We urge the Council to take a direct interest in ensuring that the rent registry comes online very soon, and that the Council consider, in consultation with the Office of Tenant Advocate and RAD, requiring additional kinds of data be accessible for use by analysts inside and outside government. In order for the rent registry to function as the central source of information about rent-stabilized housing, we suggest RAD consider allowing the public to have access to data on the presence of rent-stabilized units that are rented with voucher subsidies and units that qualify for rent stabilization but are currently rented under a dedicated affordable covenant. This information will convey a more complete picture of the city's rent-stabilized portfolio and help policymakers and the general public determine how much of it has been diverted to other uses. It is planned that researchers will be able to download data sets and run preset reports from the rent registry, but over the last week, these capabilities were not in evidence. Only the portal marked for current and prospective tenants was operational. It gives access to a table of basic data collected for rentals citywide, and in sampling the data for Ward 3, I found that only a fraction of the rent-stabilized multifamily buildings I know to exist there were listed. I asked the RAD administrator about this and other anomalies, and she explained that the public portal's launch has been delayed by problems with structure and coding. RAD plans to release information in stages beginning with the reports function, with completion projected for late April. I hope the mayor accepts your proposed addition of a full-time employee to the effort. Most assertions about rent control, pro and con, have rested on interpolations from old data and anecdotal information. The data collected by the rent registry should test what we think we know about the impact and use of rent stabilization in DC. It is crucial to the future of the program and the tenants who rely on it to quickly move to fact-based decision-making. Thank you very much for considering my testimony.
Thank you very much. Sammy Wines with the Sierra Club DC chapter.
Hello, and thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify today about the performance of the Department of Housing and Community Development and the Housing Production Trust Fund. My name is Sammy Wines, and I'm a member of the Energy Committee of the Sierra Club DC chapter. The Sierra Club is America's largest and most influential grassroots environmental organization with millions of members and supporters. In DC, we have about 2,000 dues-paying members and over 7,000 DC supporters. We are proud members of the Fair Budget Coalition. Thank you for introducing the Greener Government Buildings Amendment Act, which mandates that buildings owned or financed in significant part by the district government must adhere to net zero energy standards. Unfortunately, since the act was passed in 2022, the mayor has worked to circumvent its requirements on government buildings rather than pursuing effective implementation. We do not expect anything different from the mayor this year. We urge the council to stand firm against harmful changes to the Greener Government Buildings Act. Councilmember White, we recognize that your temporary bill made changes to the Greener Government Buildings Act to address concerns that affordable housing developers from affording housing developers, and refer you to the Sierra Club's January testimony on that bill, as well as my comments today. My testimony today will make 2 points. First, when district taxpayers subsidize new and substantially renovated affordable housing, that housing should be all electric. Second, the same requirement should be part of the Housing Production Omnibus Amendment Act, which you co-introduced a few weeks ago. First, this committee should ensure that all new construction and substantial renovation of district-financed affordable housing is all electric. This is by far the most important component of the net zero standards that the Greener Government Buildings Act requires. The district does not have to choose between its affordable housing needs and its statutory climate commitments. It can meet both by mandating that new construction and substantial renovations of affordable housing are all electric. This is important for 4 reasons. 1, burning fossil fuels in our homes harms our health because it fills our homes with dangerous and unhealthy pollutants such as nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, particulate matter, and formaldehyde. Eliminating these pollutants from new affordable housing will help to protect some of our most vulnerable residents, including children, from asthma and improve public health. Second, heating and cooking with fossil fuels is expensive now that more efficient electric options are readily available. And as residents of the district switch from fossil fuel use to electric in the coming years, maintaining the gas utilities pipeline system will become even more expensive as the fixed costs of distribution are spread among a diminishing group of consumers. We should be trying to reduce utility bills for residents of affordable housing, not increase them. Third, including fossil fuel burning appliances and new affordable housing locks residents into using these outdated and unhealthy systems for decades. Ensuring that new construction of all housing, including affordable housing, is all electric is one of the most important ways of pushing forward the energy transition in the district. Finally, as we are all aware, burning fossil fuels in our homes harms our planet. The gas we burn in our homes is methane gas, which the EPA says is over 80 times as powerful as carbon dioxide as a climate pollutant in a 20-year period. In short, new affordable housing should be all electric construction. The Sierra Club recognizes that all electric retrofits of existing affordable housing are not always feasible because of cost, and that there are occasional issues with electricity prices or particularly cold or hot months that could mean an electric bill is higher than expected. However, we ask that DHCD consider the longer-term benefits, including health benefits, of replacing fossil fuel burning appliances with electric appliances whenever possible. Finally, Councilmember White, we would like to address the Housing Production Omnibus Amendment Act, which you co-introduced a few weeks ago. This act would replace the Housing Production Trust Fund with 5 special purpose funds, which play different roles in developing and preserving affordable housing in the district. In its current form, it does not require that new district financed affordable housing be all electric. It should. And proposals for new affordable housing should receive higher scores if they are more energy efficient. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today.
Thank you very much for being with us. Nancy McWood with the Committee of 100 on the Federal City.
Good afternoon. I'm Nancy McWood, testifying on behalf of the Committee 100 on the Federal City. The Housing Production Trust Fund is the primary funding resource for affordable housing in the city. Many, if not most, of the projects receiving HPTF funds would not be possible without public financing help. Where HPTF funds are used is connected to the DC goal of an equitable distribution of affordable housing. A review of the FY20 through FY23 HPTF annual reports show where the funding is being distributed and where major affordable housing projects are located. In FY20, Ward 4 was allocated over $28 million, with 5 other wards, including Wards 7 and 8, receiving financing over $4 million. In FY21, Ward 8 was allocated over $48 million, which was about half of the total commitment for that year. Wards 4, 5, and 7 received over $10 million each in FY21. In FY22, only 3 wards received loans, Wards 4, 7, and 8 received over $70 million of the $128.9 million allocation. In FY23, the fund distributed over $280 million to 5 wards that included Ward 3 for the first time. In summary, Wards 7 and 8 received substantial funding every year from FY20 through FY23. Given that a few wards receive a high percentage of the public funding for affordable housing development and preservation, it is not surprising that results from the Mayor's Housing Equity Program showed the HPTF-funded wards overperforming in producing affordable housing, while areas with little or no HPTF funding lagged in reaching the affordable housing goals. The wards that do not receive HPTF funds produce a different level of affordable housing and at lower rates than the wards where HPTF projects occur. Relying solely on inclusionary zoning requirements, private developments in wards like Ward 2 and Ward 3 and much of Ward 6 set aside about 10% of new housing for households with incomes up to 60% MFI or $95,000 for a family of 4. HPTF funded housing, which must be all affordable, is typically divided among income brackets, with the greatest amount set aside for households up to 30% MFI or $49,000 for a family of 4, and the next greatest amount set aside for households up to 50% MFI, which is $77,000 for a family of 4. The very low income bracket overlaps with the median Black household income of $60,000 for a family of 4. The beneficiaries of HPTF funded housing are likely to be Black households, partly because of the income requirements, whereas IZ is likely benefiting a different demographic. We think the potential of HPTF to influence equitable development in every part of the city is enormous, but we think there needs to be more information and analysis on how to shape the program to achieve that goal. Committee 100 recommends that the council schedule a series of roundtables to assess if it is time to use HPTF to guarantee public funding in wards that have limited affordable housing opportunities for Black households, which means half of the DC population. Do Wards 7 and 8 want to continue to receive the majority of the HPTF funding? Would nonprofit or for-profit housing developers submit more applications if public funding emphasized help with acquisition costs? In addition to hearing from the public about whether the fund is producing equitable housing results, we recommend that the council ask the DC auditor to examine the results of the past 5 years of funding. How many units per loan amount were produced? Why was the affordability covenant reduced from perpetuity? How does the application scoring checklist complicate or enhance the approval of projects? Does it encourage project applications from the wards with limited affordable housing? Is it adding costs that might be eliminated without affecting public welfare? Thank you for your attention to my testimony and to the important matters that have been raised in the hearing.
Thank you very much for being with us. Kimberly Klontz, welcome.
Good afternoon. Kimberly Klontz, Director of Compliance for Edmondson and Gallagher Property Management Services. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding our company's experience working with the District of Columbia's Department of Housing and Community Development Portfolio Asset Management Division in its oversight capacity for the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. As an LIHTC owner and operator, we understand that compliance with under Section 42 of the Internal Revenue Code requires adherence to income eligibility standards, rent restrictions, physical condition requirements, and ongoing reporting obligations. Effective oversight is essential to preserving program integrity and ensuring long-term affordability for district residents. Our interactions with DHCD have been professional, structured, and aligned with established regulatory protocols. Mr. Kelvin Edwards has conducted physical inspections in accordance with program monitoring requirements. Approach has been thorough and consistent with clear communications of any of observations and defined corrections, expectations when applicable. The level of clarity supports timely resolution and continuous improvement in property operations. Mr. Alexander's oversight of the compliance review activities has reflected detailed evaluation of tenant file documentation, income certifications, and rent compliance standards. The review process has been conducted systematically in accordance with regulatory standards, enabling effective communication and ensuring ongoing compliance. In connection with annual program reporting, we have received responsiveness and well-articulated guidance from Ms. Deanna Young and Ms. Amy Mathis. Their coordination has supported submission of required certifications and subsequent reports timely. Additionally, Ms. Patricia Godwin's coordination of the annual HUD LIHTC tenant and property data collection has facilitated timely submission that aligns with federal reporting standards and applicable program frameworks. Clear communication is essential when LIHTC monitoring overlaps with federal data requirements. Across inspections, compliance reviews, reporting cycles, DHCD personnel articulated expectations clearly and administrated oversight responsibilities in a consistent and professional manner. The process has emphasized regulatory adherence while maintaining constructive engagement. We value DHCD's role in safeguarding program integrity and appreciate the professionalism demonstrated by its staff throughout our interactions. We look forward to ongoing cooperation to maintain high quality, compliant, affordable housing with the district. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kimberly Klontz, what organization did you say you're with? unmute for me? You were muted when you said it.
Edmondson and Gallagher Property Management Services.
Thank you very much. And Jamie Hagelstein with HABA.
Good job. That's not an easy name, and you got it right. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Jamie Hagelstein, and I'm a board member of the Historic Anacostia Block Association. Founded in 2006, HABA is an active civic association that is committed to informing, supporting, and representing historic Anacostia residents and businesses. I am also a resident of historic Anacostia, living at 2216 Chester Street Southeast, directly across from the parcel in question. I've lived here for almost 3 years, and in that time have witnessed the continued deterioration of this lot. DHCD's mission is to, quote, create and preserve opportunities for affordable housing and to revitalize underserved communities. Yet, DHCD's management of its own land at W Street and Chester Street Southeast reveals a staggering disconnect between that mission and reality. It is particularly disheartening that while DHCD's headquarters is located right here in historic Anacostia, the agency has proven to be a negligent neighbor. The parcel in question is a significant site abutting the Engine 15 firehouse. Since 2020, when DHCD relocated 2 historic homes to make way for Mapleview Flats, this site has sat vacant. Currently, the lot is a graveyard for construction leftovers, an unused trailer, decaying debris, and a weather-beaten billboard that is literally falling apart. The wire fencing is a magnet for invasive vines and windblown trash. HABA began documenting this neglect in October 2025. Despite repeated follow-ups, DHCD's response was to deflect or to ignore. They claim that because the overgrowth was in a, quote, public space, it was a matter for 311, essentially telling the community that they are unwilling to pick up trash on their own doorstep if it sits an inch past their property line. To date, we have received no explanation and zero action as to why decrepit construction debris and hazardous signage continue to rot on this site. DHCD's insistence on jurisdictional silo is an affront to our neighborhood. Their contractors reportedly walk past trash and decaying signs because of a boundary line. True revitalization requires a curb to boundary maintenance standard. Furthermore, their current maintenance schedule, which halts vegetation service in September, ignores the mid-Atlantic growing season, which extends well into November. So Chairperson White, we ask that you use this oversight hearing to secure the following firm commitments from DHCD leadership. 1, immediate remediation. Commit to the removal of the unused construction trailer, the decrepit wood signage, and all site debris by the end of this month, March 2026. 2, maintenance alignment. Commit to updating maintenance contracts to include the full growing season, March through November, to ensure the site does not become an eyesore every autumn. 3, curb to boundary accountability. Commit to a maintenance policy where DHCD contractors clear litter from the immediate sidewalk and curb of DHCD-owned lots rather than deferring to the 311 system for public space. And finally, redevelopment timeline. Commit to establishing a comprehensive redevelopment plan for this parcel that prioritizes high-quality design. This plan should be developed in direct coordination with local stakeholders, including ANC, HABA, and the Historic Anacostia Preservation Society to ensure architectural compatibility and community alignment. In conclusion, revitalization is not a passive act. We urge the council to compel DHCD to better maintain its vacant parcels and start acting like the mission-driven neighbor Historic Anacostia deserves. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Only a couple questions for this panel. They might be a little tough, but I want to ask so we can unpack a couple things. Samuel Wilkins, for Heirs property, as I think about this program in my head, I just hadn't processed that this was an unnamed assumption. In my head, it's family members who are going to take over and live in the home. Obviously, often that won't happen. They will sell it. why does it make sense for us to fund an heirs property program for properties that likely have enough value in them to pay for the attorney's fees, just given all the things that we have to, fund in the city?
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful question, and thank you so much for asking it. So I think, yeah, the first part of the question is at the start of representation, we're not exactly sure what the heir is going to want to do with the property. So to be able to have an heirs property program that enables us the flexibility to, as the case unfolds, be able to respond to the unique needs that the client has is critical. And the second thing is the individuals that we work with, everyone, as my colleague Gabby previously kind of testified to, everyone we serve is at 80% median family income or below. So the demographic that we work with is particularly tailored such that the legacy that the deceased people are passing are critical and life changing. So this heirs property funding that enables people to be able to inherit from their loved ones, whether it be the house and the power of intergenerational wealth that a house leads to, or the equity from the house that can also result in transformational wealth for years to come. So, if a property, say that property is sold and say there's 2 or 3 heirs, right? In that situation, you might have all 3 heirs get to then take those funds to put down a down payment to then ensure that additional people who are in need of access to justice and individuals who are modest and low income individuals, they can then use those funds to kind of transform the trajectory of their lives too. So, there's a demographic of people who, it makes sense that the attorneys kind of take a little bit off the top to be able to kind of handle the probate process. However, for the clients that we work with, both the person we directly represent and also the heirs, $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 is critical, is life changing, and to be able to provide those services for modest income DC residents, the equity in a house and what that does is sometimes as important as often as important as the house, and we get to be responsive to the unique needs of the clients that we serve and the heirs who are benefiting from a loved one's legacy.
Thank you very much. Andrea Rosen, on the rent registry, what do you think the agency can do better? I imagine they'll say, we only have so much control over how quickly landlords put the information in the rent registry. What would be your response to that?
Well, it's not clear where the explanation I got was about the nature, the quality of the work on the database itself, the structure and the coding. My impression is from reading different things that, in fact, landlord compliance was good. And apparently there was a real rush to input data. Well, I shouldn't say that. They did extend the deadline. But within the extended deadline, it seemed as if there was a lot of participation. There was a reference in some email correspondence I had with the rent administrator that they are understaffed for the effort because they have their ongoing work and then they have this thing. And that's why I saw in your recommendations about the budget that you had suggested an additional full-time employee there to handle the database. I mean, without being inside, I'm no expert. I can't say where, with any, accuracy, where the problem lay, other than what I've been told.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sammy Wines. So, I'm all for electrifying houses, for the obvious health and environmental reasons, and folks are having a time with Pepco bills right now. What do we do here? Because we're not going to be able to get a lot of folks on our side talking about higher electric bills right now, but we need to get folks on our side with this. So how do we address that?
Yeah, I think one, I know that the council is trying to address some of the rate hikes and things like that that have been an issue with PEPCO and revisiting some of the rate hikes that have been approved. So appreciate that there is some accountability there. I think there's a lot that needs to happen when it comes to holding utilities accountable and making sure that, things like data centers, the cost of those are being passed on to utility payers. The other thing, though, is like staying locked into fossil fuels is going to become more expensive for us. As I noted in our testimony, more people are making the switch to all electric utilities on their own, which means that the cost of gas infrastructure is going to be spread across a smaller and smaller pool of people over time. The people that are less likely to make the switch to all electric on their own are people who can't afford to make that switch because it is expensive, one, to make that switch, and two, as you mentioned, the affordability crisis with electricity right now is it's a crisis. So, but over time, everyone's going to be paying more if they're stuck on gas. And I think it is hard to kind of make the case for the trade-off of potentially seeing a difference in your utility bill, seeing that increase versus health concerns. But I think we can also tie this to like paying for healthcare in the long term is also expensive. And so it's just hard because I hear what you're saying. It's hard because it feels like in the immediate moment, it's hard to make the case for something like electrification when there's a lot of PEPCO stuff going on where everyone's seeing increased bills. But there are trade-offs in like where our money's flowing to other things right now because that we're so locked in on gas.
Sure. I appreciate it. I think we'll need to keep thinking about that because I agree with you. But anybody who doesn't already feel that way, if we can't figure out how to address the cost of electricity right now, we're not going to be able to gain their support. So we'll have to just collectively be thoughtful about how we do that. But very much appreciate your testimony. Nancy McWood, on the changes in funding in order to get more affordable housing built in other parts of the city. It's important to do. This is something I expect that we will actually have extensive conversations about when we have a hearing on the housing production omnibus bill that Councilmember Brianna Doe and I introduced. And one of the things it tries to do is get at that issue. Right now, the cost of land in Ward 7 and 8 is cheaper. So more of the development pencils out there and goes there, but we can't just stop at that. We need to figure out what it will take to get more affordable housing built equitably across the city. So this is something that we have some ideas on the table to try to move this forward, and hope that you'll be involved in that conversation as well. Kimberly Klontz, thank you for your testimony. I'm glad that you all have a good working relationship with DHCD, and I'm glad to hear that. And Jamie Hagelstein, I will ask DHCD today about that property. I know that property well. I have family that live over there. So I'll ask them about that today and try to get some clear and firm commitments. It's got enough challenges in Anacostia. We don't need to make it harder.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we'll get to the bottom of that. So thank you for being with us today.
Thank you.
And we will move now to our final public panel. Also virtual, Irene Jacobs with Kai Hall with the DC Policy Manager at Greater Washington, Sharice Liu, Farah Fasse, Community Development Director with Empower DC, Jerry Joseph, and Melissa Rodriguez, Resident Engagement Manager with Jair Lynch Real Estate Partners. Sharice Liu, actually, you are the first one up.
Good afternoon. I'm Sharice Liu with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. We are all aware of the economic challenges now facing the District of Columbia and nationwide, making it even more critical that the Council remains steadfast in its commitment to create and preserve affordable housing for the most vulnerable. While DC's median rent is approximately 54% higher than the national median, an estimated 44% of DC residents are rent burdened. Over 87% of those that are rent burdened live below 30% AMI. Recent data shows homelessness remains above pre-pandemic numbers, and the United States Marshal Service reported that the 2025 eviction filings increased by 250%. If DC permits these trends to continue, they will undoubtedly cause an avalanche of socioeconomic devastation for residents. Black DC residents are 91% of those experiencing homelessness and will continue to be the most impacted. DC Council must use all available tools to stop the harm and slow the displacement of current residents. Currently, the Housing Production Trust Fund is a primary resource for the creation and preservation of housing for residents with extremely low income, that's 0 to 30% AMI. It is the most effective tool to remedy the dearth of deeply affordable housing in DC. DC Council must protect and strengthen the progress DC has made over the last few years to prioritize the creation of deeply affordable housing. The latest housing profile report from the National Low Income Housing Coalition shows that over 59,000 DC renters have extremely low incomes, with housing costs up 5% from the previous year. The dearth of affordable housing for the extremely low income is currently as severe as negative 37,000, with only 37 deeply affordable homes available per 100 renter household. These grim stats do not even account for the barriers that the lowest income tenant faces within the housing market when in need of accommodations for large families and accessible units for those with physical disabilities. We urge DC Council to continue recognizing the distinct housing needs of the lowest income residents of DC. Deeply affordable housing is the most needed and the least created. The utilization of funds mandated to create 0 to 30% AMI continues to fall short of its legislative mandate. HPTF legislation explicitly mandates that 50% of the annual funds are to be spent for the creation of deeply affordable housing. In FY22, only 20% of HPTF expenditure was spent on the creation of deeply affordable housing units. In past performance oversight testimony, Director Green reported that the statistics doubled to 43% for FY23, and the agency projects that it will be 44% in FY24. DHCD has yet to report the data for FY24 or FY25. While we hope for continued improvement, the lack of transparency is unacceptable. DC Council must continue to require and track DHCD's adherence to HPTF requirements. The Council enacted the Housing Production Trust Fund Transparency Amendment Act in FY 2023's Budget Support Act. However, additional transparency measures are necessary. Additional provisions should require DHCD to provide detailed post-completion reports on each project and publish the number of projects that have met the eligibility requirements. DHCD should also include detailed data about each awardee and report the amount of the operating subsidy that is granted. DC Council should consider taking more affirmative measures to uphold HPTF funding allocations and consider separating the funds for the extremely low income to avoid the misallocation of funds that occurred in the recent past. The creation of deeply affordable housing is more crucial for DC residents than it has ever been. To meet the housing needs of DC residents, we strongly urge the Council to require additional transparency through reporting and create legislative safeguards that protect funds allocated for the creation of affordable units for households with the lowest income. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Farrah Fawcett with Empower DC.
Okay, good afternoon, Councilmember White, committee members. My name is Farrah Fawcett, and I'm the Community Development Director at Empower DC. I'm going to speak on a few main issues related to DHCD's performance: the need for an affordable housing preservation strategy throughout the agency, including DOPA, ensuring that TOPA tenant support providers are only experienced community-based organizers, and the need for increased transparency and data. Reading DHCD's responses to this committee left me with the same takeaway that I've had throughout the year. DHCD lacks an integrated affordable housing preservation strategy. Throughout their responses, DHCD states that economic vacancy issues and tenant posture around rent is the greatest current threat to the district's affordable housing supply. This position is offered without data. What we know from data is that non-payment of rent is nearly always a direct result of the lack of affordable housing. I understand that non-payment of rent has increased and the related problems, but the cause is not people's attitude. What DHCD and DCHFA call a tenant posture is often a rational economic decision in an affordability crisis. DC has an affordability crisis. While stabilizing affordable housing is part of preservation, the issue cannot be solved by scapegoating low-income people. Blaming the folks with the least control, the people who are literally in crisis and at risk of losing their housing, for our affordable housing crisis is not just ill-informed, it means it's going to be impossible to find solutions. As part of Access to Justice, Empower DC worked with 2 affordable housing providers and partners to increase rental payments and preserve affordable housing. What I found was not a tenant attitude problem, but disconnects between the management office and residents, recertification issues, people in need of payment plans, and residents withholding rent because of serious housing code violations, and of course, folks who simply could not pay. At one property, the most impactful thing we did was let people know they needed to complete a subsidy recertification and connect them with management. At another property, there's been a combination of payment plans, back rent forgiveness, improving housing conditions, and looking for subsidized housing. Critically, though, even if that property gets to $0 in rent delinquency, they're facing foreclosure because they have not received promised trust fund dollars that will allow for needed renovations. Councilmember White, you're familiar with Benning Park Apartments. If you'll recall, at the first meeting there, the board and management were literally yelling about tenant non-payment of rent. But what we found was serious housing code violations, prompting some tenants to withhold. But even more, we found that the management had not been doing Section 8 certifications. That was where those big gaps in payments were, was that HUD payment was missing, not the tenant payment. But that focus on blaming the tenants meant that folks were missing the real problems. I also bring this up because the issues there are indicators of at-risk subsidized housing, which DHCD does not have a strategy for preserving. An expiring subsidy, which is what most of their answers focused on, is not a meaningful marker of risk. That would be like tracking expiring driver's licenses to see who's the most at risk of an accident. There's not a correlation. The city should be looking at unsafe and unhealthy housing conditions in subsidized housing, not high cases of non-payment of rent, and sales. We do this in Access to Justice, but it's hard because of the lack of reliable data and because agency data doesn't talk to each other. There also needs to be a plan for DOPA. The responses in the committee questions around DOPA were very confusing. It seems like the agency's plan, which I'd never heard this before, was to purchase directly, run housing, and then sell it, instead of the qualified purchaser purchasing directly. So I'd encourage you to ask some questions around that. It seems complicated. TOPA, again, we want to make sure just experienced community-based organizers are doing the TOPA education at the upfront. I think this can be really critical in reducing scams and predatory practices. But we did hear DHCD during a presentation saying that anybody could take a training and become certified. Their responses say it would just be CBOs, so I hope it will stay to that. And then I think a lot of folks have been saying this, but really want to encourage transparency with the Housing Production Trust Fund, with how HUD and LIHTC funds are being used. And in that way, we could have real input into our city's plans. And of course, I would encourage you to keep up looking at the rent registry and making sure that it works. We need to take preservation seriously. This is folks' homes. And for that to happen, we need to have data, transparency, and broader input, and real strategies to prevent displacement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry Joseph.
Here we are. Thank you. My name's Jerry Joseph. I'm with Joseph Brown Development Associates, and I'm a resident of Ward 4. Our firm is an affordable housing developer and consulting company based here in the DC with focus on raising capital and for assisting our clients in the development of affordable housing, primarily in Maryland, Virginia, and DC. My partner Paul and I have been deeply immersed in affordable housing, in the development of affordable housing in DC since 2003. and collectively have undertaken 17 transactions involving over 2,400 units and nearly $750 million in development costs. We have been through a number of political and economic cycles over this time, but I can say unequivocally we've never experienced a financing environment quite like we're experiencing today in DC. For the last 4 years, we've been engaged as financing consultants with a property in Ward 5 called Green Valley Apartments. This is a 100-unit apartment building that was developed in 1972 by the Second New St. Paul Church to serve low-income seniors under the HUD 202 program. After 50 years plus of good stewardship, the building is in need of substantial renovation. The church, nonprofit church organization has successfully paid off their mortgage and now needs to recapitalize the property. They decided to enter into a partnership with the parent company of their third-party property manager, a company called the Orlean Company, in order to pursue recapitalization and redevelopment of the property. Our firm was hired to help guide them through the process of securing affordable housing resources that would be needed for the project through the district. At the time, 4 years ago, I advised them that based on my experience with the district's housing priorities, they should have a fairly easy time to secure the resources that would be needed to complete this project because it was it would meet all of the district's high priority requirements. Things changed quickly, however. First came the extensive demand for tax-exempt bond volume cap through DCHFA, which led to a complete reformulation of the application process and from a rolling admissions process to a competitive process that extended time. Next came the post-COVID downturn in the previously red-hot DC real estate market, severely diminishing the district's transfer tax receipts, which had been fueling the growth of the Housing Production Trust Fund and virtually closed the spigot on that critical funding resource. After pursuing what we thought might be productive avenues to fill our funding gaps through new sources emanating out of the Federal Inflation Reduction Act, to no avail, unfortunately, we arrived at a creative structure for the deal that wouldn't require any trust fund money or soft funding, but could be completed with a combination of an award of 9% LIHTC, which we received a year ago, tax-exempt bonds, and 4% credits, as well as the DC LIHTC program equity. We thought we were finally ready to proceed until we ran headlong into the worst environment for raising private capital equity in my career. For context, for the 20 previous years I've done business in DC, we almost always had multiple tax credit syndicators and direct investors who were eager to win our business. We could easily generate multiple proposals for equity, and we had syndicators bidding up the equity pricing to the benefit of our deals and to the city, reducing the demand on HTPF. DC was a place everybody wanted to be. However, today, we struggle to find investors who will even take a look at our project. We've reached out to nearly 20 different syndicators and direct investors. While everyone we spoke with professed that there was nothing fundamentally wrong with our deal, the majority of the responses indicated that they either were taking a pass on DC for the time being until the economic vacancy showed tangible signs of abating, or that none of their investors had an appetite for DC. Currently, this project is stalled until we're able to secure the equity investor. Unfortunately, our experience is not unique. We understand this is an issue impacting virtually every project seeking equity through low-income housing tax credits in the district. And what is ailing the equity market is only partially due to the unique situation in DC. There are lots of other factors overall across the country which has adversely affected the overall low-income housing tax credit equity market, which I don't want to get into in detail today. I'm not sure exactly what can be done by the city at this point to remedy this problem. Everything that is needed, I think, will cost money. There's obviously the Home Act which was passed, will help eventually, but I think the investor community is waiting for tangible signs that is address the vacancy. If you think about it, why would the investors be hesitant? Well, mainly they're hesitant because they don't want to invest in a property that has it might be in jeopardy of defaulting on its financing due to high levels of non-payment of rent. I think that, more quickly implementing the elements of the Home Act will help. There are other factors I think that could help that I'd be happy to discuss separately, but I think, things like obviously underwriting projects or lower debt requirements, which would mean more trust fund money, is one thing. I think also as an industry, we really need to look at overall how we are setting rents in tax credit programs. I think that given the high cost factors in DC, developers are pushed to try to maximize rents, and they end up trying to underwrite to rents that are as close to the top of the allowable rent as possible. And even though those rents may be in theory affordable under the tax credit rules, they don't match up with the incomes clearly of the residents we're trying to serve. I would agree somewhat with, there obviously has been some.
Mr. Joseph, you're about 2.5 minutes
I'm
over.
sorry. I'll
It's
stop.
okay.
I'll stop. I can keep. I apologize.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Melissa Rodriguez with, oh no, you're not here. Okay, excellent. Well, I do want to thank you all for being with us. Don't have a lot of questions for this panel. Sharice Liu, for funding these very low income housing, we're making progress through oversight and working with the agency. We got further to go, but we also have some transparency measures in the housing production omnibus bill that we recently introduced with Councilmember Nadeau. So I think we're going to find a path to get there. At the end of the day, we've got to build more housing. We've got to build more low income housing. Farrah Fawcett, what for the TOPA, community-based providers assisting with TOPA, what's happening that you're responding to here?
Yeah, I do think that what DHCD put in the responses is the right route, is essentially saying that DHCD's currently qualified community-based organizations could do a little certification and then be certified. There's two concerns though. One is, I think I hope that DHCD will make sure there's enough capacity to actually go out to all the buildings that have the offer of sale and making sure that there's enough coordination. I used to run one of these programs. I know that often happens, but getting out to every building potentially, could take an increased capacity and coordination. I think they're looking at some reduced capacity in the future. So that's a concern. I think one idea is they could also open it up to access to justice grantees, which similarly don't have a profit incentive, don't own housing, and already do this kind of tenant education. The concern that I'm responding to as well is that Terrence Lamy, who I know is on administrative leave, did a training with SMOA. And on that training, he said that anybody could become a tenant support provider if they just did like a webinar. And I think that would likely lead to some of the same problems that we've seen. I can't think of a reason why someone would want to do this unless either it was their organization's mission or they had they were trading favors with another broker or something. So I don't think it should be opened up that way.
Okay. I appreciate that. And Jerry Joseph, I apologize if I missed this with Green Valley apartment building. What's the status? Were you able to get financing, or is it just still in limbo because of the market right now?
We have all of the financing, but for the equity in place. So we've got, we have approval of our 9% tax credit allocation from DHCD. We've been approved for a bond underwriting at DCHFA. Like I said, we don't need any other soft debt like HTPF. We've through those resources, but until we have a tax credit investor, we're sort of on hold until that we have a couple of investors that are still actively looking at it, and we're hopeful that one of them will come through this month, but it's been a long slog, and I think it was just important to.
What's
I
the
know that.
goal for that building? Is it like a full rehab or,
Yes, yes, we're doing about $200,000 per unit, and it's not a gut rehab, but all the mechanical systems, the elevators, the roof, everything is 50 years old, and so all those systems are being replaced, and
Well, you have to,
it's not a situation at this point where the city has the city agencies have are supportive of the project, obviously, and we're just experiencing this
yeah.
this problem with investors.
The folks who are there now, will they, stay there, be able to return there, or will it be different tenants after the rehab?
No, they'll all be staying.
Okay.
We'll be doing rehab on site where tenants will be moved around while their units are being renovated, then moved back to their apartments.
Excellent. And with the various funding mechanisms from the city, assuming the other pieces come into place, will rents be able to stay relatively close to where they are now?
Yeah, the building actually has 97 of the 100 units there have long-term rental assistance. So we have a Section 8 contract, and we also have a project-based voucher contract for the units that previously weren't assisted. So this is it's a great those are great resources to preserve, obviously, for the residents and for the owner of the building. And I think Farah was mentioning this, I think, in her testimony about preservation. This is a great example of a resource that owned by a grassroots community organization, and is committed to permanent affordability, but they need the capital to make it happen.
Excellent. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you
welcome.
to this panel. I appreciate you all being with us, providing your insights and feedback. We are going to move to our final witness before our agency witnesses, which is ANC Commissioner Dion Yvette Brown, ANC 8D. Commissioner, good afternoon. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony, but make sure you hit the button on the base of the microphone.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White. I greet you as a lifelong Washingtonian, a 25-year resident of the Bellevue neighborhood, and the chair of ANC 8D. This testimony is also in the spirit of Reverend Graylin Scott Hagler, who was memorialized this week as a committed pastor, public theologian, and social justice warrior. We, the Commission, have established positions requesting less emphasis on housing in our area and more on community development by DCHD. These positions were formulated in consultation with residents, stakeholders, and commissioners of ANC 8D. A year ago, I penned a letter to the agency's director in opposition to DCHD's proposal to provide $23 million in Housing Production Trust Fund financing to the flats at South Capitol in the 3800 block, which is within my single-member district. Multiple low-income apartment complexes have been constructed within my boundaries within the past decade without any retail, amenities, or market rate housing to balance them. We in particular, and neighborhoods east of the river in general, are bearing an inordinate burden of housing the poor and marginalized as the city becomes increasingly more segregated racially and economically. The DC Fiscal Policy Institute has affirmed this fact in multiple studies without change of course by our city leaders. ANC8D became aware of the solicitation to dispose of the land at 199 Chesapeake Street Southwest for private development without DCHD meeting the statutory requirements of the DC Surplus Property Disposition Act for official notification and community engagement. There also was no feasibility study to assess the multiple impacts of the proposed development on the surrounding community. The solution, as always, was to inure developers at the expense of residents. ANC8D passed a resolution to retain the land in the public domain. We testified to that effect at DCHD's PAD hearing on June 23rd without ever receiving a response. And in that hearing, the winning bidder had no idea what neighborhood the land was in. He framed his entire presentation around Congress Heights, and he wasn't even a home builder. That stoked fears of another Talbot Street debacle from which this body and the mayor absolved the city of any financial or legal accountability. This is also the same agency that mismanaged the Homeowner Assistance Fund established to support those impacted financially by the pandemic. We do not trust them to do right by us. My single member district has also endured and has in the pipeline 366 units, and that's in a very compact space. And then in my neighboring single member district, we have Martinsville being redeveloped from 149 units to 821. The adage, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, rings true in our fair city. Living has not got any better for me since I resided in Bellevue. Affordable housing sounds noble, but produces adverse effects when concentrated into one side of the city without market rate housing, amenities, and economic development in tandem. Meanwhile, undesired projects have been dumped on Bellevue from prime locations without adding value to the community. We've also had an uptick in crime, which reinforces inequities and harms homeowners in our community who have invested, remained, and planted roots there. My house is worth less now than it was before the 2008 market crash. Where else in this city is that true? Those of us who took the risk to live, invest, and plant roots in the Bellevue neighborhood are being punished while western portions of the city flourish and accrue wealth through their real property. We already had somebody talk about all housing and no development. And so I'm going to go to our recommendations. First recommendation, remedy the broken promises to the Bellevue neighborhood by improving our housing stock, restoring our business district, and creating amenities to make it as livable as neighborhoods across town. 2, ensure DCHD meets the requirements for exploring a broad range of public uses for public land to serve the communities where they are located with proper interagency coordination before attempting to surplus them for private development. 3, ensure DCHD adheres to a balanced approach to community development to maximize livability. 4, transfer the real property at 199 Chesapeake Street Southwest from DCHD's inventory to the Department of Parks and Recreation for the construction of a rec center to serve as a shared community asset, and DPR is on board with that proposal. 5, facilitate the return of Secrets of Nature to DC in the space formerly occupied by Good Foods Market, which is in the DCHD funded apartment building at 4001 South Capitol Street, Southwest. 6, make the Talbot Street homeowners whole. It's a sin and shame the way the city treated those people. And 7, remedy qualified and approved half applicants with their due mortgage assistant. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and we hope to find favor with our positions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your testimony. We are trying for the Talbot Street homeowners. We are trying. We got one final bill that we're going to try to get the administration and council members on, so please reach out to them.
I don't know him personally, but it just hurt my heart to hear the story. And they've been on my prayer list since this started.
Mine too.
And so in Graylin Hager's spirit, I'm here to confront the council on that issue because it really hurt me as a Washingtonian.
I feel the same way. Yeah. So I'm glad you're here. I appreciate the testimony. There's something that's often in conflict, and it is I'm not immediately familiar. I know Chesapeake Street, but I don't know this property at 199 Chesapeake Street, right? But the issue with Good Food Market, right? If you don't have enough people flowing into a business, the business can't survive. And so often we wouldn't have gotten a business there without a subsidy from the district, right? And even the subsidy didn't keep it there. And what you're suggesting for this property on Chesapeake Street is don't build housing there, use it as, a community, space. And that makes sense, but those two things are often at odds, right? Businesses won't go where there's not enough density, enough people, and enough disposable income.
There's enough density there. And the proposal was to build 24 houses on that lot. There's no housing shortage in our neighborhood. I remember when the developer presented, I said, I can pull you up 24 rental and homeowner opportunities right now within walking distance of that lot. And again, he wasn't even a home builder. I wouldn't even dare risk a potential neighbor moving into a house with that Talbot Street situation, because when I looked at him, that's exactly what I saw. A jackleg builder about to give people trouble. And I see enough trouble in our neighborhood with shoddy construction. So I'm going to stand between that as much as I can.
All right. We do need to think about, the city can't, and I struggle with this because this is a nut that I just want to crack. The city can't make businesses, amenities go where it's not in their business model to go. And sometimes we'll try to force it anyway, like with Good Food Market, and it won't.
I understand. I'm a business person myself.
Yeah.
And Good Food Market was not what the community wanted. It's not what the community was promised. Them had demolished an entire block of retail to build that building at 4001 South Capitol Street. We were promised a one-to-one replacement of the businesses that were eliminated. We got a corner store that duplicated exactly what Secrets of Nature was doing 500 feet away in the 3900 block. How could he compete with a business doing the same thing he's doing, receiving millions of dollars of subsidies?
Yeah.
And he was displaced. He had been there for 35 years, withstood the crack era, strong community asset, did a good business, and it was also a gathering place. I stood in that store with him on his last day in business and almost cried with him.
Yeah.
We did drink too, but we had to, because the moment lent itself to that.
Yeah.
But it was sad. It was sad to see how the city treated Coy Dunston is his name, the owner who had been there for 35 years because somebody wrote a grad school paper, got a city grant, and didn't live in our community, wasn't invested in our community, said he was coming in to bring in healthy food options, and within 30 days of opening, applied for a liquor license because he said that wasn't profitable. So it can work. It was working before Good Food Market came there. So we can bring what was working back. He went to Maryland. That hurt my heart.
Yeah. So, the crux of what you're saying is something that it is important for the city to get, which is the idea of community development. Talk to the community about what the community wants and needs. Now, you may have to have parts of the discussion say, all right, here are the trade-offs, right? But talk to the community, engage the community in a real way. I think we could do a much better job of that because I know the area decently, but I'm asking you questions and you clearly know the area a lot better than I do, right? And so
I invite you to come over and walk with me. I'll show you the area. I'll tell you the history as I have learned from my neighbors.
Yeah.
And that lot in question is 2.2 acres. That's our only opportunity for an amenity. Back in 2006, the city built over 100 townhouses in the unit and 100 block of Danbury Street. Those were supposed to be single family houses, and they squeezed a bunch of tiny little townhouses there. They don't even have a community center, and their homes are too small to entertain in. That's one of the compelling reasons for us having a community center. Lecky doesn't have a gymnasium. The school right across the street, they don't have a gymnasium. They lock their playground when schools close. Kids in the neighborhood have nowhere to play. DPR has already done a needs assessment and has determined that we are underserved. They have earmarked funds in their FY27 budget for this project. And if DCHD transfers this land to DPR's portfolio, it's a go. And we lose nothing.
Okay. Okay, is that, I think there's a parkland on the other side of the street.
Shepherd Park that runs
Okay.
parallel to
Yeah,
295.
okay, but that's federal, right?
That's federal, it's covered with deer, it's undeveloped, doesn't have benches or, it's not usable
Okay.
by the community, no.
Okay, excellent. All right, well, Commissioner, thank you very much. Very important testimony.
You're welcome, and I'll follow up because I invited you once before when I saw you in the community to come walk with me. Because I want you to see up front, what our lived experience is and what the opportunities present for us are.
All right, well.
Thank you again.
Absolutely. Somebody from my team will touch base with you before you leave here today. Thank you. Want to thank our public witnesses for being with us and invite DHCD Director Green and anybody from your team who may be testifying. I will swear you in when you are ready, Director. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you very much. You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing and staff. I'm Colleen Green, Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. On behalf of Mayor Bowser, I'm here today to share DHCD's performance and progress in fiscal year 2025 and our priorities for fiscal year 2026 as we continue to invest in the long-term economic stability of district families and communities through the preservation and production of affordable housing, as well as community-based activities. Before I start my testimony, I would like to acknowledge the residents and organizations who have testified today. Your feedback is invaluable and helps us enhance our programs and services. Thank you for your testimony. DHCD's mission is to create and preserve opportunities for affordable housing and economic development and to revitalize underserved communities in the District of Columbia. We also serve as a regulatory body for rent control, inclusionary zoning, and topo rights. Housing remains a critical need across all income levels. DHCD remains committed to ensuring that every Washingtonian has access to safe, stable, and affordable housing. With that foundation in mind, let me highlight some of the major accomplishments and improvements we've achieved over the past year. First, in the area of affordable housing production and preservation, DHCD is proud to have helped accomplish Mayor Bowser's bold goal for the district to produce 36,000 new housing units by 2025, which was met ahead of schedule in July 2024. Our financing tools, particularly the Housing Production Trust Fund, Federal Home and CDBG dollars, and the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, continue to anchor our production strategy. In fiscal year 25, DHCD closed financing on 10 projects totaling 885 affordable units, including 6 projects supported by $162.5 million in housing production trust funds. In the first months of fiscal year 26, we have already closed financing on 4 additional projects, adding 201 affordable units with 56.9 million in Housing Production Trust Fund resources. This development financing activity occurred in the face of ongoing economic vacancy, inflationary pressures, and investor aversion to financing affordable housing in the district. From fiscal year 25 and 26 to date, DHCD saw a 54% increase in per unit subsidy. The increased cost per unit puts further strain on our funding, limiting its capacity to invest in as many projects to be able to continue to meet the demand for affordable housing. Because of the major downturn in the market, our partners and stakeholders called on DHCD to address the challenges in meeting their obligations to lenders, investors, and residents. The fiscal year 25 stabilization request for proposals was a significant part of our preservation strategy to prevent loss of covenants due to foreclosure. To avoid displacement and covenant loss, DHCD invested heavily in the stabilization and preservation of housing units at risk of foreclosure. In this approach, DHCD preserved over 4,700 units to effectively present the loss of thousands of affordable covenants and homes for district residents in 2025. The need unfortunately persists as the contract to pay rent continues to be viewed as optional, and there are currently at least 4,500 more affordable housing units still at risk of foreclosure and loss of affordability covenants. Established in fiscal year 2017, the Housing Preservation Fund has leveraged $48 million invested by Mayor Bowser, with an additional $155 million in private capital to preserve affordability for more than 2,600 affordable rental units in eligible multifamily properties. In fiscal year 25 and 26 to date, $25 million in Housing Preservation Fund funding was used to preserve an additional 137 affordable units for low-income households in wards 1, 2, 3, and 6. In fiscal year 25, DHCD and DCHA collaboratively developed and published the family-friendly affordable housing guidelines. As population and demographics across the nation and district have changed in recent years, these guidelines offer a local strategy and approach to respond to the evolving housing needs of district households. This design guide serves to promote higher quality, family-friendly residential buildings in the district and is a reference tool for teams engaged in designing, developing, and operating affordable multifamily properties. Turning to regulatory modernization, in June 2025, DHCD launched the Rent Registry, the district's first public digital rent control base. As of January 2026, 88,984 rental units have been registered, creating a baseline for rent stabilization enforcement and transparency. The public portal will launch this month, allowing residents and advocates to access property-level data. As part of our mission to increase opportunities for home ownership, the Home Purchase Assistance Program supported 263 new first-time home buyers in fiscal year 25 through a total of $30.5 million in assistance, although the program was budgeted with $28 million. Currently, HPAP applicants are closing on their homes in an average of 22 days from entering a sales contract. In fiscal year 26 to date, 48 residents have closed on their homes. There are 212 residents in the process of becoming first-time home buyers with the support of HPAP. DHCD has also made operational and policy improvements to enhance transparency, compliance, and efficiency. Since DHCD relaunched our Housing Resource Center in 2024, it has served as a true one-stop shop for residents, integrating services from DHCD, community-based organizations, and partner agencies across the district government. With implementation of digital intake systems, improved accessibility, and comprehensive customer service, we achieved a 92% customer satisfaction rate. Our single-family residential rehab program completed 97 projects in fiscal year 25 and 26 to date. This program has been essential in supporting seniors and long-term district residents with critical repairs and accessibility modifications that improve housing quality, prevent displacement, and support wealth preservation. In fiscal year 26, the program implemented policy changes to increase predictability of repair timelines for applicants and to ensure that the district's investments support continued homeownership for families. Additionally, we launched a new IZ lottery portal, streamlining the application and lottery process to reduce vacancies for affordable units. As of February 26, 18,961 households are registered, and 95 lotteries have been executed this fiscal year. Finally, DHCD's Property Acquisition and Disposition Division disposed of 12 properties in fiscal year 25, and the remaining 13 properties are currently in an RFP to accept solicitation. Once these properties are disposed, PAD will be able to focus its operations on acquisitions of properties. While these accomplishments are significant, challenges that continue to strain affordable housing development and preservation remain that require our continued focus. These include economic pressures such as rising construction costs, rising utility costs, and investors exiting the DC market due to the continued lack of rent payments that risk sustainable building operations. To address these, DHCD is continuing partnerships with CDFIs and leveraging Housing Preservation Fund for rapid acquisition and stabilization, monitoring the market and looking towards strategies such as mezzanine and bridge financing and DOPA opportunities to support reducing uncertainty for developers and accelerating closings. Ultimately, DHCD's success depends on collaboration with the council, sister agencies, housing providers, and community partners. Together, we can ensure that the district remains a place where all residents have access to safe, affordable housing. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. One question from your testimony, I was actually going to ask about the expiring affordability covenants. You mentioned that there are, you say, currently at least 4,500 more affordable housing units still at risk of foreclosure and loss of affordability covenants. Let me read the whole sentence. The need unfortunately persists as the contract to pay rent continues to be viewed as optional, and there are currently at least 4,500 more affordable housing units still at risk of foreclosure and loss of affordability covenants. What's the connection between the affordability covenants and the non-payment of rent?
Well, if people don't pay rent, then the properties are at risk of foreclosure because they can't meet their obligations for financing.
Got it.
And so that's the connection.
Okay, thank you. Few questions from testimonies today. For HPAP applications, first witness asked why. I guess there's a need to certify employment for the past 2 years. Can an applicant use tax returns for that?
Tax returns, I think, is part of the application, but you also have to certify your employment.
Previous employment as well. If you switch jobs within the past 2 years.
I think you just have to certify that you've had continuous employment. And I think that that is technically also what mortgage lenders also require.
But do they have to, does certifying it require the participation of your previous employer if it was in the past 2 years?
I would have to double check that. Just to clarify, you're saying, can I use my W-2s or things like that? Right.
Yeah,
That
so
makes sense.
easy enough for a current employer, but like a previous employer, what I'm wondering.
Well, it depends on if that makes sense, but it probably depends on whether or not there was something that was not congruent that they would say, we need something extra, right?
Mhm.
So typically if it's not on your W-2 or it looks like you were getting some kind of other payment, you may need the additional certification to say that you were actually working, you were actually not receiving a W-2, you're receiving a 1099. So there may just be some sort of, and again, I can look into this particular case, but I've seen where it's not quite congruent until they'll say, well, can you get a letter showing that this is actually what happened?
Okay. Yeah, if you would follow up with us and just let us know if it is generally required to get the participation of a previous employer in addition to the tax returns. For the rent registry, lots of testimony about the rent registry. Where are we now, and when will the rent registry be generally up to date and populated?
Well, it's hard to say. We have a lot of landlords submitting, obviously, their filing registration, so that's in process and is going fairly well. In terms of access for the tenant side of the portal, we're working with the developer to kind of get all the kinks out of it. There have been some kinks as we've tried to test it, and so it may actually go a little longer than this month, because as we test, there's failures, and we'd like to make sure that it is actually working in a way to, reduce fewer complaints, because it'd be hard enough for people to understand how it's working, as it's a new opportunity and a new way to access the information. So we're hoping that the tenant and public portal side will be open no later than May.
Okay. And mostly, if not completely populated.
I mean, again, that's partially our control, right? By how fast that we can enter the information and get the filings done. But there's people that still need to put them in. The law is there so that we have the timeline where they're supposed to put them in, so.
Okay. But the pace of entering the data inside DHCD, is the pace adequate to get this done?
I mean, it could be, anything could be faster, right? I think that we are reviewing approximately 1,000 filings every week, and takes about 30 days or so to get them uploaded to the system. So that's the pace that we're at.
Okay. I think it was Washington City paper reported a data breach or leak on the rent registry. What's the status of that?
It has been taken down and secured. We notified the public that there was a potential data breach on our website, and we've secured that.
Okay. How did you notify the public?
It was on our website. On the rent registry website front page, there's a notification that there was a potential data breach and some personal information may have been released.
Okay. There's no requirement to let the people whose data may have been breached, to let them know.
Now, it was hard to say whose data actually was breached and how much of it was breached. So it was hard to even identify exactly who.
Yeah.
So just doing that public message seemed like the best way. And to be honest, the information that was accessible was easily searchable in the public sphere and anyway. It wasn't social security numbers or birth dates. It was like names, addresses, phone numbers, emails.
Okay. I mean, I've gotten notifications before that there had been like a large data breach. Your information may have been, compromised. In instances where they don't know if it has been. Was this on your social media as well, or just on the website?
I believe it was just on the website that we notified people.
All right. What was the reason for not putting it on social media?
Just a decision that was made. So people that are generally using the rent registry would refer back to it, would come back to it. And so those are the individuals that would be most affected.
Okay. So it was the data that may have been breached was landlord data, not tenant data?
Some of it was landlord data. There was some other public data that potentially could have been tenant data as well.
Okay. Tenants aren't going to DHCD's website. For IZ, inclusionary zoning, the timeline has shortened, but there was a recommendation earlier about essentially allowing people to apply with the owner of properties as a way to shorten the timeline significantly. Is there a reason not to move in that direction?
So there are, there is the opportunity for landlords to apply for a housing selection plan. And they do that. We also oversee that as well. They have to report on that. I don't know that it would be shorter because you would still have to fairly approve the number of registered individuals and somehow make sure that that's fair as well. And they still need a lottery kind of information done to them, given to them, so that they have the information of the registered individuals for IZs. So I'm not sure that that would be shorter.
And what's the timeline now in general for getting an IZ unit filled?
Well, it depends on the unit, but it depends on the unit. It depends on someone's interest in the unit. But as soon as we get the information about a vacant notice, I think we process it within 10 days.
But I'm trying to figure out how long it takes to get somebody into the.
It depends on if they want the unit, right? So if I give you a lottery, you go down the list, you get the qualified people, they've got to see the unit, they've got to select the unit, they've got to decide this is the right unit. And so it depends. I could show you to 5, 10 eligible people, all of them say, I don't want this unit. So it all depends.
What's the average time?
I would have to get you that average time.
Okay. Is it more than 6 months? Do you know?
I don't think it's more than 6 months.
Okay. Well, please do follow up on that. For Commissioner, no, a resident in historic Anacostia mentioned the property behind the historic Anacostia fire station. Are you familiar with that property?
Not specifically. I heard the testimony and I'll look into it.
Okay.
One of the things that I would remark from the testimony is that I heard that regardless of whether it's our property, that we should do something about it. And that would not necessarily be a possibility. You cannot trespass on someone else's property. So if it's our property, we definitely should have and would have done something about it. So that was the one question I had about it. The statement was, it doesn't matter whose property it is, DHCD should do something. And we don't necessarily have access to properties that we don't have access to or are not able to access.
By our property, do you mean DC property or DHCD property?
DHCD property and sometimes DC property, right? We can coordinate with other agencies. We don't know, I mean, I don't know the history of this particular property. As I said, I will look into it, but just that statement that just because it's.
Understood. If it's DHCD's property, can you commit to removing, if there's an unused construction trailer, can you commit to getting it removed?
If it's our property, it sounded interesting to me because we have a regular maintenance schedule and inspectors that go and view our property. So to me, if it was something that was our property, it would have been taken care of.
Okay, but if it is your property,
Of course.
you'll take care of it. Okay. When can you let us know if it's DHCD's property?
As soon as I find out, I'll let you know.
Is that going to take days,
It
weeks?
should take days.
I'll follow up by Monday if we don't hear back.
Fine.
And if you would also let us know if it is your property, what the anticipated use is for it and the timeline for that. For Commissioner Brown, a lot of her testimony was about partnering with DHCD to make sure the agency understands the needs of the community. What's your response to that testimony?
DHCD is often in the community with listening sessions and also our annual public sessions that we have around our federal funds. We go to each of the wards several times over the year to hear what the concerns are. We have to submit a plan federally for our federal funds that takes into account feedback from citizens. So this is the first time that I have I wouldn't say I've heard from her, but those are the opportunities that are there so that we can hear from all ANCs, citizens, businesses, everyone that has something to say.
Okay. So yeah, it's important to mention, I've mentioned it before to several agencies. It is important for agency directors to be here when the public testifies because it says to them, like, we're listening. Was there a reason you couldn't be here for the public witnesses?
Yes, there was a reason I couldn't be here. My staff was here and I was also listening. That's why I was able to respond directly to the testimony that you were talking about.
Okay. I do think it matters to people if you're in the room. That was it. The the questions for the agency's responses to the committee's pre-hearing questions were pretty late and with no explanation. Can you clarify why that occurred? What happened?
There was 200 questions. We wanted to make sure that we were answering them as accurately as we possibly can. We also were working on a number of other priorities, and I think they also had to be reviewed. So that's the reason.
Okay. In the future, can you let us know if it's going to be late?
Sure.
Thank you. Want to get into the agency's SMART goals. The status updates of the SMART goals look to reflect the same performance numbers from last year. So for example, goal 2 still reports that 312 affordable units were preserved, which was the fiscal year 24 outcome, and goal 3 reports preventing 1,494 evictions or foreclosures, which was the same number from the previous year. Are these like the exact, did you hit the exact same numbers on these?
I think those are the goals, correct?
These are the results of the goals.
I would have to look at that.
Do you have updated numbers on these?
I mean, you should be getting updated numbers on a quarterly basis as you asked. So I'm not sure what you're looking at.
I'd say the same thing to my team. So I don't know what's happening. We haven't been getting those. So
well, I'm reviewing them on a quarterly basis for your deadline. So I will have to look at the reason you're not getting those. Because my understanding is that you are getting those. I see the emails that they're being sent. But I will triple check.
Okay. Please do. Yeah, because I was confused as to what's happening here. But if you are sending them quarterly, then somebody should be able to pull them pretty quickly while we're here. So could somebody from your team get us those so we can look at them during the hearing?
Couldn't anybody get them?
According to the DC Policy Center's analysis in 2022, each HPTF unit cost was over $530,000, which is more than many market rate luxury apartments. It's kind of had a moment in the news, so I'm sure you saw this. What requirements within the HPTF or layered on top of it make the building so expensive?
I mean, there's a number of policy things that go into it. There's green communities or energy efficient requirements. There's first source requirements. There's CBE requirements. A number of the policy things, and I think we've had developers testify around that are required around affordable housing, make it more expensive than market rate units that don't have the same requirement.
Is there a breakdown? I positive these don't, all those programs don't have the same financial impact. Is there how is there a breakdown of the impact each of these has, so we can analyze, like, is this worth the cost of
We don't currently have a breakdown of that at all. But when individuals, developers, sponsors submit, every time there's a new requirement, there's a new consultant that's required, right? There's new mechanicals that are reviewed, like everything has a cost to it. I mean, we can try to come up with something. I'm not sure that we have the data separated like that, because we don't do market rate units as well. So I can try to find, try to kind of break down the number, but we don't have that readily available.
Okay, because I mean, I think we have to get that if we're going to attempt to reduce the cost of building affordable housing.
I think we could probably partner with some of the industry associations that have that work and ask if they have that number readily available.
Okay, and if they don't, would they work with you to get it?
Of course.
Yeah. There was some testimony around most of the affordable units being in wards 7 and 8. What challenges has DHCD faced and that make building in wards 1 through 6 more difficult? Is there anything? Obviously, the cost of land is higher. Are there other factors?
I mean, the cost of land is higher, and also the opportunity is not as great. There's not large lots of land available or district-owned land that's there. So those are some of the challenges. But the district has put, different programs into trying to access those areas, such as the HANTA program.
Is that producing affordable units in wards 1 through 6?
Yes, it has. I mean, it's a small compared to the cost that it takes, but yes, it has produced units in wards 1 and 3, and maybe also 6.
What about zoning? Are there zoning restrictions or costs associated with zoning in wards 1 through 6 that are driving this as well?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So there's not been like a deep analysis of what's getting in the way of building affordable housing in wards 1 through 6?
There was an analysis. This is how the planning areas were designated. I think there was an analysis that happened before I got here in maybe 21, 22. That was done by the Office of Planning in conjunction with DHCD. I can't remember the exact name of that, but that's how they came up with the high cost needs areas. And so that analysis was done. It does exist.
And DOPA, obviously DC has not yet utilized DOPA. Have you explored land acquisition as a strategy to finance affordable housing in wards 1 through 6?
Yeah, so we look at opportunities. I would say that sometimes, again, land costs are very high. You can buy, do a DOPA project and it could take up half of the Housing Production Trust Fund, where and you're just acquiring the land, whereas I could use that money to add covenants to buildings that already exist or build a new building for cheaper. So the cost benefit analysis is often a hard one to stomach when you're looking at, something in Ward 3, given the amount of money that we have to create affordable housing.
Yeah. I mean, at some point we're gonna have to do that or do it again. Just analyzing what are the things getting in the way of building more affordable housing in other parts of the city, so we're not, adding to economic segregation.
Well, I do know that there's often a request for tax abatements on a lot of buildings in Ward 1, 3, and often 6 as well, not as much, in order to create affordability without housing production trust fund use. But again, that's a bill to the tax, right? It's a tax abatement.
You mentioned non-payment of rent a couple times in your testimony, as a major, headwind facing, our broader housing portfolio, but DHCD's property portfolio as well. What's the number of economic vacancies across DHCD's portfolio?
I would say we're probably about 30 to 40%. I could get you that exact number, but it's probably about 30 or 40%.
Okay. If you would get us the exact number, that would be helpful. And then how many of those vacancies are due to housing code violations or unlivable units, so that we can start to segregate out the non-payment of
In
rent?
DHCD's portfolio,
Yeah.
not a large number. What I'm seeing is, just anecdotally, is that when individuals finally get to court, they may claim a housing code issue in order to delay the rendering of a judgment, right? And so then that'll push back their ability to evict, and they can stay there for another year, never having had made any claim or reporting any maintenance issues previous to the point of being in front of the judge. So those are just kind of anecdotal, but also in terms of DHCD, we look at our properties on a regular increment. There is a housing standard that all of the owners and sponsors have to keep. I mean, there is a challenge also, though, right? It's kind of a WAG, it's cyclical. If I don't have money to fix things, like, what do? I'm coming out of pocket at some point. That well runs dry as well. So it's kind of a challenging, but we have not noticed like a significant number of individuals not paying because of quality of housing. I think it's more like I'm not paying, and I'm gonna say that it's because of the quality of my housing.
What would be the appropriate agency to look at the rent registry? So my understanding is that the courts can only take a certain amount of money per month into its rent registry, but I think a number of other jurisdictions, if you are saying you have an issue with your unit, you got to pay into, some account, rent registry or otherwise. What agency would be the appropriate one to explore that?
I'm not sure, but I will say this. I think that I've heard a lot of feedback about what the DC Superior Court can and cannot do, what the Office of Administrative Hearings can and cannot do. I'm an idea I would have is to set up, even if it's for a temporary basis, somewhat of a court or adjudicating agency or group of people, just to kind of get through the landlord-tenant backlog in order to prove to investors that we are back on track in terms of the situation that we're in.
Yeah. I thought something like that would work as well. I got actually pushback from the building owners who raised what turned out to be a legitimate concern, which is those decisions would be appealed. They'd be appealed to the Superior Court, which actually means you end up creating a longer process.
Well, I think that's if you go through the Office of Administrative Hearings, they would be appealed, right? So it depends on, like, this is setting up something new. You could say it's not appealable, right? It's not court, it's not, it's not, it's just,
It'd be
like,
nice.
I'm not a lawyer,
Yeah,
but.
I don't think you can do that. You can't, yeah, you can't have a body come to, was legal conclusions that aren't appealable, unless all the parties agreed to it, which I don't think they would. So, but we do have to figure it out, and we have to think creatively. But I have explored that idea.
Well, one thing that about that idea is that even if it's appealable, at least it would not, if it's someone focused on it, they would be focused on that particular situation for a period of time to kind of get, movement on it, as
Yeah.
opposed to, one body hearing a lot of different things and maybe, but, having it be a calendar issue on top of it.
Yeah, I'm open to it. If you can get the building owners on board, they're the ones that said, no, please hold your horses on that one. But I'm open to it. So residents report difficulty understanding the selection process for the small buildings grant program. How does a property owner apply, and what is the why is there where's the application available to the public? How does somebody apply?
So on our website, there's an email. When you go and look at the eligibility and description of the program, there's an email. That email goes to the small buildings program. They can inquire. Once they inquire, they get a return with the application on it. So we're able to track all the inquiries and who is actually returning applications and who is not. So that's how you get the application.
Do you have all the statutory authorities you need for that program? Is there anything that you need that would improve that program?
That I'm aware of at this point. The program was started as sort of a demonstration project, and it's had a couple of iterations as a result, as we've gotten feedback from applicants. So at this point, I do believe it does have the statutory requirements.
Okay. And I mentioned this earlier with Director Donald. Over the next 5 years, DHCD reports several, I think it was 4,000 in your portfolio of affordable units at risk of subsidies expiring. Do you know whether your 4,000 units overlaps with DHCD's 5,800? I mean, DCHFA's 5,800?
They're probably some of the similar units.
Okay, I hope so.
I hope so too.
What are you, what's the plan for those units? Are we gonna let it expire? Are we looking for investments? What do we do?
So the plan is that they would have to apply for assistance if they still need it. And if we can provide the assistance, I mean, we've worked with a number of buildings, a number of owners, and again, this is a situation where everyone has to dig in. There's not like a silver bullet or a silver check, unfortunately, that can cover the entire amount of delinquencies and bad debt that to make owners whole at this point. Some of it is sunken funds, but they will have to apply for the funding that's available. We have in our RFP made it so that preservation can compete against preservation, and new construction can compete against new construction. That is a result of conversations that we've had, that new construction, I think you remember this, new construction was always beating out preservation deals. So by creating two pools, that won't happen again, and also trying to provide more flexibility in our funding sources, so individuals can get funding faster, and extending repayment requirements to the best that we can, and extending just how they pay, deepening the cash flow and the rate of return, like everything that we can do to make sure that we preserve the units. And even in some cases, releasing covenants in some areas so that we can preserve as much as we can.
What helping those, where would that, what pot would that funding come from?
The same pot that we've been using. It's not a new pot.
Housing Production Trust Fund?
Housing Production Trust Fund, our federal grants that we have, Housing Trust Fund, home, any one of the funding sources that we can use.
Do you have a sense of what the rents would be in those units when the covenants expire, so that we understand whether some of them are going to face more drastic rent increases, which, you know, may necessitate prioritizing them?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
So if covenants are expiring in 4,000 units, 30 years old, the rent increase in many of them will probably be very modest, because at this point, you know, those units wouldn't demand a high rent. Some of them, the rent increases may be pretty significant. You know, maybe there was a rehab done relatively recently, in which case we would probably want to prioritize helping those folks, so that the folks who live in those units don't get priced out.
It'd be really speculative and hard to kind of control that. I think that properties come to us on you know, when they submit, and all of our funding is 80% and below, and you know, so you don't expire one over the other on a time frame. It all depends on sort of the wherewithal of the sponsor to kind of weather the storm as well. So it's kind of hard. It would be very speculative, like just kind of like a lot, like a luck. Be very difficult to do that. But all of our units are 80% and below, or 60% and below if they have tax credits on it. So they're expiring, or something's going to be foreclosed on. All of those units would be. It's not, some of them are foreclosed on and some are not. The entire building would be. And what they are going to set their rents at is not necessarily with that same sponsor, right? So it gets foreclosed on. They no longer own the building. It goes to the bank. The bank decides or sets or whatever. I mean, we could do market studies on all of this and kind of figure out where the current rents would be, but
That wouldn't be, no, I guess it wouldn't be in the rent registry. So we secured $30 million in the budget for preservation in the HPTF. Looks like $26 million has been allocated. What criteria do you use to evaluate preservation projects for trust fund awards?
so most of those preservation projects go through the Housing Preservation Fund. The ability to pay, the stability of the organization, the stability of the co-op or condo, whether or not they are sustainable, what their collections rates are also. So the prospects of it doing well and ability to get financing, those are some of the amount of rehab that it needs. Those are some of the criteria.
Is the criteria documented, so that if I apply, I know roughly what my chances are? Okay, where is that?
So each of the groups or the financial institutions that are part of the Housing Preservation Fund have their term sheets that they give to and then we also will put it in the, I think it's also in our grant agreement with them, of the minimum requirements that we are seeking. But yes, it's written out.
Okay. I want to talk about the flags in the Office of the Inspector General audit. So for people listening who don't follow government accounting, can you explain in layman's terms what happened in the two cases flagged by the OIG audit, which would be the HPAP mistake that added $690,000 to the books that wasn't there, and the Housing Production Trust Fund mistake that left $19.3 million balance on the books that also wasn't there?
I would have to look back at that. it's in the recesses of my mind and I don't want to misspeak, but I would have to look back at that. I think that was a simple accounting error that was corrected very quickly on the side of the OCFO, but I will double check and get back to you.
Okay, is there somebody else from the agency who can?
I don't think so.
None of these people can answer that question?
Can you answer? Okay.
We got all these people here, man.
I don't got a lot of people here, just a few. Might think they're with me, they're not.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yes.
Do you want me to raise my hand?
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So this is going to be really in the weeds, and I'm just going to apologize in advance.
Layman.
I will try to make it as simple as possible. So the $19 million issue, right? That was a receivable balance that was generated as a result of the ARPA money that was in the trust fund, right? So at some point in that fiscal year, that was fiscal 24, the mayor's office had asked us to deobligate our ARPA money and put it back in the central pot so it could be reallocated. And that was with the mind of the expenditure deadlines, right, for the ARPA money. So we had a dozen or so active purchase orders, right, those are obligating documents, let us keep track of who we owe money to, right, which loans are actively drawing. The choice we would have had to make was to shut all those purchase orders and open new ones, which would have prevented or caused a delay in developers being able to make their draws. So what we did was we did a journal entry, which is an accounting entry, to move as much as we could of actual year-to-date expenditures off of the ARPA money, leaving just those small open balances in the ARPA funds. Now, here's the inside baseball part. The deadline for getting all the payables done at year end is the middle of October. The module that we needed to make an adjustment in closed in that year, closed soon thereafter. So when we made the journal entry to move that last bit of ARPA expenditure, the project to grants module was already closed. So the receivable didn't automatically get wiped off the books. In FY25, the project and grant module closing is further back. So this would never happen again. But it was really just a matter of timing for that second journal entry, reclassifying those expenditures from ARPA to regular trust fund, if that makes sense.
So how do you reconcile that journal entry or whatever you couldn't plug in?
Yeah, so what I noticed was after projects and grants was already closed and I was looking at the revenue number, I noticed the anomaly. And I did make sure that everyone knew, but at that point it was too late to make the correcting entry in FY24. We made that correcting entry in FY25.
Okay.
And the independent audit, like FY24 is the last year we had a standalone audit of the trust fund. We notified the auditors right away that we had detected this error, we had made the correction. And it was noted in our financial statements. It just wasn't in the ACFR financial statements. So when this year we rolled the HBTF audit into the ACFR audit, that adjustment had to be made up top.
Okay. And then for the HPAP issue with the $690,000?
Yeah, the HPAP issue has to do with, it's a calculation that we do that affects all of our loan portfolio, right? And it has to do with an assessment of doubtful accounts, right? Doubtful accounts can mean one of two things. It can mean we think this might be bad debt. It can also mean this is a receivable that is outside of the realm of available, right? Receivables are supposed to be measurable and available. So some of those long-term receivables we don't have performance data on, we assume that they are uncollectible so as to not falsely inflate the receivable balance, right, associated with those loans. In this particular case, the math had a little bit of an anomaly in it. And when they made the accounting team who did it made that entry, it actually swung the balance negative, right? So instead of if your receivable balance was $1 million and your doubtful accounts were $200,000, that would leave you with a net of 800,000, right? This math swung it the other way. So you started with a receivable balance of $1 million minus a negative number gave you a receivable of 1.1 million. Obviously an error. It just wasn't detected. When we gave the draft financial statement to the auditor, right? In discussion with the auditor, it was detected and corrected. So it didn't make it into the final ACFR. Okay. The final ACFR is correct. The draft financial statement had an error, which was detected and corrected.
Okay. So there would, in the ACFR, there's only, in the final ACFR, there's only one.
The only adjustment is for the $19 million receivable from FY24.
Okay. And so is there, to go back to the, for either of these, is there any process change that needs to happen?
So for the $19 million type of problem, as I said, it would never happen again. First of all, we don't have that ARPA money. We're not moving transactions in and out of the trust fund like that. That was an anomalous situation. But the fact that we have made changes in the DIF's year-end closing calendar makes sure that won't happen. And my team is all really clear that that's something we need to be mindful of.
Okay. And you feel confident that given these two issues, one issue, 1.5 issue, however you want to count it, that it shouldn't create concern that there might be accounting issues elsewhere?
No, it's even with the allowance calculation, that was a missed item in the review of the document. We're obviously on notice that we need to make sure that all of the levels of review of the draft financial statement are being very thorough before it gets to the audit team. But even so, once it got to the audit team, they asked a question and we were happy to fix it.
Okay. And can you automate anything so that this is triggered?
The allowance for doubtful accounts calculation is really difficult, and it has to do with the data that we get from our third-party loan servicer. And what they give us is 5 years of collection data versus what we would expect, right? So if you have a population of 100 loans and they were all supposed to give you $100, you would expect a certain amount of collection.
Yeah.
And to the extent that you fall short of that, that is an indication of a bad debt, right? But we have thousands of loans and $2 billion in the loan portfolio, right? Because that finding had to do with HPAP and HPAP repay specifically, which is a tiny little fund. But that calculation is done for every fund and every loan type that we handle. So it's just a massive data set, and we're looking at 5 years worth of data and then making a calculation. I wish it could be automated. It's super tedious.
Sure. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate you helping
problem.
shed some light on that. So instead of moving to a different topic, let me welcome and recognize Councilmember Zachary Parker.
Thank you, Chairperson Robert White. And it's good to see you, Director. I'm going to jump in focused on the HPAP program. And just to level set for those watching, this program is important for a number of reasons, but I think it's a vehicle for more district residents to become homeowners, which is a stated goal of the executive or the mayor, but also for us on the council. So for fiscal year 2025, DHCD had a HPAP budget of approximately $30 million with 263 closings. Is that correct?
We started at a lower amount, but we reallocated in order to meet the demand to make it to that 30 million.
And how many applicants received eligibility letters for this fiscal year?
For this current fiscal year, 26, we have, I think about 180 NOEs so far.
180.
Rounding up.
Okay. And were all applicants who were eligible to receive funds and had a signed contract able to receive those funds for fiscal year 25?
So in fiscal year 25, there was a lottery process. So you were told, got a notice to proceed in order to buy a home. So you would have the amount of funds. You had the amount of funds before you even went to buy a home. It was confirmed that you had the funds ready.
You had the funds before you, yes.
Entered into sale contract. So anybody that was notified to go buy a home, they got it.
Okay. I want to come back to that. One second. The agency states that there are no disparities between HPAP or HPAP or EAHP outcomes. What statistical analysis did the agency conduct there?
So the EHAP is usually joined with HPAP for the most part. So they're married. Usually people don't get each EHAP without HPAP. There's no, it's the same.
It's the same.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're joined together.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're saying if you get HPAP, you get.
If you're a district employee, you get HPAP and you get EHAP.
No, I get that. And so
there's rare instances where you ever get EHAP alone.
I got it. All right, let me jump back up. I'm gonna come back to HPAP. But before I do, one of the things that I flagged is that so far in 2026, there are 48 closings. It sounds like there are 180 I guess applicants in queue or that have already received a note that
they're eligible. They're eligible.
And so that seems like a significantly lower number given the amount of funds that were budgeted.
So there are 212 people out there with notice to proceed that are out there now shopping for homes. Of that number, 48 have already closed. I'm sorry, so 48 have already closed, and there's 212 people that are in the process of selecting homes. 179 people or 180 are just eligible. They don't have notice to proceed at this time.
So we expect
212 plus 48 to close.
Okay. I am going to yield back my time for this round. I have more questions on HPAP, but I'm kind of jumping in the middle of the conversation, so I'll catch you on the next round.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So the consolidated RFP Yeah, we heard a lot of concerns today about timing of getting money in the applications. I think the consolidated RFP was released at the end of February, 4 months into the fiscal year, and didn't include HPTF. Uh, we've heard from witnesses today that delays lead to compounding development costs, which ultimately mean more unpredictability and fewer units. Why was the RFP delayed, and what is preventing DHCD from adopting a more regular RFP schedule?
The RFP was, we were noting that it was going to be out in early 2006. I think we're still in 26. I think we're still in early 2026.
When does it usually come out?
There hasn't really been a usually, but the goal that I've set is that it comes out within the beginning of the year, at least once. And if there's another one, then in the second of the year. But I don't see the need to have a second one at this point.
Do you see a need to have a more predictable timeline for it?
There's some benefits to having a more predictable timeline. We try to get it out within the first 3 months of the year, and I think that we've done that. We did that last year. We did it in advance, and this year we've done it before the beginning of the 3rd month of the year.
Why was the HPTF excluded from the consolidated RFP?
We talked to many stakeholders, and they wanted, again, given this time frame, the economic downturn, the market, they wanted not to have to wait every year for the funding source. And so they wanted to be able to enter as needed on a more flexible term and basis. So we're moving to a more rolling application for HPTF.
That's going to be the new normal?
We're hoping that that's the new normal.
Okay, so generally not part of the consolidated RFP.
Correct. It'll just always be open and based on availability of funding and timing to close.
And I mean, we heard from several folks today that they have concerns about the timing and unpredictability of the RFP. Your view is that it's pretty predictable.
It's come out in the first 3 months of the year for the last 3 years. Also, the flexibility of funding has always been an issue, and because the timing issue is a concern, as you just mentioned, allowing open sort of RFP does not sort of it answers that question
For the trust fund application. So when will the trust fund application period open?
So the new process will be open within the next 2 weeks.
And
Which is right in line again with the RFP closing date. So it's right in line.
And it will close when the money is exhausted.
It'll always be open, and it'll be based on timing and funding flexibility.
Okay, so it will always be up. So it will not close.
It will not close. It'll be based on timing and funding flexibility. So for example, if you apply for the RFP and you know, most projects take 3 to 5 years on average from the time of concept, applying for funding, et cetera, take 3 to 5 years. And you can put in your application and put your concept paper in now or application for the funding and say, I'm going to close in 2027. What that does is gives us a sense of how many projects are looking for funding in a particular year. So budgeting when we have BSA and talking about budgets, you will know how many projects are in the pipeline and would like to close in a particular year. If we can meet it, we meet it. If we don't, we don't, but it would just roll over to the next year. Again, giving predictability to folks about what's available, when they can close, and that certainty is helping put more certainty to developers, investors, lenders, and all that. So that's what I hope it'll do.
Does that mean there won't be an RFP for a trust fund, just a standing open application?
No, it'll be 4 times a year.
What will be 4 times a year?
The RFP for trust fund will be 4 times a year.
Or I thought you said it'll always be open.
Well, not once a year. It'd be on a quarterly basis.
So there will be 4 RFPs per year for the trust fund.
Right, but we're not changing. There'll be term sheets to apply to qualify, so they'll know how to apply and what the eligibility is, and that'll be clearly stated in terms of the term sheet, and they'll be able to submit in these windows that are 4 times a year.
Okay, so the first one will be within the next couple of weeks. And you will, of everyone that applies, you will select a certain number?
It'll be selected based on timing and funding amount, so there won't be a no, it'll be a win.
Nobody's gonna get a no?
And if they don't meet the eligibility criteria in the term sheet, they will get a no. If they meet the eligibility criteria in the term sheet, it'll be a matter of when they get the other. We're going back to pre-COVID. This is the market where now you can apply for funding. We know what your project is, and we're just negotiating on how much and when to close, right? So we are taking our stance as the gap lender. So maximizing all the private lender, the investors that you can get, all the equity that you can get, and then we're providing subsidies. So we're looking at and that's how affordable housing is done. We provide the subsidy to bring down the cost to make it affordable. So we're asking everyone to make sure that they do that, get their commitments up front, and then we're figuring out how much you need and when you want to close.
Okay. And the industry is good with
We
this?
talked for 18 months to different stakeholders about this. Lenders, investors, owners, developers, everyone that would be interested and crafted this. There may be some, it's going to be a little bit going back to the old but new again. So there'll probably be some tweaks on it. So, but I think that this will be good based on what they've requested, particularly in situations where my property is maybe foreclosing tomorrow and I need help now. There'll be some flexibility to be able to do that.
Okay. With the PAD program, of the 6 RFPs issued in March of 2025 that received applications, only 1 has closed a year later. Why have the others not closed or processed?
So it does take some time sometimes for developers. They have a PDA, it's a property disposition agreement. So they need to get their financing in place. They need to get maybe zoning done. They need to do a couple of things in order for them to meet the conditions.
What's a realistic timeline for the other 5 projects to close or proceed?
To close on the PDA, that really there's conditions for it. So it depends a lot on the owner or the person that was awarded the project.
So there's nothing, they're not waiting on DHCD to do anything?
Often not.
But for these 5?
I would have to look at the particular 5 and get back to you on what the issues are.
And in 2026, PAD expects to sell 905 R Street Northwest to Embolden Real Estate LLC for $1. Other pad dispositions have sold for well over $10,000, and according to Redfin, the property's estimated value is over 1.3 million. Why does this make sense for this city?
So I'm not familiar with the disposition for 905 R Street or the background for this. This is one that's a legacy project. But again, it's in Ward 1, I believe. If I were to gander a guess, it's Ward 1. Very expensive property, and it may not need other subsidy other than that dollar. You know, it's free. So the requirements for that project will meet an affordability requirement without additional subsidy, hopefully.
But there's several other properties in 2024 pad
So
sold.
all the properties have different sort of characteristics and different locations, and so
I may be going somewhere different than you think, though.
Okay.
So these properties, 4324, 43, and 4338 Halley Street Southeast, sold collectively for $10 to Naylor DC investors. 18 days later, the properties were resold for $971,000. Why does something like that make sense? Like, why would we sell properties for a few dollars and then allow them to sell it for almost $1 million?
I would have to look into that. They should, if we disposed of a property like that, they have to usually create some housing with it.
Yeah, okay. Please.
There are some difficult to develop sites that we would have, take what we can get rather than having it sit in our portfolio.
Yeah.
But that would be one I would look into for you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll wait for the follow-up on that. Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. I wanted to jump back to HPAP. Now I've found my place. So the last time there was a request for applicants for Housing Counseling Services Organization was in fiscal year 24. Do you know when the RFA will open for more housing counseling organizations?
Probably in the next fiscal year, we'll look at whether or not we want to do another RFA. We did one in fiscal year 24. It took some time, to get them on board and do the grant agreement. So the current ones haven't had a full 2 years yet. So we'll probably do one fiscal year 27.
And how many are on board right now?
How many housing counselors?
Yes.
I would have to guess the number, but there's some in each ward.
Okay. I think okay, if you can follow up with that. And I would imagine if it opens up in fiscal year 27, you would anticipate having about the same amount.
Yes.
Got it. We talked about this a little bit, but the budget for the HPAP program was 28.6 million for fiscal year 26. Yet DHCD states that there's only 4.6 million remaining, and only 48 closings. Is that because you are accounting for those 212 individuals that are out?
So we reserve the funds for them. Right?
Understood.
So which gives them, when you already know how much you're getting, you have certainty that you can close, makes the buyer and the seller comfortable, as well as giving them more market negotiating power, because it's like having the money in your account. So those funds are reserved for those people.
Understood. So the 4.6 million, is it anticipated that that will be spent down?
Of course, yes.
Understood. Okay. And I imagine the expectation is that you will reach above 250 closings this year like you have in previous years.
Yes.
There are no real
Unless there's a budget cut.
Let's hope not.
Let's hope
There
not.
are no real-time status updates available for applicants. I'm told, are there plans to change this?
There are real time if an applicant wants to know like where they are in the process, and they are assigned to administrators, either HFA or Greater Washington Urban League, and they can contact their administrator to figure out where they are. But once we get a completed application with all of the information and it's closed out, all the paperwork that's needed, the administrators tend to take around 10 days.
you just spoke to this. I have here an average of 22 days, but that I'm assuming that's the 10 days for the administrator plus whatever processing.
To close on a
Understood. The agency received 1.76 million in repayments in fiscal year 25, but only 804,000 and some change went back into the HPAP repay fund. Why are payments going to the general fund versus back into the program?
So that's a CFO question.
So repayments of loans go back to the fund from which they were issued. So to the extent that HPAP funds were made with local dollars, we repay local dollars. If the loan was made with HPAP repay or unified, it goes back to those funds. If it was made with federal funds, that's program income. And so we record that as revenue to that federal type and we use it again.
And so I appreciate that. That is something I think we should look at in terms of these repayments going to shore up the program, because there will be nothing stopping. If the money is going back to the general fund, there will be nothing stopping us from sending that money to the HPAP fund directly.
No, the code for the HPAP repay fund would have to be specific that it was that revenues received from loan repayments, regardless of source other than federal, were to go back into the repay fund. That is not the way, that is not the legacy treatment.
Okay. The HPAP dashboard reportedly showed no funds reserved and had not been updated since October, despite statutory requirements for frequent updates. How long has the dashboard been out of compliance, and what is the plan to update the dashboard?
So last check, the dashboard was updated.
Okay. When was your last check?
This week in preparation for this
so maybe
hearing.
my team pulled this before. So if my team could just check that, because when we looked, last week it was not updated.
Okay.
So if we could just verify that.
Okay.
And then the agency.
So you mentioned that there's 4 million left. You got that from the dashboard, correct? 4 million outstanding.
I believe that was from your responses.
Okay.
Pre-hearing responses. The agency stated that grant agreement delays caused inaccurate dashboard data. Can you speak more about this?
So there is we have to do a grant agreement with the administrators. So it took some time to figure out like the agreement to get done, and that's why we didn't update the dashboard until the agreement was done.
And how many administrators do we have?
Two.
There's two.
One particular, Greater Washington Urban League and HFA. Greater Washington Urban League had some changes in the board and signatures that delayed the processing of their grant agreement, and so it just wasn't clear.
And is there any statutory barrier for us from us having more than just two administrators?
I don't think so.
Is that something the agency has considered?
No.
Okay. Is this something the agency would consider?
I mean, I think that they're efficient. The ones that we have, they're separated out into HFA is really efficient, and Greater Washington Urban League focuses on the EHAP mostly and the NEHAP loans. And the combination of NEHAP and EHAP, they go through those. So, but they're separated into different roles and responsibilities, and so they're quite efficient.
So the
10 days
argument
really
for potentially having more would be that potentially that can make things more inefficient.
Correct.
Arguably. Understood. There has been this is tangential, but I have heard a criticism from some housing counseling organizations that whereas they could potentially help someone get a loan with a blemish on their record, or that these administrator or the final approval is too stringent. In other words, the bar that residents are having to meet in order to ultimately qualify is a bit above what is necessary. Is that on your radar?
That has not been on my radar, but I would be willing to look at those.
Yeah. And that's flagged as just a factor that may serve as a barrier for some lower income residents perhaps being eligible for the program.
Okay.
In fiscal year 25, 3,426 households attended a HPAP orientation, but only 264 purchased homes.
I'm sorry, what was that number?
I think I see 264.
No, but how many attended?
3,426 attended orientations. And so I was just can you speak to the discrepancy in terms of people coming in the front door and those actually being able to secure a home?
Well, I
and like
think
what
that-
the agency is doing about that?
Okay, so I would have to, that's the first time I've heard about this orientation. But orientation does not necessarily mean application, right? So it would be, we would have to look at the number of people that actually got NOE. So they did the application process through the CBOs, passed the orientation process and got a NOE where they became eligible to move into the HPAP process. So I don't know how many orientation people translated into eligibilities.
I got it. Okay. And, one of the things here is about CBOs have not provided any recommendations for improving the administration of the HPAP program. How are you seeking that feedback from CBOs regularly?
Well, we talk to our CBOs regularly. They have to put in invoices. We do audits. We have listening sessions with them. We have project managers for them so that they can give feedback. So we're in conversation with the CBOs regularly because they are really an arm. They have grants to represent DHCD in the community. So we're in conversation with them a lot. And also they do, many of the CBOs get, are in our housing resource center and co-locate in our housing resource center in order to provide services to individuals that show up to our housing resource center. So we're always in conversation with the CBOs.
Okay. And it's worth noting that per your pre-hearing responses that it's not your view that CBOs are at capacity. And so that is not a constraint or something to be worried about.
No, I don't
So
think
if we can fund it more, perhaps we can get more people through the program.
Potentially.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. So the HPAP dashboard was not updated from October to February. Have you identified why?
Yes, so it was regarding, we didn't have the administrative grants in place. So they weren't processing the grants at that time. And so then there was a little lapse after we got the grants in place.
Okay. So you expect it to stay updated?
Yes.
Okay. Last year, DHCD returned $3.1 million and 9% LIHTC to the national pool. But my understanding is that DHCD still doesn't track project delays between allocation and place in service dates. Is that accurate? And if so, why?
So we, as a general rule of thumb and progress on all our development projects, we do a check-in at the 25% mark, the 50% mark, and the 75% mark. So those are our check-ins. So if whether they're a LIHTC project or other funding source, we're tracking.
So you expect to know if a project is not likely to, meet the deadlines?
Potentially, yes.
Why not more confidence?
I mean, a lot can happen between the 75% mark and the 100% mark. But I mean, we are in conversation with sponsors and developers if they're not going to meet the deadlines. Our tracking it is a conversation. They can decide what they're going to do with the credits that have been allocated. We also, I would say, once we know, we say, is there a problem? And we try to figure out a solution. Because one of the things that's really important is if this money goes away, how are you going to finish your project? So we track it like that because we want to see those units come online. And that's for all our projects.
Okay. And in your pre-hearing responses, you indicate that you're not going to apply for the national pool credits because DHCD has not allocated all of the current annual credits yet. Is that right?
Correct.
Is that because we don't have enough projects
Correct.
moving forward? Okay, so everybody applying who's eligible.
Everyone that has applied, who's eligible and met the eligibility, has gotten credits.
Okay. Meant to ask.
But I think that just, I want to note that one of the challenges will be whether or not people can act. I think Jerry Joseph said it well, whether or not they can get investors for their credit. So we're looking at that project. They're supposed to be under construction right now, right? They have their allocation. What are we going to do? And if there's not enough projects to swap the credits out and place in service, this may be something that happens again.
Yeah. I mentioned this earlier, but now in a different context. HPAP program obviously always oversubscribed, but it looks like DHCD returned $1 million in unused funds to the general fund last fiscal year. How did that happen?
I don't think it was regarding HPAP.
Okay, to your knowledge that we didn't.
I mean, I don't. Do you know about that? Sorry, my bookkeeper.
So that $1 million surplus that's in the HPAP line is the result of a reprogramming that was approved in October.
Okay.
So it was never available for the agency to use. The program had identified a potential need much earlier in the year, but unfortunately it got in behind the budget process and all of those other things. So it took quite a while for it to work its way through the system.
And by the time it got there, it was too late to use it?
Yeah, I mean, on September 29th, if we had approval, I could tell the program that they could use the funds, but they would struggle, obviously, to spend that kind of money in a day. But once it's approved in October, all it can do is cover any issues that are in that budget line.
Okay, when was it actually reprogrammed?
The actual reprogramming happened in October.
Okay. Thank you. Although maybe don't go too far. I've heard EHAP's unused funds are due to administrative delays, not lack of demand. I don't know who that question is for, but is that accurate?
Beth can also answer this, but year over year, we don't have the demand for EHAP that's budgeted, but we do reallocate it to HPAP as needed.
Okay. And then sorry, Beth, I'm trying to see if I'm going to need you on the next couple questions.
Yes.
So let me just keep moving then. Obviously, we've heard some concerns today. We've heard them before that HPAP and EHAP administration is more cumbersome than it needs to be. One example that I can't justify when somebody raises it to me is why can't DHCD offer the home ownership trainings as a pre-recorded webinar or virtual? My understanding is that like you have to go somewhere in person between 9 and 5, which seems crazy this day and age.
So these are offered, the pre-recorded or the webinars or the trainings are offered through our CBOs and through their capacity. So we don't do them at DHCD. This is what the CBOs and the competitive process offered. Now we can ask them if they would do some webinars, and I don't know the answer to whether they do them or not, or which ones do them or which ones don't do them. But that was based on the responses that we had.
Okay, I think they have they do them virtual, but not as a webinar. where you can do it whenever you want. So if you would ask them that, a couple people have raised that to me, and I can't find any justification.
Yeah.
On a February 20th, 2026 Washington City paper article noted that the former administrator of DHCD's rental conversion and sale division was recently placed on leave following reports that he operated a private law practice advertising services to landlords while overseeing TOPA enforcement. What evidence prompted the agency to place him on leave, and what steps has DHCD taken to review whether this outside employment conflicted with their role enforcing tenant protections?
So this is a personnel matter, so I can't really get into the details. However, this person is no longer an employee at DCD.
How does DHCD oversee outside employment to prevent conflicts like this?
There's rules in the DPM, right? They're supposed to abide by. So we expect that people follow the rules.
In one of the pre-hearing questions, DHCD indicated that the issues that led to AFGE filing a step 4 class grievance have been resolved, and that monitoring is now in place to ensure that the monthly labor management meetings will occur after not happening for 24 months. Was this lapse reported to you at any point prior to the grievance filing?
Not really, no. And we had always thought that we had been doing it there. And just to note, like, this labor management committee, as far as I know, in the history of DCD, did not occur. We were doing monthly steward meetings and thought that was taking place. So monthly steward, weekly steward meetings, constant steward meetings with the union representative and DHCD managers have always been in place and in process. So this was a new nuance to the CBA that was brought to our attention as soon as we heard that that there was supposed to be something different. We put the people in place, and we now have it.
Okay, so AFG filed a grievance without trying to work it through with you first?
As soon as we found out about it, we put the labor management committee in place. We've always had the monthly steward meetings. They meet on a regular basis, sometimes more often than monthly, and as needed. So, but as soon as this particular type of committee was raised, we put it in place.
There were just a couple quick more issues. Many of DHCD's statutory reports were years overdue and were completed only after this committee raised the issue in pre-hearing questions. I don't yet have an understanding of why these deadlines have not been met. What's happening there, and how do we
I think
fix it?
that we complete them and then they go through a review process, and so we do our best to get them in.
Okay. So the agency gets them done on time to get to us.
For the most part. Not gonna say we're perfect, but for the most part, we get them done in order to meet the deadline.
All right. We can start swearing in OPLA for our hearings. Last question for me. The past couple years, DHCD has struggled with having a lot of vacancies. Based on the employee organization chart, there are about 19 vacancies, including the IZ manager position. There are also a lot of very skilled and tenured federal employees out looking for jobs. So why so many vacancies right now, given how
So
much
we have
unemployment?
16 vacancies.
Okay.
And I think that what is really important to understand, we're kind of not a plug and play agency. You have to have a certain skill, certain background related to all the different funding sources that we have, the compliance requirements. It's really a very niche industry, especially as you know, around LIHTC and things that we do. So it is, I would love to hire, and we have looked at a number of resumes, hundreds in fact, and not, and we have made offers. And because again, this is a very niche industry, those individuals are in demand. And so sometimes we make an offer and we don't make as great an offer as we make the greatest offer. It's in our ability, but it may not be as competitive as something else out there. So we've made a number of offers. And we'll keep working at it, but it's a very niche industry.
All right. I don't know what to say on that. But so the data breach notice, I don't see anywhere on the website. Why can't I find that?
I don't know.
Okay. Can
It
you
should be there.
confirm that DHCD will contact everyone registered in the system, that their information may have been leaked, and do a social
I
media
don't
post?
know that I mean, it's down now. I don't know that we can find that information at the point in time. We don't know when what particular dates or the scope of it is. So it'd be very hard to contact individuals. And it's the way that data looks is kind of hard to read. But we will post it again if it's not there. It should be there.
But if the only place you post it is to the website, then you don't want people to see it, right? If you want people to see it, you would at least put it on social media.
I will put it on social media.
Okay, I appreciate that, and we'll look. I still think we should reach out to everybody to be better safe than sorry. But let's start with social media.
Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker.
Thank you. Wanted to jump to the IZ program, and just to level set, can you explain how the IZ lottery portal works?
So a landlord or a unit landlord has to notify us, or a unit has to become vacant, and then we would put all of the units in the portal and the registrants in the portal and try to match the requirements to pull the registered applicants to give to the landlord to go down the list.
And so for applicants in that system, or the higher ranked applicants, how long do they have to decide on whether they are interested in a unit once it's available?
Oh, it's a good question. I think it's about a week.
About a week. Okay. And how long does it take for an applicant to be placed in a home once
So
they've
it's not,
said, yes, I'm interested?
well, I think it depends on the negotiation between the landlord and the applicant, right? So the unit is available. They can move in as soon as it's available. They just decide on when they want to move in. But I think once that lease is signed, then you can say that lease is taken, whether they move in or not, that lease is signed.
But what role does DHCD play in that process? So landlord, tenant, I want to move in.
They notify us whether it's someone has selected and signed a lease, and then we would move that unit off of our rolls.
Okay. But in terms of the actual lease signing, DHCD
The
doesn't
property
play a role.
manager and the owner doesn't.
Understood. The agency reports that there are 149 vacant IZ rental units and 21 vacant for sale units. This kind of jumped out at me, but with thousands of folks in the lottery, I think it's nearly 20,000. Why would we have nearly 200 vacant units not leased up?
Well, they're in the process of finding a match for the homes and units. And sometimes the for sale units, that's, buying a home is, a really big decision. So trying to find someone that actually likes the home and, wants to live there. And also with the IZ units, the resale of the home is a consideration.
Do you have like an average vacancy rate over the past fiscal year for the IZ program?
So there was a study by, I think it was, I forget who did an audit, but apparently there's like 5% of IZ units that are actually vacant out there.
And so it's your position that's because people are in process of leasing up.
Or they don't like the units. They still have a choice whether or not to take the units or not. So maybe some of the units are not desirable, but that would be the other factor.
And then a common critique of the IZ program is that it's not realistically applicable for the pricing of homes or units in the district. And so how is the agency seeking to right-size the program for today's market?
So they're supposed to be more affordable, right? So they're not going to meet the market rate.
Well, no, I meant not the market rate, but
Uh-huh.
just in today, people are saying that it's not affordable enough, that it's the same criticism that we have about affordable housing in the district. And so is that something the agency is looking at in terms of the IZ
Well,
program?
they are more affordable than some of our other affordable housing because they start at 50% AMI, and like LIHTC programs are higher than that. They're like 60% AMI. So they are some of the most affordable units that we have. And we negotiate, as far down as we can go, where we can. So it all depends, but there's some more affordable than our actual other affordable housing units. They're some of the most affordable units in the district.
Okay. Again, I just think this is a pain point, and it's not necessarily at the feet of DHCD, but we all know affordable is not affordable for everybody.
Agreed.
And so if you're only making X amount of dollars, 50% AMI may still be unaffordable.
Yeah.
But I'm hearing what you're saying, that in the grand scheme of the market, it's more affordable.
And there's also 30% IZ units, so it's unfortunately 0 is affordable.
And what is the breakdown? Is there a breakdown of the AMI per unit?
Yeah, we could probably get you like how many are 50%, how many are 30%.
That would be helpful. My guess, if I had to, is that there is a bell curve of sorts where the majority are likely nearing 50 to 80% AMI.
Well, there's no 80% IZ.
Or 50% AMI.
There might be.
Okay. An audit by the auditor's office found that DHCD did not enforce annual reporting requirements for IZ properties. The agency noted in their responses that most IZ properties are in compliance. Can you give a breakdown of how many properties are not in compliance?
I would have to get that back to you, but one of the things that we do is we reach out all the time, and we give owners a couple of times secure the default, and then we don't really have an enforcement mechanism before we refer them to legal, like to OAG, to go after them for enforcement. And I don't know, like we reach out to them on a regular basis, but I think that last year we were like at a 80-something% compliance rate.
Okay. So yeah, if you can follow up with the number of properties that are not in compliance, that would be helpful. I wanted to talk about the Edgewood Commons development in Ward 5. It is a DHCD funded project. We have a completion date of January 31st of this year. I just want to confirm, is it in fact finalized and completed with all of the red tape and everything signed?
Let me check. Not quite.
Okay. Can you elaborate on what the holdup might be?
So in regards to Edgewood 5, my understanding is that they're near construction completion. They're likely in the process of punch list items. So it's not far off, but they're very close to reaching construction
For those
completion
of
at this
us that
point.
may not know that terminology, punch list items are more like cosmetic things inside of the property.
Finalization, making
Left
sure
over
that,
stuff.
making sure everything that they said they were going to do is done prior to final certificate of occupancy.
And so when do we anticipate the completion date or what is the anticipated completion date now?
I don't know off the top of my head, but we can get that if we need to get that for you. It shouldn't be too far off though. From
The
now.
better question I would ask, if you could follow up, is when will the units be available for people to move in?
Well,
which is not the same thing as completion.
Sure. So Enterprise is the developer, and they know the process of pre-leasing while they're reaching construction completion. So they should have a long list of people that have been through a pre-lease process. But those units should be ready to be leased up once they reach their C of O.
Okay.
So it should be in very short order.
Okay.
Let me swear you in very quickly. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing and the testimony you have provided is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I sure do, yes.
Thank you.
Don't take it personally. All government witnesses are supposed to take that oath. But thank you for that update on that project. I did in my remaining minute here, wanted to come to the rent registry. You note in your responses, the pre-hearing responses, that there is no known total number of rental accommodations to compare against the number of properties that are currently registered. What work is being done to create a baseline for how many rental accommodations or units are currently present?
So with the filings that are being done under the law, that would be the baseline, right? So there's no, I think there was a study maybe 10 years ago that cited a certain number of units that could be rental units in the district. That was 10 years ago. So the only way to create a baseline is to hope that people follow the law and file their required rent registry, and then we'll have a baseline in which.
And when in that rental accommodations division is doing that work?
Yes.
When are they anticipated to have that available?
Well, it's available now in terms of the landlord portal, but for the public
completed,
portal.
yeah.
Well, I forget what the date is of the law to complete for all landlords to enter their filings. I forget what that date is, but that would be the completion date we'd expect.
Okay. Chairperson White, if I can just ask a couple of more questions on this, I can yield back. But then I'll just jump back to this topic. But just a couple of more questions here. Are tenants as well as landlords able to input data as it relates to available units or
Currently,
accommodation?
the landlords are putting in the data.
If we were to allow tenants to do that, that would be a change of law? Or is that something DHCD feels as though they could do or you could do on your own?
So the landlords put in information about their building and their units. And so that would be the best information that could be provided. What will happen is the tenants can go in and check to see if that information is accurate and correct based on what the landlords have put in. And they could be able to file a complaint or file information that this is not what's happening in my unit.
Okay.
So they can go in and check like the last rent it was, how much it was, what amenities I was supposed to have. And if that's not correct, then they can make a complaint.
I'll ask this last question and then yield back time. But you note that the registry should be made available in February of
Right,
this year.
it's probably gonna be a little delayed from February.
Do you have an anticipated date?
Well, we're working with the developer as we've been testing and figuring out like tweaks. It depends on when they say they can get it done, when we see something wrong. So now they've pushed that out probably several weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I want to wrap up, but the SMART goals.
We don't have them. We'll get them to you though.
All right. Well, you said you send them quarterly.
Yes.
And you got a dozen people here.
We're gonna get back to you on that because I'm a little confused. I don't want to give you something wrong again.
All right. When can you get back to me on that?
How about we're checking in on Monday, right? On
That's
some
right.
now. So why don't
Yeah.
we check in on Monday with that?
I appreciate it.
All right.
Well, thank you, Director, and thank you to your team. You have more questions? You got 5 minutes.
Okay. Sorry about I wanted to come to the single family rehabilitation program. This program supports seniors and longtime residents with critical repairs and accessibility modifications. You stated in your testimony that the program completed 97 projects in fiscal year 25 and 26 to date. How many applications did you receive requesting assistance in 25? In other words, that number is helpful, but I don't know what to compare it to.
So, I think in my answers, I said how many we received in applications, and I want to say it was between 70 and 80 last year that we
Okay.
received in applications.
Okay. Do you have a ballpark of where you think it is this year?
We're 9.
9 for this year.
Mhm.
And then how are residents currently notified of this program?
On our website, through community meetings, we work with the Department of Aging to let them know. I think that's on their website as well. Also through our community-based organizations, which are our eyes and ears out in the community. If individuals need help or are in distress of their property or need accessibility issues, they also know about all of our programs. Our Housing Resource Center. So those are the general ways.
Understood. And the availability of the program is rolling, or is there just a window of time where you can apply and it
Currently, there's a window of time where you can apply. And that gives us a chance to really focus on the application, do the scope of work within a particular time frame, and move more rapidly to completion.
Okay. The headline for me is I think many more seniors need to know about this program and that it's available. I want to do my part, but I think as an agency, helping to get the word out for people to take advantage might allow for people to stay in their homes a little bit longer. I want to end in my final time on TOPA. The agency received 907 TOPA offers of sale in fiscal year 25, including 186 for buildings with 5 or more units. Of the nearly 1,000 sale notices, how many of them ultimately resulted in like a conversion?
I would have to get back to you on that one.
Okay, if you could
Yeah.
follow up with
Yeah.
that would be important. And then lastly, what is the agency's view of why tenants are responding to a small fraction of TOPA opportunities? I have a view, but I'm just curious if the agency.
Yeah.
Well, I think many tenants don't have the technical or financial support to be able to organize and take advantage of TOPA. And so I'm curious if that's something the agency has identified, and if so, like how you're leaning in to support tenants.
I think we have identified that, and I think that's part of one of the service line items that we have our CBOs working on to go out. And if I'm correct, when we get a notice of sale or such, they have to have on there that they can reach out to certain CBOs for technical assistance as well. So that if a tenant is interested, or if a tenant community is interested in organized, that is on the notice of sale, that they can contact someone to get that information to organize around it. So
And
I think
when
it's part of the sale document.
And when a TOPA deal is done, not a conversion, but there has been some agreement relative to TOPA, whether it's enhancements to the property or what have you. What role does DHCD play in making sure what has been agreed to is actually followed through?
I mean, I think our opportunity there is if they come in for funding for us, that they can, we can make sure that the scope of what needs to be repaired is also there. There's also an opportunity for folks to make a complaint. And
With DHCD.
yes, and saying that what was expected didn't happen, wasn't agreed upon, and then there's a decision made, and then it goes to OAH and it gets settled there. So there is a process for if something didn't happen or the agreement that was between the owner and the tenants did not occur, they can make a complaint, it gets adjudicated, and then they get a result.
Okay. In my last 20 seconds, if you could follow up with just how many complaints you all have received regarding TOPA processes in the district.
Okay.
I would say last year and then any this year, fiscal year, that would be helpful. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. Thank you again, Director Green, and to your team. Thank you to public witnesses as well. For anyone who was unable to testify today, written testimony is encouraged and will be made part of the official record. Anyone interested may submit additional testimony through the dedicated webpage for this hearing on the council's online hearing management system. If you don't know where to find that, you can contact the Committee on Housing at housing@dccouncil.gov or call 202-727-8270. The record for this hearing will remain open until the close of business 2 weeks from today on Thursday, March 19th. If anyone listening is interested in learning more about the work of this committee or my office, please sign up to hear from us at robertwhiteatlarge.com. That concludes the committee's business for today. The time is 4:21 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.